Kemudiannya diikuti oleh 4 lagi pasukan Malaysia yang lain untuk minggu yang pertama ini. Itu pun sebenarnya kalau kita lihatkan di dalam overall standing kita, pada mulanya kelihatannya macam satu dominasi yang terlalu besar datang dari FaZe Clan. Tetapi tiba-tiba pada hari yang keempat, pasukan Thailand lain pula yang mula mengejar dan mengejar, disambung pula kepada hari yang kelima, membuatkan FaZe Clan mungkin sedikit keresahan sehingga ada satu masa di pusingan yang terakhir, tetapi seperti rezeki yang berpijak, pada saat-saat terakhir FaZe Clan mendapatkan kawasan bulatan dan itu memudahkan mereka untuk mendapatkan winner chicken di pusingan yang terakhir untuk menutup minggu yang pertama dan seterusnya nombor yang pertama untuk mereka.
Winner chicken dinner untuk FaZe Clan.
Pandangan saya tentang tim Thailand, diorang punya liga memang keras-keras lah.
Kalau bagi saya, liga diorang antara liga paling terkeras dekat SEA, kuat lah. Terutamanya Infinity lah, diorang power.
Dari semua aspek memang diorang lebih, tapi tak jauh.
Kalau weekly tu kita orang target at least top 5 lah, supaya dapat bonus point yang tinggi. So, overall saya tak berapa okey lah. Sedih sedikit.
Tak kecewa pun sebab kita orang memang dah expect untuk week 1 punya SEA ni kita orang akan training. So upcoming week tu baru kita orang buat.
So itu tak ada prediction tapi kita orang akan buat yang terbaik lah untuk Malaysia.
Kami akan berusaha untuk perform lebih baik berbanding performance kami waktu week 1. So insyaAllah semua dipermudahkan.
Liga ni panjang lagi, masih ada 2 minggu. Mungkin dalam 2 minggu ni kita lebih lagi daripada apa yang kita expect ke. So good dah lah.
Kita harapkan agar pasukan dari Malaysia mungkin engage dalam fight dengan lebih kemas kerana boleh dikatakan itu adalah antara perkara yang pasukan dari Malaysia struggle untuk minggu yang pertama. Dan dengan apa yang terjadi pada minggu yang pertama membuatkan saya rasa sangat-sangat tak sabar untuk melihatkan apakah aksi yang akan ditunjukkan oleh kesemua pasukan Asia Tenggara ini pada minggu yang kedua. So jangan lupa untuk saksikan PUBG Mobile Professional League SEA Championship musim luruh 2022 pada minggu yang kedua ini. Malaysia boleh!
ต้นเกมที่กอตตันนี่ตายไปก่อนนี่ก็ไม่ใช่ต่อที่ทีมอื่นหรอกนะอ่อนเอครับก็เลยตายก็ไม่อยากจะโม้แล้วหน่อยนะครับแต่ทีมผมก็คว้าไก่แรกของทัวร์นี้มาได้และอีก3 เกมที่เหลือก็ไม่เอาเลยครับต้นเกมที่กอตตันนี่ตายไปก่อนนี่ก็ไม่ใช่ต่อที่ทีมอื่นหรอกนะอ่อนเอครับก็เลยตายอินฟินขอแต้มไปแบบฟินๆแล้วนะครับ
Memang sekarang kami lagi di bawah, tapi jangan lupa comeback PMPL ID kami kemarin. Buat tim-tim yang di atas, jangan senang dulu. Kami siap datang senggol posisi kalian.
Untuk kita, para tim Indonesia yang lagi berjuang, semangat dan jangan menyerah. Mari kita berjuang sama-sama untuk memberikan hasil yang terbaik bagi Indonesia.
Perjuangan kami masih panjang. Kami akan terus memberikan hasil yang terbaik. Support kalian semua masyarakat Indonesia akan terus bersama kami.
Buat para fans, tetap tenang. Liga masih panjang. Perubahan gaya bermain pasti akan kami lakukan. Kami pastikan kalian tidak akan kecewa dengan performa kami ke depannya. Dukung terus kami. #IndoPride.
Untuk tim yang main dekat week 2 nanti, korang hati-hati. Kita orang akan bantai semua. InsyaAllah kita akan buat yang terbaik untuk Malaysia.
Có vẻ như là các đội tuyển cũng như các fan hâm mộ của Thái Lan đang khá hài lòng với kết quả của họ ở tuần thi đấu vừa rồi. Nhưng mà đừng ngủ quên trên chiến thắng nhé. Bởi vì chắc chắn tuần thi đấu tiếp theo các team Việt Nam sẽ quay trở lại cực kỳ mạnh mẽ và sẽ đem đến chiến thuật cũng như lối chơi mà khiến các bạn bất ngờ ấy.
Dear PUBG mobile players, welcome to the new version. In this video, let's take a look at the game's new and improved social system. In the new version, we've fully upgraded the gifting system. An even greater array of awesome gifts are now available. First, we've added popularity rankings and clout value. This measures an individual's generosity by how many gifts they send to other players. As a player's clout ranking increases, they'll unlock prestigious rank perks. Go see which of your friends is the most generous. In this update, we've added Guardian gifts. Guardian gifts last for a period of time. Once sent, the players form a Guardian relationship to reflect the significant connection between the players. There will be a dedicated ranking for Guardian duration. The gift wall is another new feature. After players receive gifts, the gift wall will display the progress of gifts received. When a player gets all the gifts of a particular theme, this will unlock a themed medal. Furthermore, in the new version, the player who sends the most gifts becomes a gift sponsor. A ton of new gifts have been added to the shop, including those with special effects. Go and buy a gift for your best friend. In this update, we have revamped the Synergy system. We have created a new Synergy Anniversary gift. During special anniversaries, players that have built connections will receive rewards via in-game mail. What's more, players that have built connections can obtain Synergy ranking rewards. We have added a Synergy recruitment system to help players post recruitment information and add friends. Go and recruit some friends. In this update, the number of friends a player can add has increased from 200 to 300. Friends can now be pinned to the list. In order to make it easier for players to use team reservations, we have lowered the threshold for making a friend reservation. The Synergy requirement has dropped from 50 to 5 points. In the new version, reservation info will still be displayed in the chat window. Players can send more kinds of invite messages and view the real-time status of reservations. At the same time, the in-game display for reservation requests is now clearer. Don't miss a reservation invitation from a friend. For Team Up Reservation Chat, we have added a quick chat feature to send Team Up reservations. This will allow players teaming up in the lobby to quickly send common messages. Try it for yourself. These are all the major improvements to the social systems in this update. There is more content for players to explore in the game. If you want to learn more, follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Have you gotten your hands on the new weapons in Nusa yet? Let's start with the tactical crossbow and firebolts. Firebolts are a new type of bolt that can only be used with the tactical crossbow. Ordinary crossbows can only be used to ambush one enemy at a time, while the tactical crossbow and firebolts can set certain buildings on fire for blazing tactics. This is especially useful against enemies who are hiding inside. Next up is our highlight, the NS2000 shotgun. It uses 12-gauge shells when hip-firing and shoots single-round slugs when aiming down sights. If you encounter an enemy at close range, don't bother aiming down the sight. Just take them down with one shot. Even if you're fighting alone in an urban area, you can easily wipe out all enemies by yourself at the tap of a button. You can also aim down sights and use the single-shot mechanics to easily eliminate enemies at a distance. Nusa is a small map, so the play zone shrinks really quickly. Not only is it important to offer exhilarating gunfights, exploring the map has to be fun too. That's why we've prepared the quad for you. Climbing slopes is a piece of cake with the quad. Now, you don't have to avoid rocks anymore. Ignore the terrain and charge right up to enemies whenever you see them. They won't have the time to react after hearing you. The quad is fast and doesn't flip over easily. It doesn't matter even if it flips over, as it can recover quickly. Call your friends and try it now. Zip lines in the elevator can both be used to help move about. So what are the interesting ways to use them? Zip lines usually appear at places of high elevation, such as the roofs of buildings or at the top of a mountain, allowing players to quickly travel between them. Players can quickly search for supplies and escape the blue zone. When being pursued by enemies, a zip line can be used to quickly get away. It's even possible to drop from a zip line halfway through to catch enemies by surprise. Furthermore, zip lines can be destroyed. Players can use the zip line to quickly reach the other side, then destroy it to prevent enemies from giving chase. Damaged zip lines also make good locations for ambush, as enemies may try and repair them. The elevator can be found in the tallest building of Telepack Town. The elevator can be used to quickly go between different floors. In actual battle, players can use the elevator to quickly get to the roof and to intercept enemies that come up from the lower levels. It's even possible to hide in the elevator and wait for unsuspecting enemies to enter to score a surprise elimination. Zip lines in the elevator are sure to help players out in battle and create all kinds of unexpected situations. So play PUBG Mobile and try it out!
Hey there, fellow PUBG mobile players! Along with the version 2.2 update, we have made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Let's take a look at the improvements. First, improvements to the controls and display. We have increased the display priority of the wheel when the throwing wheel is activated. Now it'll be easier for players to select the items they wish to throw. In this update, a countdown will be displayed whenever the play zone is going to shrink. This way, it will be made more aware of the next play zone, and players can plan their routes more effectively. We've improved the feedback effect of marked items. Whenever you tap and hold to mark an item successfully, the feedback will be more obvious. When the player is aiming down sights, the markings within the scope have been optimized, so the sight is less obscured. When a player jumps, after respawning or deploying an emergency pickup, it's now possible to mark the battleground with light columns. After a team wins, the buttons for MVP likes and summon statue will be combined. Now players can send a like automatically whenever they summon a statue. On the results screen, we have added teammate numbers, so now players can use the number to identify each other and give likes to their favorite teammates. To make spectating more convenient for players, we have tweaked the button size on the spectating screen. This reduces the chance of tapping the button by mistake. I'm sure firearm balancing is a concerning issue for many players. In this update, we have significantly improved the burst shot of both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Perhaps these two firearms will become your weapon of choice after the enhancements. For airdrop weapons, we have made some adjustments to the controls and damage dealt to better balance the airdrop weapons. In the new version, there are lots of new features worth checking out. When you acquire a firearm finish of your liking, you'll definitely want to admire it from time to time. In this update, we've added a firearm inspection feature. Players can now use this to admire their favorite firearm. During combat, players can tap the emote to enter first-person perspective to inspect the current active weapon. A friendly reminder, never inspect your firearm during combat, or you might overlook the enemies before you. Do keep in mind that this feature is currently only available for certain firearms, but it will be gradually rolled out to other firearms in later versions. The recommended layout feature is one of the many new features. When players customize the controls, it's now easier to apply a custom layout recommended by the system with one tap. We've also added a trunk system. Players can now make exchanges while riding vehicles. Use this feature to exchange supplies with teammates. But remember, the size of the trunk depends on the vehicle type. The visual presentation of profile cards have been improved. Players can now set their gender on their profile cards. On the results screen, we have streamlined the results process and improved on the layout, as well as the MVP results emote. On the new results screen, assists will be included in the stats. In future matches, you can try cooperating with your teammates. Even if you don't make the final strike, assists will help boost your results. We have added stationary targets to the training grounds. After firing, the damage dealt and bullet trajectory will be displayed. This helps to more closely recreate situations that players may face in matches. To make it easier for players to practice shooting, the most recently used firearms configuration will be applied by default when entering the training grounds the next time. These are the major improvements for the basic experience in version 2.2. If you want to learn more about this update's content, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we'll officially release a new Battle Royale map. Nusa. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. The island is bright and sunny and has beautiful beaches, rolling hills, and dense vegetation. In addition to the natural scenery, it also has many areas that have a unique style and combat characteristics. Without further ado, let's take a closer look now. As a whole, being a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. We can make some comparisons by looking at the data. Erangel is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers in size, and 100 players participate in each match. This means there is an average of 1.56 players per square kilometer. In Nusa, an average of 32 players fight in a 1 square kilometer area. Conflicts are intense, and players will start shooting right after landing. In the southern part of the map is a heart-shaped island. 2 paths connect this island with the gorgeous Pink Beach. The Ferris wheel and hot air balloon are both located on Pink Beach, which highlight the romantic atmosphere of the beach. But keep in mind that the terrain of Pink Beach is rather open and has little cover within a certain area. If players want to move around Pink Beach, they can do so with the help of smoke grenades to obscure enemies' vision, or push the beach balls on the beach and use them as moving cover. But if you do so, remember to keep an eye on their durability. In short, Pink Beach is beautiful and romantic, but you must take care if you plan to spend some time there. Bulan Bay is located in the northwest part of the island, and the coast is quite low there. The cliffs on both sides have a large height difference, and players can move between them with a zip line, utilizing the advantages of high ground. Players at the top can observe where enemies are moving in the bay. Meanwhile, players in the bay need to move around covertly. There is also a cavern connected to the sea in the northern part of Bulan Bay. Players can jump there directly. The cavern extends in all directions, and players can explore this area. In addition to the natural scenery, Nusa also has many urban areas, of which the largest is Telepak Town, which is located in the southeastern part of the map. Buildings are scattered everywhere in the urban area, and close-range street fights can break out at any time. There are premium apartment buildings in Telepak Town. These buildings have elevators that can be used, which adds another dynamic to searching, attacking, and defending in the building. For example, players can set up an ambush in the elevator. By getting in and not selecting a floor, they can then give enemies a surprise when they enter to use the elevator. The rooftops of buildings in Telepak Town are also connected by zip lines, which gives players more flexibility in urban battles. If the zip line is destroyed, it can be repaired with a tactical crossbow. I believe Telepak Town will give players a unique 3D alley combat experience. If you like fast-paced battles and enjoy thrilling shootouts right after landing, you can land at the Science Center at the heart of the map. The design of the modern orbital satellite roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Each floor is spacious and contains lots of supplies, which attracts many players to loot this area. As you can imagine, very intense battles will break out between these floors. At the top of the Science Center is a rooftop with a multi-layer structure. Players can look far into the distance from here for a great visual advantage. However, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. If you want to land directly on the rooftop, you must check if there are enemies nearby to ensure your own safety. In short, if you're confident in your close-range shooting skills, you're welcome to land at the Science Center. Like the Science Center, Flame Village is also located at the center of the map. The terrain is quite low there, and the village is surrounded by mountain slopes. There are many huts in the village, and there are many places where you can stand on the beams of the huts. Players can climb or jump onto the beams to ambush other players. But there's one thing you mustn't forget. A tactical crossbow used with firebolts can set the huts on fire. This will expose the players hiding in them. Of course, firebolts will burn and deal damage to enemies when they are hit. In addition to huts, there are also brick buildings that cannot be set on fire in Flame Village. They occupy a large area, contain plenty of supplies, and are high conflict areas. If you're confident in your shooting skills, you can choose to land at Flame Village or Science Center at the heart of the map. It'll also be convenient for moving to areas along the edge. Other than the previously mentioned areas, this island also has winding and rugged mountain paths, a shipyard where the whistle roars, a regal resort with wide and open terrain, Sunset Street, which is planted with many banana trees, Crystal Bay, which has secret rooms, and more. These are all gorgeous locales that can bring players different gaming experiences. After hearing the above introduction, I'm sure players already understand what makes Nusa so uniquely fun. Lots of supplies for fast looting. The verticality of the terrain increases the strategic depth of battles. And the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer size makes firefights inevitable. What are you waiting for? Gather your friends and enjoy a rowdy vacation on Nusa. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time!
Hi everyone! In the PUBG Mobile version 2.2 update, Erangel is getting an overhaul with changes to the map, vehicles, and modes. Without further ado, let's find out what these changes are. In this update, we made several changes to the map. First, the hospital. It's one of the bigger buildings in Erangel. In this update, the following changes were made to the hospital. How to get in and out of the hospital, its structure, nearby objects, and the vegetation surrounding the hospital. Veteran players should know that some of the fences of the hospital can be scaled to enter the hospital. The ones near the ridges are how most players enter the hospital. Now, 2 spots along these fences will be blown up, and players can enter the hospital area through the gap directly. The building itself also got a new entrance. Players that are on the ground can enter the first floor of the hospital directly through the newly added damaged wall. Those who parachute to the hospital can land on the roof and descend to the 3rd floor immediately. These changes will make it easier for players to spot the entrances and streamline their movements in this area. Those attacking and defending will know where they should focus on as well. On the inside, we simplified the structure of the hospital. Originally, the 3 floors had different layouts, and there were many rooms on each floor. So, searching the rooms was very tedious, because players had to go into each room. After the update, the 3 floors are now more or less the same. Some rooms are now also connected, making it easier for players to remember and to search the rooms for supplies. As for the surroundings, we also made some improvements. We added abandoned ambulances and ruined medical crates to the areas surrounding the hospital, so now it feels more authentic. We placed some objects at the entrance of the hospital so that it wouldn't be too empty. This gives players heading toward the hospital a covered area to protect themselves, so they are not directly exposed to enemies inside the hospital. Outside the fences on the side of the hospital, we added a new climbable spot. Players can hide here, or they can scale the fence to enter the hospital. As for the fences by the ridge, since there are now 2 gaps to enter the hospital, we've reduced the number of objects in this area to make it more visible. So now, both attackers and defenders can see each other clearly. Further out from the hospital, we've added some new vegetation, so that players hanging around the hospital will have more places to hide. Milta Power also saw some changes that are mostly in the generator area. Players who are familiar with this area should already know that this section was quite a choke point and was not easy to get in and out of. Those who entered either came out the same way or had to take a detour to the other 2 buildings. In this update, we added a new entrance on the 1st floor to make this area more reachable and easier for players to get in and out. The layout was also modified. We simplified the complex floor plan so that players can see more and plan their routes better. When battles break out in the generator building, players will have more offensive options, making these battles more exciting. In this update, 3 new ports will be added to Erangel. The first port is by Ferry Pier. We added a port here, as well as increased the amount of resources in the area. The Ferry Pier will soon be more abundant in supplies. The 2 desolate beaches to the southwest of Farm and to the south of Sosnovka military base will also get new ports. They will both contain a good amount of resources. Players will also find boats at these ports, so they can quickly travel to another location. So, keep these places in mind, because they'll make for a great landing spot. During the previous themed modes, players really enjoyed the special crates. In the new version, we'll add special supply kits to classic mode. Players will be able to find special supply kits in buildings. There are 3 types: medical, tokens, and military supplies. The resources in these supply kits are very good, so keep an eye out for them when searching. In the new version, bikes will become a staple vehicle on Erangel. In some of the more remote areas, players will find bicycle sheds. Each shed will have 4 bikes initially, and they're first come, first served. These bikes can be collapsed and put into the backpack, so they're really convenient for traveling to other locations. In addition to the sheds, players will be able to find bikes in other areas. With a bike, players no longer have to worry about being too far from the play zone. In the new Erangel, there will be flash shops. They will spawn randomly in outdoor areas. Those who find one are in for a treat, because there are tons of random discounted items. So, keep an eye out for flash shops during matches. Running out of fuel is one of the worst things that can happen while driving a vehicle. Erangel's gas stations will become functional for refueling vehicles. For the cost of just a few tokens, you'll get a full tank of gas. Find a gas station and try it out. These are the main changes in the version 2.2 update. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
It's here! The long-awaited new Nusa map is finally here. With a size of only 1 by 1 kilometer, Nusa is currently the smallest map in PUBG Mobile. It may be small, but it definitely offers a massive amount of content. Not only are there new firearms, what's more, there's also the highly interactive tactical crossbow. Setting huts on fire and repairing zip lines are not a problem. Speaking of map interactivity, Nusa is simply full of surprises. An elevator that lets you go to different levels of a building, a pool that restores your health, fast-moving zip lines, and crates in the wilderness can all better assist you in drawing up tactics to defeat enemies. Even if you get careless and get defeated, there's no need to let it get you down. Nusa's Super Recall will allow you to respawn once more. The small, fastest-paced map lets you rank up faster. All right, I'll leave it to you to explore the rest of the content for yourself. Hope everyone ranks up and gets that chicken dinner. The new map officially launches on September 13th. Stay tuned.
GT Neo 3, Neo Speed Awakens.
Welcome everybody to the 2022 PMPL Southeast Asia Championship Fall. It's your casters here, Contra, as well as Tash Bunny for the entirety of the weekday. So Tash, how are you feeling today? We've got some great games ahead of us.
Yeah, a lot of great games coming for us today. But to recap, yesterday Geek Fam was starting off with 30 points. But before that, guys, this tournament is brought to you by our official tournament organizer, the 2022 PMPL SEA Championship official smartphone partner Realme. World's fastest growing smartphone brand introduces its latest gaming powerhouse, the GT Neo 3. So if you guys want the best and most powerful phone to play PUBG mobile phone, don't look further away than the GT Neo 3. You can find out more on the website. On top of that, we also have the official live stream partner, TikTok, #BeTheOne TikTok Challenge. Join it and follow our official PUBG Mobile pages on PUBG Mobile MY Official, PUBG Mobile Esports.my, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, and PUBG Mobile Official PH. And last but definitely not least, because to watch tournaments, you need food, you need snacks. So what better way for you to join us by getting 50% off the Grab food delivery order promo with the code PUBGM. And only for new users, terms and conditions apply. And anyways, you can see me and Contra today, we're in purple because we're feeling a little bit wacky. Because
A little wacky
because yesterday was hella wacky, and I'm expecting today to be extra wacky.
Well, I believe that there's going to be a lot of intense matches as well, other than wackiness that's involved when it comes down to how the game turns out overall. But for those of you guys who really want to keep up to speed of the latest happenings and everything else inside of PUBG Mobile Esports, make sure you follow pages like what Tash Bunny said. So, of course, without further ado, we're going to be looking at how teams are faring for the entirety of the day. And yesterday's run, we see Ego Esports of Indonesia taking the top 1 spot to kick off week 2.
Without a chicken dinner. Let's talk about that. So teams like Ego just silently creeping up to people in terms of points, quietly collecting those points as other people make a big bang, getting those chicken dinners, getting those huge points. But at the end of the day, despite not getting a chicken dinner, Ego showing us why consistency is key instead of huge explosive plays. We're starting to see Vampire Esports start to wake up now because the day is finally ending and the night is coming. Geek Fam started off the day strong with 30 points on sign-off, giving them a lot of breathing space going into game 2 and 3, allowing them some room for error. And of course, we also have teams like GIDS who surprised us, I think, with their, I wouldn't say that they're flashy, but they are good enough to be able to take some spaces, especially from Buriram United.
Exactly, and we look at the sort of execution that teams have brought forward to close out games. One of the most impressive ones were actually coming from GD, as we see the Indonesian powerhouses have stepped into play, and they are looking stronger than ever. I'm excited to know what's going to be happening for today because, sure, a lot of players or viewers out there were expecting their favorite teams from Thailand, Malaysia, Vietnam to pop off. Some of them did, but yesterday it definitely was a little bit of a rough run. For those of you guys who are brand new to the 2022 PMPL SEA Championship, welcome on board to the fall split itself. We have 5 matches per day to be played out from Wednesday all the way to Sunday, and we're looking for the top 16 teams by the end of the SEA League. And only 16 teams qualify to the finals, which will be happening on the 21st of October till the 23rd, and only 5 of the best teams in Southeast Asia will qualify to the 2022 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League.
Speaking of that though, let's talk a little bit about the points system, where first place, the chicken dinner, will be awarded 15 points with 1 elimination, giving them 1 point each. Some teams like Geek Fam prefer to go for eliminations, trying to prioritize that over the, I would say, placement points. Sorry, Infinity, not Geek Fam. But some teams like Buriram United and also FaZe are a little bit more systematic about finding that sweet spot. Regardless, the total prize pool in play for this entire tournament is $200,000 US, and that, my friends, is a lot of money.
That's right, $200,000, and there's more to come if they do qualify for the Global Championship League. Now, let's take a look at the bonus points that they will gather, as each week teams are accumulating all these points. First place finish by the end of the week will award them with 20, and you can see the numbers dwindle down with -1 from second place all the way to 20th. So therefore, you can afford to perform really well on one week and flop the other week, where anybody who is going to drop into the 16th spot, they're not going to have all too much of a chance. And of course, these are your teams for the 2022 PMPL SEA Championship Fall.
When we talk about these groups, I think some of them are a little bit more stacked than the rest, especially when you look at Group B. I believe we have Infinity, Baonam, as well as Ego and Yoodo Alliance. But when you look at the rest as well, I can see that each group does have its potential, especially from teams with SLD from Group E, ShineLikeDiamond, brand new underdog into this series, and their potential has been pretty impressive, showing some veteran teams that they are not a team to be trifled with.
That's right, and of course, we're gonna have another look at the current standings. Once again, Ego, like we said, have been able to topple the rest of the competition on day 1. We'll see whether or not can they do it again, as they have a total of 49 points. Followed by that, it's Geek Fam of Malaysia at second spot with 44, and 42 goes over to another Indonesian squad, and that is GD, making time, making it into top 4. We have Yoodo Alliance of Malaysia, and of course, in the top 10, we have VPE, FaZe Clan, Buriram United, SLD, as well as the Savior.
I think it's really scary to think about how these teams, as well as SLD, are just making it up here to the top 10. And you also have your, I would say, more veteran teams. Right now on the lower spots, Boom Esports has been here for a long time. SEM9, 2E, NFT Infinity, Baonam. 4 Rivals, DBD, and TEM are teams that I think are looking to make a comeback, or at least to climb up to the top of the charts if possible. We all know how much bonuses you can get at the end of the week in terms of a weekly. You know how much more extra points you can get for eliminations as well. So it depends on each team how exactly they want to achieve these KPIs, or rather these, I would say, these, what's the word, objectives that they have in mind as they move forward throughout the week. We've seen teams like, say, Infinity like to play very aggressive early, but are these high-risk, high-reward plays actually worth it? Is it working out for them? And what exactly can they do to rectify the problems or mistakes they saw yesterday?
Well, overall, I think that it's more of a positioning error as well as misprioritization when it comes down to the early games that they've been taking too many fights. As for Geek Fam, they were able to achieve both, where they have to fight their way into the circle, and they managed to achieve a chicken dinner back in the Sanok round. And moving back to what you've mentioned about Infinity, sure, they may look like they're not at their best level of form to start off the week, but they're still in a really healthy state, close up their quota for the weekend.
I think what's really interesting to see is the fact that we started off the day yesterday with 2 Malaysian teams getting the chicken dinner, and then after that it was all about the Thai and the Indonesian teams. Now, this is a very interesting sort of like twist, I would say, as a lot of the fans out there are kind of like rooting for the Thai teams. But this shows in terms of competitiveness from different regions and different countries are all showing that potential and fighting each way to, I would say, to counter each other in terms of their plays. And I think for me personally, I'm a huge fan of just seeing the underdog stories, ShineLikeDiamond surprising us all, especially because usually when we go into the league, these newer teams tend to have a little bit of a harder time. But for them, they're holding their ground very well.
That's right, and they just have this never say die attitude to basically challenge some of the veteran squads that have been in the Southeast Asia Championship for many of these seasons. Now we're going to be moving into Sanok for our very first matchup, and these are some of the teams that have been performing very well from yesterday's run. And we have already seen accumulatively from even the past week itself, they have some high score averages, and we're still looking at GD, FaZe Clan, Geek Fam to be some of the hot favorites.
I think when we look at right now, starting on Sanok, we're going to go with CABDE, followed by Miramar for BCDE, ACDE for Miramar, and then ABCD for Erangel, and finally ABCE for Erangel. So starting off today is A, B, D, and E. So that means we're not seeing Group C play. There's no 2E, there's no FaZe Clan, there's no NFT, as well as SEM9. Now, with the performance from Geek Fam yesterday, we all know that Geek Fam can be a very momentum-heavy team, and perhaps they're going to be feeling really good as we go into Sanok, and I have a feeling that they may just perform again. Regardless though, I have a feeling that for the Thai teams, they do love playing aggressive, especially for VPE in the previous seasons, where Sanok was basically their, I would say like their little snack hut, where they're just going around and getting so many kills. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the same thing happen today.
I love the way you put it, snack hut, where every single area you see a store, okay, let's purchase some snacks, get a little bit of bites, and of course, by then, I hope they do have space for the dinner itself. And speaking of which, of course, we're going to be looking at some of all these sort of possibilities, right? For the teams that may not have the best run yesterday. This is it's always a brand new day to kick things off in a very different outlook overall. So we definitely want to have a look at some of the offers that PUBG Mobile has in store for us.
Yep, there'll be Nusa, the brand new map out here, very Indiana Jones-like, very adventure-ish, where you can actually try out the new tactical crossbow in the map itself. And I have to say that mastering the crossbow would give you a lot of value, especially if you're in a pickle, you don't even have a lot of other weapons to use. This might surprise you in terms of the performance that it can give you on this map.
That's right, and there's so many more new things that's in store for you when you hit into the smallest map of it all. But other than that, you can check out the Clairvoyant box set as well as the Midas Fortune set, where you could get all of this by subscribing to the new Royal Pass available right now. So ensure that you get your friends along to play with you, and you'll be able to quickly get those pretty good-looking skins.
I don't know why, when I look at it, I think of the opera, like, the Phantom of the Opera is here.
Hey, what if there's a collaboration in the future with that?
That would be really cool, though. That would be really cool. But that's also another
Imagine
skin.
when you drive and then the team song plays. Da, da,
Oh,
da, da,
dude,
da.
that is scary. That is so scary. But speaking of scary, you know what else is scary? This skin. Imagine if you see someone running at you with this particular skin, the Spectral Swan set and the Cosmic Inquisitor set. It's scary because it's so shiny, it's so eye-catching, and you see this team with like a freaking Groza or something, and you're just running for your life.
You want to be that person with this costume, that's
Heck
for
yeah,
sure.
yeah.
It is a brand new ultimate set that's available, and I gotta say, my hands are itching to get this set.
Then you know what else is cool? The PMCC hashtag 1squad1gold. This is for you guys here in Malaysia. This is the second qualifier. So you guys over in campus, join now because there's a 40,800 ringgit prize pool for you guys to grab. You know what? I'm really jealous. Back when I was in university, I didn't have any of this.
That's right, and I guess like if we're 10 years younger, we'll be playing instead of talking on the mic. And
yeah.
hopefully we do get our hands on that 40K, but you guys can do so. Hashtag 1squad1goal for PMCC. But other than all these other good stuff, what truly is cool is we do have the first original PUBG Mobile sports car with true speed comes real attitude, as we have the Facilious set of skins for all the vehicles in PUBG Mobile.
So did you like my car impression?
I love it. Maybe not so much now.
What?
It's gotta be louder. It has to rev. Now that sounds like a kapchai. Yeah, what a kapchai is like? It's like the old school motorcycles.
Motorcycles? Oh,
Yeah.
that one. Okay, so my grandpa's motorcycle, basically, you try to say.
You know, we have so many of all those sort of skins. I have not seen a skin for the tricycle.
We should. But you know what else we
they
haven't
do.
seen? Our talent predictions, and wow, we're both going for the Thai teams.
Well, I do have an Indonesian team with me though.
Oh, wait,
GD,
Indonesia, yeah,
GD,
GD,
they
yeah.
are looking fantastic, and that further convinced me that this team is down to basically dominate the entirety of the weekend. Well, it's still the weekdays though, so of course they can basically pace themselves. As for Vampire Esports, that chicken dinner last night,
That was the closest chicken
that was
dinner.
one of the craziest ones.
That
in
jump
fact.
shot saved his life. That jump shot saved his life. I mean, let's be real here. If he didn't jump, he probably would have got headshot.
Probably, but then again, there's basically nothing to lose. They just really want to close off with as much points as possible. And can they once again replicate their success here in day 2? That is for us to find out. And you guys can put in your predictions too if you're watching from TikTok, FB, or even YouTube. Go ahead, support your favorite team as we are getting ourselves ready for Santa.
I am so excited because we are seeing a more aggressive Sanoff. Yes, there's healing. We saw healing coming in from SLD, I believe, yesterday.
Bacon
Bacon Time. Sorry, Bacon Time. Yeah, we saw that happen from Bacon Time, and he healed all the way up to second place, which is honestly insane. But for Geek Fam, I think what's really insane is the fact that they lost Damroot early, but managed to get a chicken dinner with only a 3-man army. What a feat.
That's right, and Geek Fam has usually start off in the areas of ruins. We've seen teams like Infinity dominate the island inside of Patin as well, and therefore, if the circle does go back into the islands, we will expect to see some of these teams to be doing exactly the same when it comes down to execution. But let's not waste any more time. Let's kick off week 2, day 2 here in Santa. Feeling good?
Here we go, guys. The first match of week 2, day 2. I don't know why. My prediction went for Vampire Esports, but for some reason, there's like a voice in my head saying, FaZe Clan, FaZe Clan.
Well, too late to change it now.
I know, but I don't know why this feeling is here. But let's have a look at the flight path. It's gonna go up all the way to Cow, and it's gonna be toward the right side. Regardless, who's gonna go to Camp Alpha? I don't think it's gonna be a problem for anyone to get there. It's a relatively small map, but you know, going down late means that you loot late. So.
That's true, but then again, when you're inside of the island, you can have as much time as possible. Especially back in phase 1, it does not seem to close up all too quickly, so they have about 4 to 5 minutes, ample of time for them to strategize and of course set their course in this battle. Speaking of which, usually teams would mark checkpoints to get to the circle, and speaking of which, for those that are on the Charlie side of the southern terrains, they're going to have a lot of interesting ways to play this one out. Meanwhile, Boom Esports, they're about to challenge Infinity up north.
I think what's to be noted is that Boom Esports, they didn't really make a huge boom yesterday like they want to. They're one of the teams that I would say gets a little bit unlucky in terms of circle, gets a little bit unlucky when it comes to team fights as well. I think what's going on is that they're not able to match the firepower, especially from these bigger teams with a lot more, I would say, aggressiveness. And I think today they probably have a different type of play in mind, especially since for Boom yesterday, I think they lost 3, only having 1 more player alive, and they got chased all the way to the other side of the map. Can't remember which map it was though. And I think today can be their redemption day. If you look at them right now, 16th place is not the place that they want to be in.
Yeah, and I guess what could basically raise their morale is to defeat the Infinity.
Oh, that would be great for them, honestly.
That's right, and they're already on this hot pursuit. Octa as well as Haxas already looking forward for this push.
He's so low
News is the
already.
only one on the top end, though. This is going to be a little bit tricky for the Infinity.
Oh, he's in trouble! Damage comes in and he's on fire! This is not good for Boom Esports. They wanted to start the fight, but Nusa was ready for him.
My word, with only a Molotov, they managed to hinder that sort of push, but there's more to come, though. They managed to eliminate 1 member out of Boom Esports. Now, advantage over onto the side of Infinity. Another nade cooked up, and that's Mela securing the second here. And looks like they're not off to a good start yet again. Logan will go ahead to take out Bobo Full, and Mela goes ahead again. Yummy's the only one left, coming with a shotgun. What can he do? As Boom Esports once again falter, and Infinity reigns supreme.
Infinity is feeling so good about themselves today, and honestly, I would say for Boom Esports, if they wanted to initiate, I would really love to see a faster initiation, because of course, Infinity was already very much aware of their presence. Perhaps a different approach would be better. They like to start these fights, don't they?
Yeah, I guess that they do see that there is not too much of a disadvantageous situation, but when you are pushing into a compound all alone without that many intel to be provided, it's always a huge risk. And it didn't pay off at the very end. Tiger being tagged up by Yoodo Alliance. Really sharp eyes from the top of Lakawi, and Buriram United will still have their members all segregated across the coastal area of the shore. Well, for DBD, let's talk about DBD for a little bit, because yesterday they have 1 decent game, the rest not so much. So what do you think needs improvement coming in from this Malaysian squad?
It's a very interesting team about DBD. They're very, I would say that when they feel good, they can go all the way till the end. But it feels like they're just not able to kind of clinch those team fights. Positioning has been a little bit off. But the thing is about yesterday is that it's really hard to get positioning. A lot of those circles have been really unorthodox. Water circle, circles at ping pong. It's making a lot of teams kind of hard to figure out where exactly they need to go and what to do. And this is where, even though you scrim so much, in how many percent do those circles do such very interesting circles? Not a lot, right? So a lot of teams, I think perhaps they are prepared for it, but not as prepared as they would be for a normal type of circle.
Exactly, especially now that the circle's moving into its southern side. Teams like DBD, they will have to move from the northern end, and that's going to be a little bit of a journey, which they will have to bypass areas like boot camp. And as for Alter Ego, they're already in a really safe spot, I would say, as they're just by the corners of Bantai, if I'm not mistaken. SLD, quite the feat that they've managed to achieve, heading into, at the very least, the top 7 of the bracket. Well, I would basically correct myself to say top 8, but they're just 2 points shy to chase up against Buriram. one chicken dinner, we'll see them in the top 4 itself.
Honestly, would really love to see that underdog story. The Cinderella story is always one good story to root for personally. But for Baonam United, I think Baonam is a very interesting team where I would say that they haven't changed the way they've played for so many seasons. They love aggression, they love taking fights, and the way they take a compound or just rush through is with no hesitation. It's as though they say, okay, we see a team there, are we gonna crash it or not? Press yes, turn off brain, go aggressive, go crazy, and suddenly you see 3 of them already on a rampage.
Yeah, especially in the map like Sanhok, it allows them to thrive with this sort of mentality where there's so little areas for cover-ups, whereas for Box Gaming, the other counterpart from the Vietnamese region, has not been able to see great games going their way, and we have already looked at the whole overall standings, especially to our right. There's still huge chances, even for Boom Esports, if they do have a stellar game with maybe a 30-pointer to close off with, they'll be in the middle of the pack. And any team, even from 12th place onwards, can still chase up to Alter Ego. So there is absolutely no rest for the Wicked Meat. And as we are currently seeking for some action, it's going to be Daybot. It's Bot's outbreak of Box Gaming.
Oh, what a shot! That sting. If I saw my HP bar just go halfway, I'm like, oh god, no. I'm out of here. Not again.
But they're staying put, not making a run just yet. Box Gaming fancying the chance to see if they could get anyone by the caves and basically shove them deeper into that hole. But then again, it's GD, one of the top dogs of the tournament so far.
I'm just shocked that his teammate just like passed just for 1 second in the area and Daybot managed to tag him for a lot of HP. That's how sharp he is.
Indeed, and there's so many sharpshooters out here in the map where Bacon Time so far has relied on Omstyles to be able to basically collect plenty of these points back. Daybot so far looking pretty sublime on the 6x M4, dealing quite a significant damage, not only on break, but also onto SOAS. So it's basically giving warning to the rest of Box Gaming that you cannot cross the bridge until you deal with us.
Okay, I want to talk about 4 Rivals. I think they were the underdog story a few seasons ago, and I think a lot of people were kind of like rooting for them. And you know, coming up to that, I noticed that, and as we mentioned yesterday, they are very momentum heavy. They need to find that good round in order to continue forward. We have seen the potential come through here. But what exactly do you think is lacking for them yesterday?
Well, I think like it's not exactly a synergy issue. So far, they've been able to add players like Jumper, Voki into the mix. And from then on, we see a little bit more of complexity that they are offering in terms of their lineup on not only heavy firepower, but strategy has always been pretty much in the mix when you do have a few potential players that can be the in-game leader. And it's all about effective comms, I do believe. For 4 Rivals, they did have their best run securing 2nd place on the first run of Erangel. But starting off inside of Sanhok, I have not seen them having the best run thus far in the league. And therefore, they still have to work really, really hard to get to their desired spot.
I think this is the problem when I talk about these explosive, bombastic teams that when they pop off, they do so well, but at other times they just don't. This is not so great because when you are not consistently getting points in every single map, you find yourself going down. Yes, you have one good map, perhaps a chicken dinner, but if you keep going down with very low points or even 0 points, it's hard for you to keep up on teams that are getting perhaps maybe 10 to 8 points each round. They're still moving forward.
True enough, but then again, this is the nature of a really competitive league itself. Like I've always said, Southeast Asia could arguably be the best league in the world as of current. We do want to consider that PEL definitely have a lot of strong teams out there. And of course, the rest of the world do have a few squads that will be able to challenge for the world title. That's going to be happening probably by the year end itself. 4 Rivals now stalking upon members of the Savior. But falling back to that sort of conversation, many of all these teams, they never wish to be on that 16th spot, especially for Boom. They have so many of all these players that have the knowledge, the experience heading into all the other competitions. But Boom Esports definitely need to find a way to rectify many of all these early game issues that they usually run into. And once they do, I believe that mid to late game, they are a team that can be a huge contender. Well, it's been about 11 minutes now. All the teams, well, except for Boom Esports, have been rather silent on their approach. And finally, TEM breaks the silence.
I did look as well, gets knocked there. Not sure if he is getting in trouble, but look at Infinity pushing out there. It's going to be Helton waiting in the forefront for him. Don't know what they're going to do. The aggression comes through. Ripple Boy coming in from the side here. They want to save Adit Look if possible. The other members of Infinity coming through with the buggy head. They have no clue where Ripple Boy is. Shots come through. None of them connecting here, as he is going to be cooking up that nade. We have Mila from one side, spraying and praying, taking a little bit of damage. Ripple Boy throwing out that nade. Does it hit? Not quite, but looks like Adit Look. Going to be a little bit hard to be saved here, as I think he's going to be saved at the nick of time. Not quite.
Not quite. Logan tossed the perfect grenade on top of Yoodo Alliance, and they took too long as they hung about the northern section of Lakawi, and now they have to face off against the Infinity, who have moved relatively quicker and have intercepted the rest of Yoodo Alliance. It's a really tough spread coming out of Yoodo Alliance. It's going to be hard for them to even go in for cover fire. And in this occasion, the Infinity, even though they're on the low ground, they have the edge against Yoodo Alliance.
Not quite sure if they're continuing the scrim right now. Looks like Api finding BPE Ravenclaw on one side. So that means that it's finally happening, but it wasn't with GDGID. Oh, sorry. Yeah, was it? Yeah, it was. It was GDGID beside them earlier. It was something else. But for now, looks like Yoodo Alliance, they're stuck outside of the circle. It's going to be a little bit hard to contend against Infinity as they move down into there. But I think the one thing they can have solace about is the high ground against the other members. But look at Nusi. He's pretty much ready on the other side of the high ground terrain, ready to give support for his teammates, giving information and the long-range support.
Indeed, and Nusi was the one that had been able to help the team secure 3 points. And of course, a member of theirs will be able to take out the entirety of Boom Esports. Nusi
he's going straight
continues
up there.
to be the MVP of the overall elimination points that have been gathered up. And from this position, Nusi might be able to find more.
Yeah, the high ground, all of them just surrounding Yoodo Alliance. It's going to be so hard for them to breach through. Perhaps Yoodo Alliance can just reconvene, maybe do a further away rotation, but in their position here, to do a rotation is going to be hard in itself, as we know that Infinity is a team that's pretty good at chasing. We've seen it happen yesterday. They found the last member of the team. They annihilated to the ends of the world, but the circle going ping-pong to the right side.
And it seems like the advantage will be given over to Box Gaming as well as Buriram United. Great predictions coming out of majority of all these teams. Geek Fam will have a difficult journey to move right into the areas of Cave. And keep in mind, there's always that river that they have to cross.
Ooh.
So it is a little bit dicey, but more and more fights will happen in the meantime. As for now, DBD is the one furthest away over the northern section. And if they go further down, they'll be meeting up with 4 rivals. Infinity will have to burn some of the resources, but they have been able to keep Yoodo Alliance at bay. Rebel Boy, 13 first 8. He doesn't want to utilize all of it, but he's forced to wrap himself up, and this will slowly chip all the resources out of Yoodo Alliance.
Alter Ego as well, still in the blue zone. We know that Beacon Time as well, all the way out there in Sami. They found Alter Ego very far away from the circle when you think about it. And I think the idea was perhaps they want to play the healing game just as well, but no clue what exactly they have in mind here, because in a way, if Alter Ego did find them, it means a lot of bandages. Olio waiting at the bottom. He did not spot him.
My goodness, this could be really troublesome for Infinity. Logan, he might just be picked off, but Olio didn't even force the commotion against the Infinity. 2 members now planted across. Olio can basically take them down, but Mela as well as Nusa, they're basically utilizing every single first eights, and man, this is taking a while here.
They really
phase 4.
want this. I would say they really want this fight. They want this. Oh, they did spot out Olio. They were just trying to find a different area to play, and Olio playing really quiet here with the prone, taking some damage there from the blue zone. He will have Repo Boy giving him some support from the backside. So Olio will slowly prone himself backward. Here comes the nade. Does it hit? Oh my god, perfect shot onto him. Here comes the barbecue as well. But here's Repo Boy just waiting for that golden opportunity.
Nusa has been spotted out by Repo Boy as well. Now holding on to the M4. He's going to go in with a Jiggle Peek. He does spot him out. Infinity, they are slowly tying the knots here. And they're just leaving this guy be. It doesn't matter if he provides information because Yoodo Alliance is stuck. Like, there's no cover ground. Infinity just have the upper hand. Meanwhile, Sunoa's going for that push. All alone, Voki will be able to trade from the back of the rock. And he's not going to be all too much in the hard place. He will eventually secure the kill, but there's still Capone on the lower end. Max LV will try to find a flank angle instead. 4 rivals have been able to dominate the hill. Capone gets his health bar chipped off. He's going to try to cook this nade up. Can he find the knock against April?
The hit is the question. Don't think so. April does get knocked eventually by Max. But Api so very low. Shreps from one side. Does find one victim. Gonna send him straight to the lobby. VPE playing the third party perfectly well. Getting a point out of it as well as Api as well. Alive by the skin of his teeth and finally out of the game.
They just got pincered up. Tough luck for 4 rivals. Now,
there is still
with only Voki, though, he's basically running to the outskirts. He doesn't want to deal with Vampire Esports. And they have even more firepower. They lost to BN United. 2 points have been claimed by the Vietnamese side. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports will only be able to back 1 pointer for themselves. My goodness, the circles have been erratic.
This is very, very erratic. Now going up to the northern side. Now, what I want to say is that I'm surprised that VPE decided not to push out. And I think now that we've seen the circle, I understand why. VPE is not allowing or gatekeeping BN United. Like it or not, BN, Bao Nam will have to push through them, have to take the fight. And they do have a compound as well. It's not worth it for them to push out of the circle just for that.
That's right, and BN United still seeking out for the sole member of 4 rivals. Voki, he's making slight movements. Max LV might have actually spotted him out. Where you gonna crawl, my friend? Well, he's only got that UMP, and there we go. Voki with the first few shots. Now it's gonna be head-to-head between the 2 of them, but too many of the members of BN United will be able to send them off of this match. Rough started yet again for 4 rivals. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports, they hurt those shots, and they won in.
Ravenclaw, he has his eyes on the members of BN. Haven't pushed out yet. Silence playing on the other side. This is good. They don't play together. It's less risk of them getting blown up together or getting sprayed at. But how exactly are they planning on passing through? A team like VPE, we've seen Stone do those long-range shots, and he's good at those multi-frags as well.
Indeed, and we're having a commotion by the bridge, though. SLD now being challenged right under the bridge. They do arrive as they swim right through, but Kwang, he hasn't checked his back, though. Fnatic will take him down. And Alter Ego will still survive, but they're outside in the blue zone. Goku trying to play it cool. And there's also TEM just by the river, trying to cut across. Mormon, he doesn't seem to suspect this, though. Even with a heavy artillery weapon in the hands of Goku, he doesn't seem like he could possibly do much. He's just going to lurk. Meanwhile, Alter Ego will eventually pick them off as well.
That's
and it's
a long-range shot!
All the way from the hill. It's Allen.
Oh my god, it's a great time for him to intervene, as right now Alter Ego is in trouble. Takes one fight, TM is there as well, but have a look at Geek Fam. We know that yesterday Geek Fam had one of the greatest runs on this map. They're still surviving with 4. One is knocked, but I don't think it's going to be a problem for them to pick them up. Regardless, Mika is going to pick up snipes on the other side. We have his teammates on the higher ground there just to provide some support, but the circle will be favoring DX and GD. Booms is already at the southern side.
And I would say that Buriram United, though it looks good for them, they're just by the outskirts and they have to dive into the quarry. And they're going to be stuck there for quite a while. Keep in mind, Infinity is on the top end of the map as well, along with DVD. Yoodo Alliance slowly sliding in, and Geek Fam getting chipped off. Bacon Time having 9 noise, dealing the damage, but they're getting traded back as well. Yuhai has man mark onto him. And with Isis slowly bleeding out by the blue, they're going to claim that 1 pointer eventually. And there's nothing much that Bacon Time can do about that.
What's great about Bacon Time is their positioning has been pretty good, but now he's in trouble. Here comes Schweppes! Was not expecting them from down below. That is a nasty angle to deal with, but Ravenclaw is in trouble now as BN Max pushing through. The other members as well falling in from behind. We do know the other members is crazy enough to just push through. Look at how BN United push inside. It's scary. It's a statement as they get 1 more before Max goes down, cooking up that nade. It's gonna be silent. Don't know if he blew anyone out, but here comes Box from Bensu as well. Wants to join in on the action.
Baonam at least gets themselves 4 elimination points before securing the 12th spot. Vampire Esports on the streak right now with that 5 elimination points. Perfect defensive setup coming in from the Thailand squad. And of course, we still have more action to go by the corners of Quarry. And Baonam will continue on with 5 pointers before they go out. Box Gaming all stuck behind that rock. 1 grenade is all it takes for DX to wipe them all clean.
Oh, here we go. Is it gonna hit is the question. Don't
that's
think
just a smoke
so.
grenade.
Oh man, I'm so disappointed. I love when people go boom.
Well, it may just happen right now.
Is it now?
Well, we just gotta wait for it. Rabis tossing 1. He does get another member
There's
of
still
Box
1
Gaming
more.
clip.
Bensu.
Going for more though. And there's nothing much that Box Gaming can do. But Bensu will make the difference here with the tags going onto the members of DX. But from downtown yet again, it's GD.
They are so good at this third-party long-range sort of attacks. It's been great for them. Third party is a strat, and their strat is to stay as far away from the chaos as possible, but still getting enough away to get those points, and that's damn rude. Out of the way as well. GID, what the heck? Out of nowhere, you're just collecting points left and right, and you're not even in the fight itself.
And Geek Fam has been shut down along with TEM. That only leaves 8 more teams in this really scuffy terrain. It's really hard to even get cover from, and you can see teams are struggling to find ways to get by, and that circle further strafed towards the northwestern end of the region, and that gives DX a lot of room to breathe. They don't really have to move too much. Tries to cover over on the northern section, but GID, they're just gonna wait for the time to strike. BRU being very close in proximity.
Oh my God.
While Mine AP has been clipped out. Rebel Boy managed to take one down before they fall out.
Oh, Yoodo Alliance. 8th place now, but Infinity, they are still on a roll. They are on fire, and they are feeling really good about themselves, especially after rolling over one team. BRU, it's so hard for them to push into the terrain, but here's Daybot, throws out that nade. Does it hit anyone is the question, don't think so. See, GID's positioning is just so good. They're not too close with each other, but the crossfire from them is just really, really well done.
And eventually, everybody has to go into the middle pit of the quarry. And this is going to be murky waters here, tainted by blood with Lamborghini. Just getting some elevated angles against BRU. GD is going to have a little bit of cover from down below. Stone will not be able to survive outside the play zone, and therefore Vampire Esports will be on down plays with 5 limbs. Tiger tries to trade right back. There is a member of BRU that needs help, and they only have so little time. 30 seconds from now, they have to basically snug tight deeper into the circle. Infinity, they have lasted this long, hitting into the top 6. They're here for the challenge.
Oh man, Echo now out of the game, and we finally have our top 5. For now, looking at the aggression come through BAC, only one member left. They are playing the healing game here as Infinity. The other members, they're trying to find that perfect spot. No, they did spot out BRU, but Infinity getting that pick onto Kengzo. Lamborghini from the top side here, still waiting for the right opportune moment before they start shooting.
And the problem now lies in the hands of the Savior. They have to push downwards. You can see that Infinity as well as GD are basically the hunters in the pit. There's another nade that falls down below, and they still manage to find their way to pick onto Lamborghini. To find the angle, though, and Daybot is the one that goes down instead. More and more commotion right down below. Boom! Gets knocked out with a grenade, and Logan just sitting tight. 8 points in for the Infinity, and it will still be the Savior here to close off the match in style.
Oh my god, D Xavier. This is a less aggressive D Xavier that is waiting for the right opportune moment. Really liking their positioning and liking their trigger discipline, not attacking when they know that all the other teams are pretty, I would say, healthy in terms of health as well as their utilities. So what they did was just wait for the right moment, wait for everyone to fight, and then suddenly come in and say, surprise, I'm still here.
That's right, and the Savior finally found themselves the chicken dinner here after a long draw heading into day 1, and day 2 is where they shine brothers to kick off our first match of the day in Sanok. So congratulations to them, hailing from PMPL Vietnam.
I think what's really interesting to talk about is the contrast from yesterday's match and today's. How much more fast-paced the match is from the beginning to end of Sanok on day 1. And for day 2, you saw a much slower pace as a lot of the teams are taking their time, finding the right positioning, as well as some of them trying to figure out whether or not they want to play the healing game or they want to go aggressive.
Yeah, and we did get some early action, though, coming in from Infinity, where they managed to take out the entirety of Boom, who was hoping to regain their pride as well as their momentum. But unfortunately, Nusa, he's just way too good. He took down 3 of those members, and once we go into the middle of all these sort of chaos, and on top of those skills, it wasn't favorable for teams like 4 Rivals. Even Bacon Time eventually got many of their members taken out. Under the bridge, we saw SLD as well as Alter Ego just fending each other off by the blue zone, and nobody basically came up on top out of that situation.
I think the problem is right now is just how ping-pongy the circle was. It's hard for everyone to shift and move as the circle went from the right to the left to the top side. Regardless, for GD, really liking how they're playing third-party strats as well. We saw how they just get those long-range shots, seeing them not try to intervene until the last possible moment. I think the only problem toward the last part that kind of stopped them from getting the chicken dinner was their positioning at the bottom side. It was a little bit hard for them because the terrain was not in their favor. But as for DX, you see how much areas they have covered on the top side. They have a shooting nest on there. They have the top side of the quarry side. So it's really good for them.
Indeed, and I thought that they will eventually have to dive right into the pit, but they find those optimal angles that they didn't even need to make that leap of faith, and therefore close off the game without needing to overcommit against GD, Infinity, as well as Buriram United. But it's been impeccable where we saw GD just securing those numbers from afar. That headshot coming from Allen, we never suspected that to even come into fruition. And even though the Savior here has managed to achieve that chicken dinner, take a look at GD. They managed to secure 19 points, and Infinity comes in with 1 point shortage of 18.
Honestly, are you surprised though? I mean, DX was playing the waiting game. Their priority in mind has always been positioning, has always been the circle, has always been the chicken dinner. So you're not seeing them take unnecessary fights, but it could have been more points if they decide to go a little bit more aggressive and get those extra and just kind of roll down both teams at the same time. Regardless, for GD, look at the elimination, 7 to Infinity with 8. So you saw the aggression coming through in for Infinity, but for GD, they're playing the third party, just getting those long range kills and snipes. But for Max, we are going to be seeing the MVP here. And are you surprised? The aggression coming in for him, there is no hesitation at all, especially as he initiates those fights, leading the charge for his teammates.
And he basically managed to activate many of all of these fights and still managed to make the cut. WBN United may not have made it into the top 5 of the standings in this very first match. They've been able to deal a lot of all these heavy hits onto the teams that could have basically made it in very safely, such as Vampire Esports. That definitely forced them into a pickle of a situation, and Max LV could basically do even better from here on.
But let's have a look at the weekly rankings right now, where we're seeing GD go straight to the top, overtaking AE, 61 points for them total. And if you look at AE going to second place with 52, DX now at 51. Look how far up they've gone, and that's because of just one chicken dinner, and Geek Fam now fallen into 4th place. I have to say, what's really interesting about this particular match is that which teams that really shown yesterday were not able to today. I mean, when you see the way each team fights, it really shows like almost like a statement on like what they've learned from yesterday. For Infinity, if they say that someone is pushing out to them, they just wait for them to come into their arms before they just finally choke them to death. And as for the other teams, I think the problem is positioning. It's just a circle, it's just terrain, it's just a more of an unlucky situation, I would say.
And overall, I think that they have understood that even if it's all about positioning heading into that matchup inside Sanhok, it's how they managed to defend their ground. Buriram United has been able to do that very effectively so, but one of the more impressive teams heading into that matchup itself was Infinity. We saw them moving in from all the way from Cloud as they take out Boom Esports, and then after that, halted Yoodo Alliance outside of the blue zone until they were out of the match itself. That was pretty brutal.
It is brutal, I would say, because personally for me, I don't know if I would spend so much time trying to chase a team that's already stuck outside of the blue zone, but we all know that Infinity has always prioritized those elimination points, so they are going to be chasing from beginning to end. I just didn't kind of like realize how far they would chase. You can see how erratic their rotations were, especially toward the top side there, as they were chasing up the other members of Yoodo Alliance. Regardless, for DX, if you look at the time they spent inside blue, it was 0. They were just gunning from that middle ground, and they didn't move an inch without even showing that their presence in the area.
Exactly, and many of the other teams were expecting it to swerve further down into the riverside on the southern areas of play. But instead, heading into Quarry, it has always been a very difficult terrain to basically break out of. As you can already tell, so many of these teams were forced to play outside of the zone, such as DBD, Box Gaming, and also Geek Fam. And the only few teams that have been able to get a decent area of play is either to hide right below, or as for DX case, they've been here the longest time, so they know where exactly to look towards, where over the backs it's all cleared up. And look at this line that they've been able to basically set up. It's a full B line looking down upon the rest of the squads that were struggling to take each other out. And of course, by the end of it all, DX had the numbers. They had every resource possible to close out the match.
Yep, and I have to say that it's really great for them. How they actually take those fights have been really phenomenal. And with 5 elimination points, give them 20, and I think it's enough for them because they do want to make up from yesterday. I think the idea is for them, as yesterday perhaps we were a little bit too aggressive. Let's try and change up the way we play a little bit more defensive instead of aggressive, and see how far we go. And I think it's working out great for them, especially as in a map as, I would say, as erratic as this particular Sanhok map, as the circle is ping-ponging up and down. But for now, let's have a look at what we can see from the map itself just now. And I think we can see DX head-to-head against GD, 5 to 7 eliminations. But look at the damage DX has done, which shows that I think the problem is it's not like they're not trying to take these fights. They are putting in the damage. Either they're getting kills stolen, or they're just not able to just finish them off.
And GD, they're basically the Punishers, right? Like they come in from off angles, and they basically pry onto teams that were in the middle of fights. And therefore, GD, they may not basically offer those head-to-head rackets where you want to tear down armors, you want to go in for those sort of knocks. They just take basically the most efficient way possible to secure those high scores. Now, we're going to be moving forward to our next match. It's going to be Miramar, where Buriram United has the best possible points in this matchup. As on top of that, we have Alter Ego that has been performing very consistently, and they usually score really high ranking points in this matchup itself. Other than that, we have 2 teams from Thailand, Bacon Time as well as FaZe. We'll see whether or not can they step up. Bacon Time has been able to show some prowess in Sanhok. As for FaZe Clan, I believe they were taking a rest, and this will be their first match of the day.
I think it's really good for FaZe starting off on this map in particular, especially if you move toward Miramar, where it's a little bit bigger. You need to be in the right mental state to figure out where exactly you're going to take that space, how exactly you're going to get there. And I think for FaZe, we know that they're very, very good at finding that positioning as well as playing aggressive at the right time and right moment. But I'm really hoping to see that it's going to be someone else from FaZe up there, but it's hard to compete against Tony K, who really likes playing aggressive, who really isn't scared to kind of lead the charge. And that's the reason why, for a long time, Tony K's name is technically, like, I would say, household name when you think about PMPL Thailand.
That's right, and of course he started from a really young age, and from then on everybody has seen his potential, what he could possibly do, and he was being named as the next Ryzen, the next Yuhai, the next superstar of PUBG Mobile, and indeed he has been more than just a star. But you guys could be a star too if you look forward to all these great collaborations. We got good news for you because we have potentially new skins coming in from Bobo Boy. What's the news? We'll basically let you know when it comes to a few weeks later, where you can find all the cool stuff that's coming in with this collab.
I think I really like this collab because Monster Studio, I was seeing them tweet and they were just so excited for this collaboration. As a studio here in Malaysia, growing throughout Southeast Asia, and now making a collaboration with PUBG Mobile shows like how iconic it can be to see a studio from Malaysia and Southeast Asia collaborate with such a big name to just show their mark in the game.
That's right, and if you guys are down to party every weekday, you have the phase 2 of Rabu Padu, as it has already begun, and you can basically collect all these points and get rewarded with all these classic coupon trades. If you don't have enough of all these schemes, well, who says that we're not offering? So basically, party up with your squad and hit into your Rabu Padu matches every Wednesday.
I think what's really great about this as well is that you can have like one particular day just to make sure that you play and meet with your friends. And on top of that, you will be rewarded for it as well. So don't forget, guys, on Wednesdays, Rabu Padu will be around. So make sure to hashtag that and invite your friends to play with you as well.
That's right. And of course, we're setting up for our second match, and that will be inside Miramar. Now that we have Group B joining back on board, this is going to get a little bit more rowdy because we have already looked at some of these stats. Alter Ego's been doing really well. And, well, just to correct myself, it's Group C that moves in. FaZe Clan, I think we have already highlighted players like Tony K. The other player that has been the constant of the team has been MR5. I think he's the longest standing member that have been playing with the squad overall. So his leadership, his knowledge, and the way that he approaches the game itself has been impeccable. But heading into week 2, they seem to have a little bit of struggle, and let's see if they can basically break that drought.
Okay, let's have a look at the talent prediction, because right now it's going to be Yoodo Alliance for me and Vampire Esports for Contra. And I think this is a really exciting thing to talk about because Yoodo Alliance yesterday did have a pretty good run. And coming in after their performance just now at Sanok, I think they are more hungry than ever to come through. This is where they can reconvene and figure out what exactly that went wrong and how exactly they can find that balance. But for Vampire Esports, I think for this sort of map, they really, I would say, excel. Especially when you think about how their positioning has been, how aggressive they've been. I think from yesterday, they might just continue the momentum.
That's true, and Yoodo Alliance definitely have showed their strength in numbers when it comes down to that fight that happened in Minas Generalis, and they have been able to achieve such a high score, even though they did not close out with that chicken dinner. So with that said, I really wonder what else could they possibly do from here on. Wait a minute, they did get a chicken dinner today?
Who?
Yoodo Alliance?
No.
Yesterday?
Yesterday? Yes, they did.
Yeah. So I have to correct myself if that's the case. Yep, they did manage to get that win. And of course, it's always a brand new slate for them to start things off. And we're going to even have a look at teams like 4 Rivals that have their own fair share of struggles, which back in their own region, they were once upon a time Kings of Miramar. So what happened to these guys?
I think it's more of like how, I mean, momentum can be one problem, but another is like each team is actually just improving every single season. Like some teams, they do maintain the same sort of play style that we see, like say Infinity, who likes to play aggressive, BN finding the right time, and also FaZe playing in that balanced sort of state. Now for 4 Rivals, I think it's just that they're not able to adjust to these changes. I mean, this is still week 2, and we know that for 4 Rivals, it takes a while for them to find their footing.
That's right, and on top of it all, of course, all these 16 teams are all set to play out on the biggest map of it all. Now, just having a glimpse of the trend of the circle. So, of course, we covered ground on Minas Generales. There was also another one that did move across the corners over on the northern section as well. Heading in the southern side, I don't think we've seen all too much just yet. Always do look forward to things to happen inside Picado. But of course, let's turn the energy up as we are basically ready to take on all these challenges that Miramar has to offer. So Tash, you ready for this?
Heck yeah, so let's go into Miramar. This is match 2 for week 2, day 2. Let's go into the sandy islands of Miramar.
I do love myself sandy islands.
It's
but
not
if
really
this
an
is
island.
an island, it's a huge island.
It might be, we don't know.
Actually, you know, I would absolutely agree with you because, like, when it comes down to geography and such, who really knows what other terrains does PUBG Mobile offer, right? And speaking of which, the brand new map Nusa, if that becomes, you know, the next competitive map, you know how crazy it could possibly get, especially with all the new weapons that have been introduced. In the 1x1 map, I don't think it can fit 20 teams though. I mean, 16 still asking for too much. With the flight path now coming in from the southeastern side, heading into La Cabrera. It is a fair option for most of these teams. As for others that like to go into Cristobal, Terra Blanca, we're looking at 4 Rivals to have a difficult stretch, along with other squads that usually move past the northern area. PUBG Esports in particular usually would be taking over onto the far ends, but doesn't seem like they'll be able to do so this time around, as we have a clearer passage for Ego Esports to move into Chumachera, and we're already seeing casualties set inside of Los Leones. 3 teams inside of the biggest city of the map.
Centralized circle, I think this is a sigh of relief for everyone, especially as yesterday's circles have been pretty unconventional. For Yoodo Alliance, this was the map that they managed to get a chicken dinner on yesterday, right after Geek Fam's actually, after they managed to get it on Sanhok. And I think they would love to replicate that same success again today. I think for one great thing about Yoodo Alliance yesterday is that they really took their time trying to play survivability before they finally went aggressive toward the final parts of the circle. And I think that's a good thing, because at that point, all those kills will be falling into your pocket. Granted, if you have the right positioning and crossfires with your teammates, but look at these sounds of gunfire coming through here.
They're chasing.
They are chasing, and Yen's just running for his life right now.
I don't think he has any weapons, and Geek Fam, they're ever ready to take them on. Wow, we have the AKM and another SMG as well for Damroot.
Oh, Damroot's playing this map.
Then this is the problem about moving up north when the flight path doesn't favor them at all. Within that shack, I wonder what Echo's got. It's always a box of surprise, but in this case, a box of nothing.
Wow, Jinx. He's just being so quiet at all. Like, no echoes, nothing. And I really hope that Yen can distract his teammate, or distract Geek Fam rather, instead of letting him die punching the air. That would not be good.
Geek
All
Fam,
of them in one vehicle? Oh!
Well, I guess it explains, right? But they're not willing to take that risk, though, and therefore Geek Fam, they're just continuing with their loots if they could, but they will be able to just steer clear out of danger. But if Jimmy does have a weapon right now and blows up the vehicle,
I don't
Geek
think
Fam's
they
gonna
do.
be in a rough state. But thankfully, Geek Fam, they survive.
Yeah, look at that. They haven't had a single moment to loot. Just really shows how much faster Geek Fam was in terms of finding that early weaponry. Because the idea was drop at the same spot as someone else, grab loots as fast as possible, annihilate them. I think the idea for that team was just to grab the vehicle that was the priority. Because for this map in particular, how important it is to be able to be the mobility is important.
That's right. And I was just taking a glimpse of NFT Esports that have just joined into the competition today on the second match. Two names in particular that I've been eyeing out for is Sovel as well as Drawn. Both of these players have been playing for back in the days, RRQ Ryu, and of course with the rename of Ryu. They've been doing relatively well, and they have been the most familiar face that we've been seeing out of PMPL Indonesia. And hence why we've seen NFT doing miraculous work from time to time. Yet again, heading into week 2, it's been a little bit difficult for NFT Esports, but they have some amazing games that was in store for them. BN United, we had seen them going on the teardown. But in Miramar, of course, after 5 minutes of play, there's only one member that has dropped out, and that was from Bacon Time, from the very, very early skirmish inside of Los Leones. Sam9 also steps into the party. Have secured only 11 points. Got a lot to work towards for.
For Sam9, this is... I would say yesterday was not their best run. I wouldn't say... I would say that their firepower was kind of lacking, especially when it came to those team fights as well. It felt like there was a bit of a disconnect between the teammates and them. You see them a little bit disconnect, or their timing in terms of rotations was not coming through on time, or they were caught, pincered, or cornered from different teams. Regardless, for FaZe, we haven't seen them yet today, but I know all eyes are on them. Here comes the pressure of being the best team in your region when you've been performing for so many different seasons, but I think they're used to it. This is just another day for them.
That's right. And first, you really want to start off strong. Therefore, just gathering as much resources for these squads that are still in play. As for Bacon Time, losing one member could affect them a little bit, especially in such a vast map. But they've been able to secure elevated grounds for themselves, especially in the central area. This could be vital for teams to be planted into optimal angles, and we've already seen Schweppes on top, and he's already sending bullets straight at Trisme.
Just Schweppes things.
Yeah. It's like, I'm warning you, don't step into Minas. You can stay in the graveyard. If you step out, you will be planted in the graveyard later.
You know that meme from Lion King? You see that sun? All the area that the sun touches belongs to us. But what about the areas that are in the shadows? That is where you should not go.
Uh-huh.
You don't know?
I know. I do. But once again, it reveals our age, so
Yo,
I'd rather not.
As if the younger generation don't watch Lion King.
Has been remade, and I have not even watched
Don't watch
the
the
remake version of it.
Don't watch the remake. Production was just like...
Showing the thumbs down.
Yeah. He likes the cartoon.
Yeah, we all love the original stories out there. And, man, I guess they don't make things as good as it used to.
There's
anymore.
a reason why it's a cartoon, okay?
Yeah.
There's
and
a
it's
reason.
all fiction, I guess. But what's true?
Why did you have to hurt me that way?
I'm not meaning to hurt you.
Don't ruin my childhood, bro.
Yeah, and of course, for those of you guys who want to live the dream, sign up for PMCC 2022, scan that QR code. You could be walking away with a launcher of 40,800 ringgit if you're from Malaysia. And of course,
look at him
back
just
to
change
our
the subject,
stories,
guys.
right?
Like,
yeah.
he just
So
run away from responsibility.
Speaking of, all these sort of tales to be told, I wonder if there's any fairy tale story for some of these teams out here contending. Bacon Time, they had a lot of roster changes throughout the years. This time, qualifying for the SEA Championship itself has been rather a challenging journey. I could always say the same because the PMPL Thailand side have so many teams that has been stacked. And Infinity has always been that familiar face throughout the past year till today.
Venomella, we know that he loves long-range hits. He loves playing those grenades. But for now, Mela is just being the scout, relaying information. And it would be really awesome if we saw an all-out warfare between Infinity and FaZe. So can you just imagine these two giants having a fight and the whole world watches? That would be like a show in itself.
And for the PMPL Thai side, it's like, it's just another day.
Yeah, for the rest of us, though, we're like, heck yeah, fight, fight, fight.
Eventually they will. Look at the circle, though, moving up towards the northern side. It's going to be in the areas of St. Martin as well as Power Grid. And that is also a place where Sem9 will be able to get a lot of attention. So long as other teams move up the hill, Sem9 should be rewarded, unless if they don't hold their ground. Infinity, with the rotation into Montenegro, that will have them meet with the rest of BN United, while NFT, they have the entire section of St. Martin. That's going to be a great place for them to hold out, whereas there's still other teams that are by the corners, still finding their way inwards to the circle. GD finds a pick, and Trips, he's already getting tagged, and it's stoned. And Box Gaming will eventually lose out with Bensu taken out.
Thought Bensu would be the one to survive as he was all the way outside, but Break being on this corner gives a lot of value to the team as he will get a 1-for-1 trade, avenging his teammate. They can still pick up the other one, regardless. Oh my god! No, here comes Geek Fam, everyone, with Yuhai getting a pick, and they can go aggressive if they want to before box resets.
That's great intel given over from Damroot as well as Snipes, as he have been able to relay it to Yuhai, and that made it much more easier. And Box Gaming will eventually have another member being knocked down. More and more these nades flying in. Break, he should have enough time to go in for the rescue though. Yuhai getting tagged by Trisme. And this is going to be a really tough compound to even hold out from. Bacon Time, they are a little far away, and they will be taxed by Fluke out of Vampire Esports, so that will be them. Big suppress for now, Box Gaming. They want to settle the scores, and they are trying to find ways to defend this. Geek Fam, they're finding ways to wrap around. Micah dropping down 60%. Snipes going in to take one more member out of Box Gaming. And Soaz, he can only hold for so long. He's already moving in towards the top corner of the hut. Micah giving a hand to Damroot. Yuhai starting up. Geek Fam, 2 members knocked.
Managed to get the reset though, but Soaz will be a little bit faster than getting 1 point for himself from Geek Fam. But from the other side, here's Micah throwing out those shots left, right, and gets one eventually. And here comes the double swing from Micah and Damroot moving up forward. Trisme running for his life, but look at Vampire Esports coming in for the third party. They are going crazy. They want to be part of this party as well.
And here goes more and more of all these bats flying in the way. Micah quickly goes in for a little reset. They have already lost one. They don't want to lose more members in this skirmish because there's a lot of fight happening here. And the third party being Vampire Esports to dictate the pace of this fight. It's a little bit of a gridlock for the two teams that are inside of the shacks. Vampire Esports just treading with caution. And there's basically no escaping from the grasp of this Thai team who's just waiting to strike.
It's rough. Ravenclaw already primed the area. Look at how much space they have, trying to make sure that no one's coming in for the backstab. And suddenly we hear a cut of noise. No one's making a single sound as they just kind of like wait it out, because this is a situation that is scary for both teams. They know the aggression coming through from VPE, and if they were both to get low, VPE will just kind of like eat them away. Regardless, VPE is not going to be waiting around for that to happen again as they reposition. And I'm wondering if Geek Fam will reinitiate. I think they are. Look at Mika.
Oh, they definitely will do. Knowing Geek Fam, they just won maximum points per round. They box point over Rush. Break! He does get Micah instead. Now all the firepower is gone. Yuhai as well as Damroot left though. They did manage to get a knock onto Break. It's down to Trisme, who's all the way up there, and Yuhai has already taken notice as he goes in for the peak. Molotov being sent out. Trisme hops right down below. There's only so little angles to work with, but he's still dishing out the damage. The UMP doing wonders, and eventually Geek Fam secures all these pointers. That leaves only one more for Geek Fam to claim.
They don't have to be isolated. They need to play this together. Trisme with the sprays doesn't get anything, but the double swing from Geek Fam is doing wonders, and they will come out of this alive, losing 2.
And they walk away with 5 pointers for the team. Meanwhile, Box Gaming, they have shown that they can battle it out, but they took a little too long. If they were a little bit more confident, I think that Geek Fam would have been crushed. But both teams were so alarmed with Vampire Esports' arrival. And I guess like Vampire Esports says, hey, I guess I don't really have to partake in these scuffles. As we now divert our attention into FaZe Clan's territory inside of Picado, taking on another Thai squad. It's bacon time.
Look at where Seb9 is, on top of the terrain. They pretty much have all the information they need. Now, as for FaZe, they need to be careful if they were to cross, but now for Boom, you can see Okta already so very low. Not going to be a problem there as BN is the one to attack them. Silence on the other side. That's a nice cross there. The problem with Boom right now is that the terrain is not in their favor. It's really hard to really figure out where exactly BN is going to be. Yummy will be the one to move forward, taking a lot of damage there from Silence. Silence gets 1. There is still 1 more to work with. But for now, he will be in trouble. Great cross coming in from Boom Esports, coming through to the other side. The other members weren't able to help him, but it's Hexas that will be sending Silence to his grave.
Boom Esports, great movements coming out there with the cover fire as well out of Yummy. Hexus gets carried into the blue.
It's still so funny seeing people do that.
I just love the new mechanics that's being added to the game. And now BN United slowly losing resources, losing members as well.
Is DBD going to be joining
And they're
us?
still spread out. DBD, they always take that slow wraparound, and it's not really working out for them. But now that they are also within the sights against BN United, this could actually prove to be something for the team.
Oh, Capone misses that. Unfortunately, he cooks up the nade, but he's going to get shot out on the other side. Gets caught out with a nade in hand. Unfortunately, does not go down. Does get tagged, though. He is going to get the reset, but the nade has been cooked. Yummy, he has to go forward. Here comes the sprays. He does get him down. Going to send him straight to the lobby. And for now, the other teammates not together with him, but he is still safe and alive.
That's right. As we take a look at the update of the circle, it will bring all the battles into Picado as well as the hills upon the southern end. Yoodo Alliance, like you predicted, have a really good chance at this if the circle does move down further into the southern side.
Not a single shot hit them.
Well, he was in a fast-moving vehicle. I would say Okta now going with an erratic spray, but still clips onto Echo instead.
Oh my god.
Down. The moment that they moved out, they have more troubles lining up ahead. Boom is not going to be able to get much, though. They're on the lower ground instead. Of course.
Oh, they don't know where Echo is.
Yeah, they're just going to take their own pathway because going into the circle will be a lot more vital for them to have better chances. There's still 40 more teams involved, and therefore, both sides having the worst time to basically engage each other. Bacon time. They've been inside Picado, but they've been seeked out by the rest of the squads that have been able to basically get by. Mamprong getting tagged by Gatu, and my goodness, that was long-range shots coming from that ace.
That's a very curious situation here for Seb9 because they were on top of the terrain. Jimmy OP gets 1 for himself. Great shots there from far above. 13 plays going to go to Seb9. For Lycan, they are going to go for the rest of DBD. None of the shots are going to be hitting, but yep, there we go, onto Yuns. You see this, Geek Fam already out of the way. But Geek Fam, I think they're going to be pretty happy with that. They were a little bit more aggressive than usual, and I'm really loving it for them.
Yeah, they managed to secure at the very least 5 corners apiece. And every team that has moved from the top end of the hill has been tagged by FaZe Clan, as well as Infinity. And the Thai squads, they're just so good at long range. But at the very least for DBD, they find a little bit of shelter from the back. And Yummy gets one for Boom Esports.
It's like it's as though FaZe is like, you shall not pass. And speaking of no shall not pass, it's gonna be SLD meeting up with GID. Daybot already tagged out, but he look at 2E
Boom
right
Esports.
now. Boom Esports in a pickle. They started off so good, but now they are gonna have the short end of the stick. Namshin from the other side, making sure that all the other terrains are clear. But here is FIDMT for the backside, spraying and praying. This is great teamwork coming from them from different areas and different sides. It's so hard from Boom Esports to really kind of like pinpoint where exactly these members are.
And Boom Esports, they were just looking for compounds to shelter in. And they basically walk into the middle of a trap set by Ego Esports and Infinity. They will carry on with some really great tags, bagging 5 pointers for themselves. Alter Ego is really far away from the circle, though. So from here, they're not going to be able to get anything at all. Hexus trying to trade right back. He's just going to be throwing nades in hopes that it will connect onto Namshin. And this looks to be quite the good nade to be primed onto one. But once again, they get a little bit of angles, and they will basically pepper spray him once more.
Namshin looking at that nade there. Trying to help his teammate give some cover. FIDMT as well. They do notice Hexas on the other side. This is a very, very long-range shots, but none of them are connecting. It's very frustrating when you still have one member to worry about. You have no clue where exactly he's going to be. It's hard to push up forward either because you don't want to get clipped from the other side. Hexas now in trouble. Eats a lot of damage when you think about it.
It's crazy flank angle coming from back, though. FDMT is doing great work. And as I speak of his name, he will score the final point against Boom Esports, taking it down at 11. But FaZe Clan, they're pushing up the hill as the circle moves up there, and there's not much that they could possibly do out of this scenario.
DBD.
And here goes DBD, challenging like it.
Oh, he's in trouble. Left, right. He still wins it in the end. Here's Echo as well to help his teammates. They want to get the trade here, but Lycan gets 2! He is just too good with the zigzags!
And he just have that happy feet going on, and that trigger discipline has helped him basically negate a DBD from crossing over. Infinity, though.
This is a very aggressive 2E today. I'm really loving them. They're winning most of their fights. GID now out of the way, getting 3 points, but Infinity, they want that spot. 2E was a little bit faster to pick it off from them. And we all know that Infinity, they're really great at CQC. They're really good at crashing into these compounds and situations.
As both sides are basically locked inside the city, DBD just finding it hard to even rotate up in towards those hills, but FaZe Clan, they continue on their journey. Mr. 5 has already been knocked out as Alter Ego tries to actually strike them from the top of the hills. Vampire Esports having one member tag, Ravenclaw needing a little bit more helping hand. NFT just taking over the entirety of the motel, and eventually, even with that small area of play of the circle, they will have to move off as well. Yoodo Alliance seems to have a lot of picks from up top, and Ramones drops another grenade after Ravenclaw, leaving so little left for Vampire Esports, and Jimmy will be named off FaZe Clan with a miraculous work once again.
Here's Infinity. They do want to take this fight regardless, even though they are a man down. One's from one side. They do find one, but he falls down. Does a good trade though, Mela. His teammates are feel very, very much alive. Nuzi flanking in from the other side. Not able to save him. It's going to be 5 elimination points for Ego Esports. They are going to be repositioning. The resets do come through. FIDMT, he has his sights onto NFT. Some shots come through, gets the tag onto him, but he's going to be prone and saving his life in the process.
Ego Esports, they basically mark the entirety of the squad of NFT Esports. There's no way of getting out unless they do have smokes, and they're not even in the circle yet. Meanwhile, the battle for the top of the hill. It's the big nade from FaZe Clan yet again. Tony Kane does it. And Yoodo Alliance, they're trying to prepare for this. They did get Lycan drop as he face checks into Yoodo Alliance. Oleo quickly heals up as FaZe Clan, they're ready to strike, but they're all sheltered inside the smoke. Victoria's now priming the name as he goes for the revives as well. Pushing up towards Oleo. Can he do it though? He will be dropped. Victoria's with a quick work, and he will still be able to keep his teammates alive.
DPS damage from him was just a little bit too high, but I didn't look for a top side. He wants to make something happen. He gets tagged, not allowing the reset to happen from NFT. This is a bad situation for them because they're getting pinned from 2 different angles. He still gets 1! And finally, it's going to be the end for Yoodo Alliance. They are going to be knocked out regardless. They do still get 5.
5 more teams now remaining inside of Buriram, and NFT somehow prevailed from the lower grounds. How did they basically seek out those angles from such a tiny pixel itself? Baffles me, but here goes Ego Esports. They had 4 members, 1 now being knocked. FaZe Clan, this is their moment to shine. 12 takedowns, and they are in for more. Over on the other side of the hill, on the far end, Alter Ego lying in wait, and they're the ones that can basically attack the Eagles from that angle. And they thought that they've been safe. Namchin should be able to get a little bit of recovery while Tony K finds another target, as that may just be the victim. Nusa though, last man standing for Infinity.
Ego Esports Namchin so very low, needs that reset by DMT, waiting on the other side. Twan's gonna prep that nade, throwing it upwards, but AE for Arena, he's trying to find a corner or at least an angle to get that lower shot. It's a little bit hard when the terrain is like this, but FIDMP gets tagged from one side, finally gets knocked out. It's gonna be Tony K once again. This is a very aggressive Tony K, playing at a very nice angle, but the steal does happen. Twan's from underneath, wants to get at least 1 kill before he finally gets lobbied away. Not gonna be happening though, as they take their time trying to find the angles, and FaZe trying to find a different spot to hold.
And FaZe Clan, they don't really have to worry about their backs. They're just going to be pushing forward from here on. And look at that. They can also go in for the resupply from the crate itself. Nusa, he's been playing rather safely, but we know if there's anyone to clutch for Infinity, it has to be him. Alter Ego, just playing with caution. They have a really defensive setup. Being so nearby into the circle, they will still eventually be forced forward. Same goes to Nusa. So they can't hide forever. They have to deal with FaZe Clan.
You know that Nusa is the type of person that can play safe, but when given the opportunity, he will third party and steal. For AE, that positioning when they are in is a little bit rough because they can be shot at from 2 different angles. As for FaZe, they don't have to do anything. They just can wait and play the third party game if they want to. Shots are out, smokes are open, as they are going to be
Ego Esports.
Nothing hitting just yet. Here comes the shots, nothing hitting, as Fnatic is just trying to find that one little corner to get that angle.
They couldn't seem to crack the defenses though, and there's no point pushing downward because the circle is over on the top side instead. And they're just basically taking a little bit more room for now. FaZe Clan just waiting to strike.
Oh,
now
here's
they do
the
get an angle though. Fnatic tries to push downwards. They do get 1 knock. Erangel goes in for the flood, but instead gets taken down 1-for-1. And it's Fnatic to save the day for Alter Ego. But the nade are brought in. FaZe Clan, they're shut them all down.
They're safe for another day. Reno not able to get that reset, but for now they're getting shot at. The sprays coming through, and Tony K once again 3rd place for eliminations. This is gonna be great. Now, where is Nusa? Is the question. Coming in from 2 angles, and they find him not too late now as FaZe Clan takes the 2nd chicken dinner of the night.
FaZe Clan has done it yet again in Miramar, as they are the supreme leaders of the pack, heading into match 2, week 2, day 2. My word, what a finish. And once again, Tony K was absolutely unstoppable throughout the process of this match. Heading into Picado, they take control of the entire sector, and the only commotion that happened that may have actually stopped them was the sort of aggression coming from DBD. But look at how well they hold. Lycan has been able to save them majority of the time, and after that, it was all about Ventoris being the main backup, and that allowed Tony K to continue to storm on.
Really liking this, I say, synergy between them. This enabling of Tony K is just so great. But let's have a look at the highlights here. I have to say, it was a great start from Geek Fam. This aggression coming through from them has been like really, I think I'm really liking when I see Geek Fam play aggressive. But if you look at the previous seasons, Geek Fam is always punished for playing aggressive. but not this season because it feels like they are actually just sort of like supplementing each other.
Indeed, after the addition of both Micah as well as Yuhai, things have looked to be so much better for the team that they've been able to pull defensive and aggressive plays at the very same time. Ego Esports had such an amazing run inside this matchup as well. Of course, all the attention was being focused onto FaZe Clan instead, but as for Ego Esports, they have been able to play it for quite some time so defensively until the rest of Alter Ego have been able to spot them out. And once again, Alter Ego has been consistent in Buriram, making it to the top 3.
I think what's great about Alter Ego is the fact that even though they are maybe losing some fights, they're very tactical about the retreats. They're not too aggressive when they don't have to be. Now, when you look at how FaZe Clan played this ending, I'm really liking this wait and see attitude they have here. They know when exactly to go through and when exactly they have to react to it. They're not taking these unnecessary risks. And which is why it shows that for them, they have the perfect balance of aggression and defense at the same time. But this is the team to focus on right now, where FaZe in the blue only for 9 seconds. But if you see between these two teams, 2E has the longest travel distance, because I'm really curious to see what exactly their rotation looks like.
Yeah, we're going to be eyeing out onto some of these movements across the map in a short time. But when it comes down to battles inside Miramar, you really have to utilize every single utility that you can to make ends meet. And of course, Ego Esports as well as Alter Ego has been able to do so. As for Infinity, I think like along the way of their pursuit for those kill numbers, they just kept losing members, but they still had Nusa to basically stand their ground. And it's one of the first few times that we've seen Nusa forced to play so defensively heading into the very end and secured themselves second place. Of course, FaZe Clan with all the glory backs in 29 points.
I think what's really good about it as well is more of like our Malaysian teams here, where we see Yoodo Alliance and Geek Fam. I wouldn't say that these are the highest points that they have, but they still went to the lobby back with at least some points in their pocket. It puts them a little bit ahead compared to the rest. But what's surprising for me is BAC as well as, I would say, BN. Usually they do get a little bit higher in terms of eliminations, but that didn't happen for them. But MVP once again will be Tony K.
That's right. What more can we say when you just look at the numbers? It's hitting more than 1,000 and 5 eliminations by this individual alone. I swear he could have actually gotten more. We see him cooking up nades. We see him throwing Molotovs.
He's doing everything.
Shooting everybody at sight. So 31% of contribution. It felt like he did 60%, but we saw the likes of Ventores, MR5, and also another member, which of course we'll be able to see more of all these stats for. It's just FaZe Clan surging all the way to the top, even overtaking Alter Ego with this single chicken dinner for today.
I have to say that these is one of their highest elimination points as well. I think what's really great about them is that they're able to do both long range and short range fights. We've seen them go aggressive as well when they have to be. They're really good when it comes to the pincer. And I think the reason why Tony K is only getting 31% of contribution is because from different angles, you have his teammates having 2 different crossfires, where Tony K is watching one area all alone and 2 other members is watching an area together and Ventores on one area itself, which means that they're a little bit separated, but if need be, they can just turn around and support each other's backs. And I really liking this sort of like puzzle piece, I would say, strat that they have with each other, because it really shows like not only are they aware of the backstabbing, they're aware of the rotations, and they're actually passing around the information very effectively amongst each other.
Yeah, and on top of that, what makes this team great is not only because of their sheer aggression, firepower, it's all about discipline as well. When you are playing in the area of Picado, you know that there's every team lying around this whole map. And what they did was to clear their backs first, and they ensured that the entire sector of the city was cleared up. DBD, sure, gave them a little bit of a heart attack, but after that, you know, all is well. They've been able to move up forward, and they just basically take it one step at a time. And facing up against Yoodo Alliance, that was another close fight, and they still prevailed. And Yoodo Alliance, if they did win that fight, it would have been Yoodo's Alliance game here to clinch that chicken dinner instead, because that area play, that circle was upon him. Now, we talked about that rotation early on, and Ego Esports, it seemed like they traveled a lot, but they were in Chumasera all along, but it was a huge wraparound because they moved up into Montenevo, and they were also challenged by Infinity for only a slight bit, and then heading down into the southern side. It's just a little bit of a hassle for them to basically cut into the direct center because they were already cornered up by so many other teams, and they were forced to play a very defensive setup.
I think for FaZe in this particular round is that it was a very central circle, and it was already at their drop spot. They didn't feel the need to rotate or move, and we saw so many teams, especially where Yoodo Alliance were, that high ground terrain. So many teams got clipped by FaZe, if you've noticed. And this is what's great about it, is that they can just hold, and everyone passing through will have to pass through them. We saw some long range coming in, especially from Ventores as well. It's been so good for them. And after that, when the circle moved forward, only did we see a rotation come out for them. And it's great because they were really quick about it. Getting the high ground on that side gave them so much advantage, as the other teams are all stuck to the northern side and they had to fight each other.
Yeah, and there's no other spots for them to run about as well, because from FaZe Clan's angles, they basically covered everything from then onwards. So the biggest challenge, Yoodo Alliance, has already been removed. So therefore, it makes things a lot more clear-cut by the very end of it, but it was still a hard-fought battle for them to earn this chicken dinner. And with that being said, that concludes our match 2, and eventually we'll get ourselves into match 3.
Before we go into match 3, we have to give a thank you from our sponsor. It's going to be our official smartphone partner, Realme. The GT Neo 3 Neo Speed Awakens has one of the best chipsets for you guys. The dual chip gaming level flagship boasts the MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G chipset with a dedicated display chipset, which means that when you play PUBG Mobile, not only are you going to get great graphics, but you also are going to have great frames. And great frames mean you have an advantage over your enemies.
And also great battery life, so you can play all day as much as you want. Speaking of which, of course, I believe that we are going to be having ourselves a little bit of a break time as well. It's about dinner, and I hope that you guys can order yourself some good food for yourself. And if you have tuned in, there is a promo code for GrabFood if you guys don't want to head out there, just want to continue watching the PMPL. So later on, maybe we'll pass that to you. But for now, we're going to go on a short break, and we'll come back for more action in the PMPL SEA Championship Fall.
ต้นเกมที่กอตตันนี่ตายไปก่อนนี่ก็ไม่ใช่ต่อที่ทีมอื่นหรอกนะอ่อนเองครับก็เลยตายก็ไม่อยากจะโม้แล้วหรอกนะครับแต่ทีมผมก็คว้าไก่แรกของทัวร์นี้มาได้และอีก3เกมที่เหลือก็ไม่เอาเลยครับต้นเกมที่กอตตันนี่ตายไปก่อนนี่ก็ไม่ใช่ต่อที่ทีมอื่นหรอกนะอ่อนเองครับก็เลยตายฟินขอแต้มไปแบบฟินๆแล้วนะครับ
Memang sekarang kami lagi di bawah, tapi jangan lupa comeback PMPL ID kami kemarin. Buat tim-tim yang di atas, jangan senang dulu. Kami siap datang senggol posisi kalian.
Untuk kita, para tim Indonesia yang lagi berjuang, semangat dan jangan menyerah. Mari kita berjuang sama-sama untuk memberikan hasil yang terbaik bagi Indonesia.
Perjuangan kami masih panjang. Kami akan terus memberikan hasil yang terbaik. Support kalian semua masyarakat Indonesia akan terus bersama kami.
Buat para fans, tetap tenang. Liga masih panjang. Perubahan gaya bermain pasti akan kami lakukan. Kami pastikan kalian tidak akan kecewa dengan performa kami ke depannya. Dukung terus kami. #IndoPride.
Untuk tim yang main dekat week 2 nanti, korang hati-hati. Kita orang akan bantai semua. InsyaAllah kita akan buat yang terbaik untuk Malaysia.
Có vẻ như là các đội tuyển cũng như các fan hâm mộ của Thái Lan đang khá hài lòng với kết quả của họ ở tuần thi đấu vừa rồi. Nhưng mà đừng ngủ quên trên chiến thắng nhé. Bởi vì chắc chắn tuần thi đấu tiếp theo, các team Việt Nam sẽ quay trở lại cực kỳ mạnh mẽ và sẽ đem đến chiến thuật cũng như lối chơi mà khiến các bạn bất ngờ ấy.
Dear PUBG mobile players, welcome to the new version. In this video, let's take a look at the game's new and improved social system. In the new version, we've fully upgraded the gifting system. An even greater array of awesome gifts are now available. First, we've added popularity rankings and clout value. This measures an individual's generosity by how many gifts they send to other players. As a player's clout ranking increases, they'll unlock prestigious rank perks. Go see which of your friends is the most generous. In this update, we've added Guardian Gifts. Guardian Gifts last for a period of time. Once sent, the players form a Guardian relationship to reflect the significant connection between the players. There will be a dedicated ranking for Guardian duration. The gift wall is another new feature. After players receive gifts, the gift wall will display the progress of gifts received. When a player gets all the gifts of a particular theme, this will unlock a themed medal. Furthermore, in the new version, the player who sends the most gifts becomes a gift sponsor. A ton of new gifts have been added to the shop, including those with special effects. Go and buy a gift for your best friend. In this update, we have revamped the Synergy system. We have created a new Synergy Anniversary gift. During special anniversaries, players that have built connections will receive rewards via in-game mail. What's more, players that have built connections can obtain Synergy ranking rewards. We have added a Synergy recruitment system to help players post recruitment information and add friends. Go and recruit some friends. In this update, the number of friends a player can add has increased from 200 to 300. Friends can now be pinned to the list. In order to make it easier for players to use team reservations, we have lowered the threshold for making a friend reservation. The Synergy requirement has dropped from 50 to 5 points. In the new version, reservation info will still be displayed in the chat window. Players can send more kinds of invite messages and view the real-time status of reservations. At the same time, the in-game display for reservation requests is now clearer. Don't miss a reservation invitation from a friend. For Team Up Reservation Chat, we have added a quick chat feature to send Team Up reservations. This will allow players teaming up in the lobby to quickly send common messages. Try it for yourself. These are all the major improvements to the social systems in this update. There is more content for players to explore in the game. If you want to learn more, follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Have you gotten your hands on the new weapons in Nusa yet? Let's start with the tactical crossbow and firebolts. Firebolts are a new type of bolt that can only be used with the tactical crossbow. Ordinary crossbows can only be used to ambush one enemy at a time, while the tactical crossbow and firebolts can set certain buildings on fire for blazing tactics. This is especially useful against enemies who are hiding inside. Next up is our highlight, the NS2000 shotgun. It uses 12-gauge shells when hip firing and shoots single-round slugs when aiming down sights. If you encounter an enemy at close range, don't bother aiming down the sight. Just take them down with one shot. Even if you're fighting alone in an urban area, you can easily wipe out all enemies by yourself at the tap of a button. You can also aim down sights and use the single-shot mechanics to easily eliminate enemies at a distance. Nusa is a small map, so the play zone shrinks really quickly. Not only is it important to offer exhilarating gunfights, exploring the map has to be fun too. That's why we've prepared the quad for you. Climbing slopes is a piece of cake with the quad. Now, you don't have to avoid rocks anymore. Ignore the terrain and charge right up to enemies whenever you see them. They won't have the time to react after hearing you. The quad is fast and doesn't flip over easily. It doesn't matter even if it flips over, as it can recover quickly. Call your friends and try it now. Zip lines in the elevator can both be used to help move about. So what are the interesting ways to use them? Zip lines usually appear at places of high elevation, such as the roofs of buildings or at the top of a mountain, allowing players to quickly travel between them. Players can quickly search for supplies and escape the blue zone. When being pursued by enemies, a zipline can be used to quickly get away. It's even possible to drop from a zipline halfway through to catch enemies by surprise. Furthermore, ziplines can be destroyed. Players can use the zipline to quickly reach the other side, then destroy it to prevent enemies from giving chase. Damaged ziplines also make good locations for ambush, as enemies may try and repair them. The elevator can be found in the tallest building of Telepack Town. The elevator can be used to quickly go between different floors. In actual battle, Players can use the elevator to quickly get to the roof and to intercept enemies that come up from the lower levels. It's even possible to hide in the elevator and wait for unsuspecting enemies to enter to score a surprise elimination. Zip lines in the elevator are sure to help players out in battle and create all kinds of unexpected situations. So play PUBG Mobile and try it out.
Hi everyone! In the PUBG Mobile version 2.2 update, Erangel is getting an overhaul with changes to the map, vehicles, and modes. Without further ado, let's find out what these changes are. In this update, we made several changes to the map. First, the hospital. It's one of the bigger buildings in Erangel. In this update, the following changes were made to the hospital. How to get in and out of the hospital, its structure, nearby objects, and the vegetation surrounding the hospital. Veteran players should know that some of the fences of the hospital can be scaled to enter the hospital. The ones near the ridges are how most players enter the hospital. Now, 2 spots along these fences will be blown up, and players can enter the hospital area through the gap directly. The building itself also got a new entrance. Players that are on the ground can enter the first floor of the hospital directly through the newly added damaged wall. Those who parachute to the hospital can land on the roof and descend to the 3rd floor immediately. These changes will make it easier for players to spot the entrances and streamline their movements in this area. Those attacking and defending will know where they should focus on as well. On the inside, we simplified the structure of the hospital. Originally, the 3 floors had different layouts, and there were many rooms on each floor. So, searching the rooms was very tedious, because players had to go into each room. After the update, the 3 floors are now more or less the same. Some rooms are now also connected, making it easier for players to remember and to search the rooms for supplies. As for the surroundings, we also made some improvements. We added abandoned ambulances and ruined medical crates to the areas surrounding the hospital, so now it feels more authentic. We placed some objects at the entrance of the hospital so that it wouldn't be too empty. This gives players heading toward the hospital a covered area to protect themselves, so they are not directly exposed to enemies inside the hospital. Outside the fences on the side of the hospital, we added a new climbable spot. Players can hide here, or they can scale the fence to enter the hospital. As for the fences by the ridge, since there are now 2 gaps to enter the hospital, we've reduced the number of objects in this area to make it more visible. So now, both attackers and defenders can see each other clearly. Further out from the hospital, we've added some new vegetation, so that players hanging around the hospital will have more places to hide. Milta Power also saw some changes that are mostly in the generator area. Players who are familiar with this area should already know that this section was quite a choke point and was not easy to get in and out of. Those who entered either came out the same way or had to take a detour to the other 2 buildings. In this update, we added a new entrance on the 1st floor to make this area more reachable and easier for players to get in and out. The layout was also modified. We simplified the complex floor plan so that players can see more and plan their routes better. When battles break out in the generator building, players will have more offensive options, making these battles more exciting. In this update, 3 new ports will be added to Erangel. The first port is by Ferry Pier. We added a port here, as well as increased the amount of resources in the area. The Ferry Pier will soon be more abundant in supplies. The 2 desolate beaches to the southwest of Farm and to the south of Sosnovka Military Base will also get new ports. They will both contain a good amount of resources. Players will also find boats at these ports, so they can quickly travel to another location. So, keep these places in mind, because they'll make for a great landing spot. During the previous themed modes, players really enjoyed the special crates. In the new version, we'll add special supply kits to classic mode. Players will be able to find special supply kits in buildings. There are 3 types: medical, tokens, and military supplies. The resources in these supply kits are very good, so keep an eye out for them when searching. In the new version, bikes will become a staple vehicle on Erangel. In some of the more remote areas, players will find bicycle sheds. Each shed will have 4 bikes initially, and they're first come, first served. These bikes can be collapsed and put into the backpack, so they're really convenient for traveling to other locations. In addition to the sheds, players will be able to find bikes in other areas. With a bike, players no longer have to worry about being too far from the play zone. In the new Erangel, there will be flash shops. They will spawn randomly in outdoor areas. Those who find one are in for a treat because there are tons of random discounted items. So keep an eye out for flash shops. during matches. Running out of fuel is one of the worst things that can happen while driving a vehicle. Erangel's gas stations will become functional for refueling vehicles. For the cost of just a few tokens, you'll get a full tank of gas. Find a gas station and try it out. These are the main changes in the version 2.2 update. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we'll officially release a new Battle Royale map, Nusa. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. The island is bright and sunny and has beautiful beaches, rolling hills, and dense vegetation. In addition to the natural scenery, it also has many areas that have a unique style and combat characteristics. Without further ado, let's take a closer look now. As a whole, being a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. We can make some comparisons by looking at the data. Erangel is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers in size, and 100 players participate in each match. This means there is an average of 1.56 players per square kilometer. In Nusa, an average of 32 players fight in a 1 square kilometer area. Conflicts are intense, and players will start shooting right after landing. In the southern part of the map is a heart-shaped island. 2 paths connect this island with the gorgeous Pink Beach. The Ferris wheel and hot air balloon are both located on Pink Beach, which highlight the romantic atmosphere of the beach. But keep in mind that the terrain of Pink Beach is rather open and has little cover within a certain area. If players want to move around Pink Beach, they can do so with the help of smoke grenades to obscure enemies' vision, or push the beach balls on the beach and use them as moving cover. But if you do so, remember to keep an eye on their durability. In short, Pink Beach is beautiful and romantic, but you must take care if you plan to spend some time there. Bulan Bay is located in the northwest part of the island, and the coast is quite low there. The cliffs on both sides have a large height difference, and players can move between them with a zip line, utilizing the advantages of high ground. Players at the top can observe where enemies are moving in the bay. Meanwhile, players in the bay need to move around covertly. There is also a cavern connected to the sea in the northern part of Bulan Bay. Players can jump there directly. The cavern extends in all directions, and players can explore this area. In addition to the natural scenery, Nusa also has many urban areas, of which the largest is Telepak Town, which is located in the southeastern part of the map. Buildings are scattered everywhere in the urban area, and close-range street fights can break out at any time. There are premium apartment buildings in Telepak Town. These buildings have elevators that can be used, which adds another dynamic to searching, attacking, and defending in the building. For example, players can set up an ambush in the elevator. By getting in and not selecting a floor, they can then give enemies a surprise when they enter to use the elevator. The rooftops of buildings in Telepak Town are also connected by zip lines, which gives players more flexibility in urban battles. If the zip line is destroyed, it can be repaired with a tactical crossbow. I believe Telepak Town will give players a unique 3D alley combat experience. If you like fast-paced battles and enjoy thrilling shootouts right after landing, you can land at the Science Center at the heart of the map. The design of the modern orbital satellite roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Each floor is spacious and contains lots of supplies, which attracts many players to loot this area. As you can imagine, very intense battles will break out between these floors. At the top of the Science Center is a rooftop with a multi-layer structure. Players can look far into the distance from here for a great visual advantage. However, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. If you want to land directly on the rooftop, you must check if there are enemies nearby to ensure your own safety. In short, if you're confident in your close-range shooting skills, you're welcome to land at the Science Center. Like the Science Center, Flame Village is also located at the center of the map. The terrain is quite low there, and the village is surrounded by mountain slopes. There are many huts in the village, and there are many places where you can stand on the beams of the huts. Players can climb or jump onto the beams to ambush other players. But there's one thing you mustn't forget. A tactical crossbow used with firebolts can set the huts on fire. This will expose the players hiding in them. Of course, firebolts will burn and deal damage to enemies when they are hit. In addition to huts, there are also brick buildings that cannot be set on fire in Flame Village. They occupy a large area, contain plenty of supplies, and are high conflict areas. If you're confident in your shooting skills, you can choose to land at Flame Village or Science Center at the heart of the map. It'll also be convenient for moving to areas along the edge. Other than the previously mentioned areas, this island also has winding and rugged mountain paths, a shipyard where the whistle roars, a regal resort with wide and open terrain, Sunset Street, which is planted with many banana trees, Crystal Bay, which has secret rooms, and more. These are all gorgeous locales that can bring players different gaming experiences. After hearing the above introduction, I'm sure players already understand what makes Nusa so uniquely fun. Lots of supplies for fast looting. The verticality of the terrain increases the strategic depth of battles. And the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer size makes firefights inevitable. What are you waiting for? Gather your friends and enjoy a rowdy vacation on Nusa. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time!
GT3, New Speed Awakens.
welcome back. This is PMPL Southeast Asia 2022. And just now we've seen our first our first two maps of today of Sanok and Miramar.
That's right, and we're going to continue on with our second match of Miramar heading into Game 3. And of course, for those of you to keep up to speed, we're going to fill you in with all the latest standings eventually. But of course, we have to thank all our partners for making this possible. Of course, we have to thank official smartphone partners Realme, official luxury partner TikTok, and also our official food delivery partners GrabFood. So far, things have been looking great for all these teams that have been contending and looking even better for FaZe Clan. One chicken dinner, and now they're at the top.
All they had to do was just hold on to the era from the beginning to end and only rotating for a little bit before finally clinching that last map on Miramar. FaZe Clan looking very, very strong today, but let's have a look at the eliminations. And this is going to be very exciting because all of them are going to be from FaZe Clan. And I'm not surprised. Are you surprised?
I'm not. Like, you just look at how well they've been able to execute their plan, and we see not only Tony K step up, Lycan, Ventoris, MR5, every one of the players out of FaZe Clan has been in their prime form. And even on those eliminations we've seen all their face, this is where Luke slots in to offer one of the most damage out of the three. Tony K undisputed at the top, Lycan on second, and of course Luke offered 680 damage in the last round.
Man, you know, back in the days when he first started PMPL for Look, he had a little bit of like, he would tie his hair up, but now his hair is so short. Grown up guy. I'm so proud of him. But now moving on.
He can grow it back anytime.
True. But let's have a look at the next match. After this is going to be match number 3 over on Miramar for groups A, C, D, and E. No group B. No Infinity, no BN, no Alter Ego, and no Yoodo Alliance. This is going to be very interesting because this is where either we're going to see FaZe do a back-to-back chicken dinner, or we might see the rise of other teams. Boom today, I think they had a pretty good run despite getting eliminated quite early. They still managed to win, get some points before they were knocked out.
Indeed, and I think that they're slowly getting back into their pace, though they still need to secure themselves ranking points to book out each of these runs, and therefore Boom Esports can only improve from here on. So far, I think like when it comes down to the early game decisions, they should just basically avoid fights for the first 10 minutes, and I think things will be better for them.
I think it's also the pacing as well felt like a little bit too hesitant where it comes to making that decision. Whether or not they want to crash into Infinity or not is where you have to really do what BN does. I think for them, it's just really, I would say, go in together. Mindset already ready, on eyes on the prize. Because for now, we're going to go and see Nusa. And I'm really excited for this map because there's so many new and interesting things. It's so fun to go into these new maps and just explore.
Indeed, and of course you could basically make a zip line of your own with the tactical crossbow. On top of that, there is equipments where you could even burn out some of all these pesky campers inside of buildings, and many more to come. In this 1x1 map, Nusa, you can even challenge everybody to a 1v1, but here goes. The brand new Royal Pass is out now with a Clairvoyant Fox set as well as Midas Fortune set up for grabs.
The Phantom of the Opera is here. I really like this skin. It's very nice. It's very, I would say, you think about the cold areas like Russia or Iceland or something like that, but at the same time, you have these Japanese influences. It's a nice fusion of different areas, categories, almost like, I would say like, it's kind of like Cyberpunk, but its own genre. But regardless though, you know what else looks hella cool? The Spectral Swan and Cosmic Inquisitor set. I'm a big fan of the Spectral Swan set. Look how pretty it is, the colors, and I would say the particle effects are also one of my favorites.
That's right, and you could only get the Ultimate set for a limited time, so make sure you go ahead and secure it for yourself. And you know what? You want it's better than just skins? Money!
Wow!
PMCC 2022 happening real soon. Hashtag one squad, one goal, where you can walk away with 40,800 ringgit or lion's share of that. And the second qualifier is happening real soon. So make sure you scan that QR code and register now with your friends. If you guys are from school, still studying, and you want to make some extra cash on the side, this is your last chance to qualify to the PMNC.
I think it's also great to think about it as well. When you go into college, you get picked up as one of the new players. But for now, Vasilias has partnered up with PUBG Mobile to create a car for PUBG Mobile. Very cool, very awesome. Makes me feel a lot of things inside of me because I want this in real life. You know what? I talked about the purple holographic a lot, but you know what? That red and white one looks hella dope too.
Yeah, honestly, I want the one in gold. Like, that's huge flex when you drive
yeah,
whichever map you
it's
go.
like a hand of Midas touched your car and your car turned gold color. Pure gold ride, and you guys be like, this is a 1,000-carat gold car of my own, guys.
I kind of wish I do have that Midas touch.
Yeah.
But then again, like, be careful what we wish for, right? Because there's a lot of things you don't want to get your hands on. But we did get our hands on this, though. We're both voting for Geek Fam, so you read my mind, I read your mind, and let's talk about Geek Fam for a little bit. Today, yeah, a little bit shaky, but what made you choose Geek Fam?
Okay, so I'm just kidding. But in all seriousness, I think Geek
Girl. Okay, carry on.
But in all seriousness, though, Geek Fam has shown great tenacity. The aggression has been really good for them as well. I think sometimes it does kind of butt them back in the butt, especially when they lose one player. But it's not stopped them from getting a chicken dinner yesterday as a 3-man. So today, I think their biggest problem is themselves. Their decision making, whether or not they want to go aggressive, whether or how exactly they're going to place themselves on the map. This is the question for them.
That's right, and we're gonna be.
Wait, hold up. Why did you choose Geek Fam?
Well, you're questioning me. I mean, you just look at the way that Mika as well as you have been playing. They've been able to basically offer more than just damage overall, and with the help of Damage or even Sonics, if he does play inside of this match itself. I think like it takes a little bit of quick fix where they have been taking a lot more approaches into team fighting. I think that's one area that they are looking to improve, that, and hence why they'll be committing into more of these fights. But I think other than that, if they do fix their movements across the map and also to be able to find ways to basically hold multiple fronts, they should be good to go. And of course, we've already covered some of all these grounds. You guys have your prediction too? Drop it in the chat below. And of course, hit that like button, subscribe button, follow button, anywhere you are. This is PMPL Southeast Asia Championship as we dive into Miramar.
Here we are, everyone. Match number 3, where Contra and I have coincidentally voted or predicted the same team to get the chicken dinner. The question is, if they don't get a chicken dinner, who between us is the curse is the question. Regardless, both no, that's not how it works. But the flight path currently from the southern side of Puerto Paraiso, going straight up to Ruins and Trailer Park. This would mean that anyone dropping down at Campo Militar, Tierra Bronca, Toro Alfumada, Carlos Aldeval is gonna have a tough time getting to that area. This is kind of those situations where, you know, we talked with Yuha yesterday, and he mentioned to us that they don't really have a proper drop spot yet. They're just trying to figure out where exactly they want to go. And honestly, I feel like so far these sort of random drop spots have been working out so great for them.
So long as Geek Fam maintains a certain play style, it will be absolutely fine. And I do like the sort of creative plays that includes with their absolute reflective play style that they've been trying to adapt to whatever situation that's being thrown at them. So with that being said, the question is, if they were to play inside of this flight path itself, they do have areas like El Pozo, which they used to drop. This time around, they have assessed the situation and they say, hey, I'm going to take over Monte Nevo. And that does give them a little bit more of that access into that southern plains over on the southern side. And the only worry is to cut across that highway that could intersect some of the major cities like Jumasera as well as Picado. So as we kickstart our matches, let's take a look at TEM. Mormon has been getting a lot of attention because he has been giving us at least 1.2 average eliminations per game, and for rivals, striking while the iron's hot, immediately knocking down Trisme.
That is good. These early aggression from 4 rivals, more proactive plays can work very well for them. Apol looking to push up forward. But for Box, his teammate Break is there, but not able to be saved. He was just, look at Soaz, he was just like, no, brother, I was coming for you.
Oh, not even a chance. He was in the open fields. And you gotta give credit to Appy. He's been so sharp on this Winchester. Like, Winchester used to be that weapon where nobody wants to pick up because it never came with scope with it.
I wanted to see a...
With the update, they added it. So it's a lot more effective.
I wanted to say that I really wanted to see an avenge moment from Box, you know, like a 1-for-1 trade situation, but I think that they weren't able to loot just yet.
Not
so they
at
were
all.
they were just prioritizing the vehicle. And I think for a lot of teams that has always been the mindset. It's very different than, I mean, if you are just a casual PUBG mobile player, you think the first thing you want to go for is those loots. But for pro play, I think the most important has always been the vehicles, because with those vehicles, it allows you to quickly rotate, it allows you to cover more ground, allows you to actually loot a lot more as well in a faster rate. So because of that, you want to have that advantage early, and it allows you for early getaways too.
Indeed, and of course, I wanted to also highlight once again, Tony K of FaZe Clan and the rest of the squad are absolutely on fire early on.
They're always on fire.
Yeah, and what I'm really trying to point out is that it's not only Tony K this time around. We see the rest of the members really stand just as tall as Tony K, or even taller, depending on their heights, right?
Whoa! Whoa!
I mean, it has nothing to do with that, but I really want to carry forward the point. We also see glimmers of Buriram United that has done so well inside of Sanok. They did take a little bit of break from that past match. Now coming back with another Miramar matchup, the last we saw Buriram United fight, they managed to win Geek Fam in their own city. And you saw Geek Fam, they have tested strengths of other teams multiple times to understand, okay, the next time we were to meet them, what exactly to do, because there were some fights won, there were some fights lost as well. Meanwhile, for Boom Esports, they haven't won many of their battles.
Yeah, that's why I talked about Boom Esports, is that hesitation coming through. There's a little bit of a disconnect when it comes to that decision making. We saw one player push in through for their team, and then you didn't see the rest kind of push up from the other side. So because he was alone, Infinity was very ready for them. So I wonder if they've managed to learn. So coming back to Geek Fam, I just really want to say that I'm really liking how they're always ready to try out new things. Every time we speak with them, I think from last season all the way till now, I would ask them, hey, what happened this time? What's your mindset going through? And they're like, oh, we're just trying out a new strat, we're trying out a new rotation while it's still early. And I think these experimental phases are so great for them when it comes to adaptability and giving them a different sort of strat or play style, because it diversifies how they want to take areas of the map. And so far, I think for this season in particular, though you can see certain days they're playing a little bit differently. I think this is great for them because it's not only just good character development, but it's also giving them a way to at least counter certain teams, which they can add to their playbook.
That's right. And on top of it all, remember this, these points that they accumulate in every single week will be carried forward into the grand finals as well. And therefore, if they don't do well for, say, a week or two, there's a heavy chance that out of four teams out of 20 will be eliminated. But for those who are remaining in play and has lesser points to chase up to number one, the chances of qualifying into the Southeast Asia, to not only the Southeast Asia finals itself, but the grand final, or should I say, the World League, is going to be dimmed out. Now we're already seeing challenges from FaZe Clan attacking upon Sam9.
I think that what's really great about FaZe Clan is how they're playing this. Look at their positioning. They have
so
many
proactive.
Yeah, they is so proactive from different angles as well. They're not allowing a third party to happen. And if, say, someone decides to crash, it's a really big area to cover. They either go towards Sam9 or toward them. It gives them space to react and take up and kind of like reposition. And we talk about reposition for FaZe Clan. I think what's really good about them is their mid-fight or mid-game recovery. They have been so good at maintaining this mental, where even though they're left with maybe 2 or 3 players left, they still have the right mindset on how exactly to move forward.
Exactly, and that's what makes a great team great overall. Same could be said about GD as well, as they have been masterfully taking long-range shots, even inside Sanhok, which we don't expect all too much of. And we expect them to be able to have a decent sail in the early games of this Miramar run. We're looking at MR5 only having UMP, not the best weapon to challenge Semline for now. Therefore, whatever intel that he could provide could still be very much useful for the team. As for TEM, they are lurking in the city of Los Leones, and this is going to be a little bit tricky for them to even take long-range fights against the rest of GD.
GD has had, I think what I would say about GD is like, there's a saying Malay, sikit-sikit lama-lama jadi bukit, or little, yeah, turns into a big mountain. I think that's...
Yeah, they are on a mountain, right?
Exactly, they're technically on a mountain, but in terms of points as well, we don't see any huge flashy plays for them, huge big fights, but they're so great at making sure that they can get these pick or two.
And I feel like they're the most technical team out of them all. Like FaZe Clan, like they require heavy swing of attacks. So they need that momentum build up, which we saw from the last game. And GD, they don't rely on momentum.
No, they don't.
They have had this constant play style that's worked out for them. And yeah, just needing a little bit of saving grace here, where Snipes just...
Malaysian driver things, I can vouch. It's me as well, and you.
Oh, well, don't speak for yourself, because I'm safe all the time. Right?
Wow! Wow.
I guess you changed to a new car for a specific reason.
Whoa! You called me out there, bro.
Uh-huh.
A bit too much. I don't know if production has no feelings about it. Very happy about that.
If they will have feelings about it if they were to ride the same car. Maybe.
Oh,
no. Okay. Let's assess this situation for a little bit more. Box Gaming so far away, and there's no safe spot for them to move into if they were to come in from Badida. They're still surrounded by SLG, VPE, as well as BRU.
I wanted to ask you, is Api the final member of Four Rivals alive?
I don't really think so.
It looks like he's all up there alone.
No, they still have 4 members.
Oh, they are. So I think they may have separated for
Indeed. And of course, when we look at the circle that moves all the way down south, even teams that have dropped into the southwest don't seem to have the easiest execution when it comes down to moving into this terrain where it's just dry hills.
Do you like playing this map?
I love playing this map.
What? Seriously? This map
because
is
it's
so
the most
hard.
Challenging.
Yeah, that's the point. It's so hard to rotate.
With complexity, if you master a complex map, you're just good at everything else, right?
Fair enough.
And this is the reason why all these teams heading into Miramar, sure,
who shot
it may be a little bit slow burner, but there's going to be a lot more action as we are already seeing one fluke of taken out by Bevy from top of the hill.
Bevy has been insane with these first contacts, but for now, Schweppes took a little bit of a hit as well. So I see Mormon on the other side. That's a great cross from them when you think about it. Stoned, safe and sound. He trusts in his fast driving. Fast and furious, he says.
I guess he sees more men than the rest of TEM, though.
Yeah. Where is the other member? Oh,
They're all upon those hills. And it's smart plays where
it really is.
It basically corners up the rest of Vampire Esports. Wow, a really early MG3 now in the hands of Bacon Time. We've seen many of all these players with that weapon to easily break vehicles, and this is going to be a huge advantage for Bacon Time later on. They see a car, well, that's something that's unclaimed by the rest of the squads. Meanwhile, Yummy, he is driving right under the noses of Ego Esports. I believe they heard the engines roaring, and they will eventually find members of Ego Esports.
He's all up there alone, but Yummy's taking a lot of damage. He's zigzagging away, and we know that FIDMT, he's so good with this long ranges, but nothing is actually hitting him. But Octa says, not on my watch, child.
Oh, the grenade, though. He's got to look out as he gets clipped instead. Thankfully, Yummy's going to be pretty close by, though. The rest of Eagle Esports, they can basically storm them off this hill, and this is going to look pretty bad for them. How much more can they do, though? They do have Boboho coming in from quite afar. They don't have the angle still, but this could work out for the time being.
This
and
is so
Forklift needs to
good.
reload, while the rest of Eagle Esports, they're slowly closing in.
Oh, that nade is just so good, and Octa straight to the lobby. Yummy eating more damage. His teammate is there for the cover-up. Bobohu, has to find the reposition. He has to get a little bit closer, but it's good for the cover. Regardless, Namshin very much alive now. They are not doing so great. Yummy still needs to be picked up, and Namshin eats that damage as he falls off to the other side. Yummy
He's gonna
is
claim
gonna
some, though.
go away. Hexa's all alone from one side. He's the final person alive right now. What can you do about it? Hexa's 1 versus 4. You're eating up so much bullets. Can you handle this? Wait, no, that's not the final man alive. There's still one more person. There's 2 of them still with a cross. That's really nice. And they get eliminated! Oh my god!
They take them down from afar.
That's good.
Boom Esports, they won the fight.
Wow.
My goodness me.
What a twist in the story.
Well, that's a red dot sight that he has. I want to see that again. Do we have any replays? It was zoomed into PIP, but who would have thought this one-man army of Boom Esports have done it? This is the start of something new. Geek Fam, though, they're crashing onto the side of Sem 9. Sem 9 being very well prepared. The class of the Malaysian squad have Putra holding the M249. Just spraying and praying. And Deb, he's going to be finding more members, suppressing him. And Micah has arrived to the scene, trading blow for blow. 2 members down from the side of Geek Fam. They will have to go in for a quick revival while Bacon Time is also approaching close. And these 2 Malaysian squads have to be on the lookout or else they'll bite the dust.
This is really scary just now for Sem 9. Waited a little bit too long for that revival, tried to bait, and he himself got knocked out in the end. Perhaps if his teammate was there for the recovery, would have been better, but Pony K getting the knock onto Rabbies. And for now, here's Duck as well on the other side. He wants to go for that revive, but it's a little bit hard to move forward when these hail of bullets are coming through.
At the very least, there is a little bit of crease for him to protect himself for the time being. BAC
will be
able to find one. He does get a knock onto Lycan. They've been hiding by the hillside for the longest time. Do goes in to quickly resurrect Rabbiz. And that bought a lot more room, while FaZe Clan does exactly the same. So a little bit of reset going on. This city of Los Leones will eventually need to be fully evacuated. Just looking at Phase 3, these teams can't afford to stay too long.
For FaZe, I think what's really great for them is just that they're not even moving. They are very, very disciplined and dedicated where they are. As for Geek Fam, great mid-game recovery just now with Sem 9. So we didn't see a push-up from the other team, but Geek Fam wants to make something happen. They're getting antsy, and we know that they're not the team who does nothing and wait.
And we saw Putra basically going for the exchange against Yuhai, but didn't manage to secure the kill. All thanks to the help of Micah, and where Nine Noise is at, he's still suppressing the rest of the members of DX.
He's there?
Launches an attack to Bacon Time. They were upon the hill, and they managed to find Shirties. Deb, he's in quite a pickle, though. This is going to be pretty tough for him to find those angles. But Geek Fam, they're on the same stretch. If Harm as well as Mamparang can basically peak at the same time, this will be harder for Geek Fam.
Here comes the sprays coming through. Does not get any damage onto that. Depp still waiting in that little corner here, but the circle going up to the north side. Like it or not, Geek Fam has to take this fight, or they can go rotate up to the top side. But if they go to the top side there, there's DX and FaZe and Bacon Time to worry about. And you can see the rush coming in from the southern side, going straight top. And TEM is the team who has the whole terrain up there.
And Geek Fam, they should not be approaching this fight just yet against M9. The reason being is that both of them will have to fight for the circle. Bacon Time is also up there just lying in wait. And FaZe Clan just have to pull through. And they want to pick up this fight before they do so. And coming from Lamborghini. Perfect defensive setup. Lamborghini goes down as well. At least it brings a little bit more room. But Tony K, he's ready to storm in. He's just waiting for backup, but backup is not arriving. And dude, he finds it. Tony K is out.
Oh, this is not a good situation for FaZe. This is one of those rare moments where they did not foresee that nade coming through and actually putting in all that damage. Regardless, Victoria is still very, very happy. Does spot out one. Doesn't manage to bring him down. Regardless, the sprays do come through, and he is just too fast for those bullets. They have reconvened. FaZe is in trouble. Rabbiz finishes it off. This is not a good thing. And DX wins this. Victorious, last man alive. Some damage does come through from the grenade right now, but DX, are they going to push through? Because now SLD is right behind them for the third party.
And Ventorius, he's got no option but to strafe off of this area of play. Meanwhile, on the top side, Bacon Time challenged by Geek Fam. Micah bring out the UMP. Dishes all the damage that he can. Drops one member down of Bacon Time. Nine Noise will not receive any help at all. All the smokes are coming out, but is that going to be enough for On Time?
Oh my God,
just holding back the rest of Geek Fam. They can basically secure the numbers and overwhelm the rest of Bacon Time. What can they do from here? They're just hanging by the cliff, and one is inside the vehicle. He can't afford to move.
Oh my God, Gamrud on the sprays for now. Doesn't manage to find that. Finally gets a knock. That grenade does a little bit of damage, but for now, what can he do? Gamrud nearly falls down, but they win it again. This is a very aggressive Geek Fam, and it's looking so good.
My, oh my. Geek Fam just fighting for their lives here as if this is their last game of the tournament, and there's still plenty more to go. And Boom Esports will find the final member of SEM9 just walking into the Wolves' den.
This is a very, very great situation for Boom. They were on a streak just now with 5 eliminations already. Yes, they may have lost 2, but this is one of their best games since yesterday. Perhaps the Wolves are finally awake, and Spamburu takes a lot of damage from DBD. The trades do happen, though, from the side of NFT, but yet your nade went a little bit south.
Well, it's just going to be a smoke for himself.
Well, that's fine.
And DBD, that's the reason why they need more of these smokes. Yen managed to trade right back. Happy having that happenstance, and that bullet will clip his head. And he won't be receiving any sort of help coming from the rest of 4 rivals. And more teams coming from the outskirts. DBD is struggling. 3 members all knocked out, leaving only Yen behind. And he has to basically take out Pamburu if he wants to march forward. The rest of NFT also by the corner alongside with GD. The Indonesian squad finding it hard to even walk into this highway where Geek Fam, they could just
Oh
from
no!
it.
He's barbecued! Not a good situation right now. But for now, here comes Apple, also in trouble. Blue Zone taking him out of the way. Voki wants to go and give some support for his teammates here, but now we move on to NFT, who finally eliminates the members of Boom.
NFT just have to strengthen numbers right now. Boom Esports once again faltered, but this time around, 7 points being secured is not too shabby at all. Big improvements for the squad of Indonesia. And speaking of Indonesian squads, GD, they still have a vehicle here to work with. They can take their time before going directly into the circle, and they're already sending booms to move forward as well. NFT, they're also driving along the way. Geek Fam trying to at least halt these sort of movements coming out of the squad. Buriram United on that ditch though. Vampire Esports is looking to pick them off. Straps cooking up the grenade. Might be able to find Kangzo or even P right down below as NFT finds a pick. Oh my
God.
Goodness. Stone through the smoke. Oh my word. Sublime shots through the hills.
Great shot there, but here's Allen, takes a lot of damage. Has to reset. He is playing with time. Corner of the circle just pushing through, finding an angle just to stay a little bit safe, but his teammates are pushing forward there. NFT taking a lot of damage from those grenades. They thought he will try and get Cecil out, but he is not going to be able to survive as Cecil will be sent back to the lobby alongside Daybot.
Buriram United have been able to corner up the rest of 4 rivals here. These 4 rivals have 7 points to book out. That's the last member of GD sent off. 7 more teams remaining by the corners of Los Leones, and it's a battle of the control of the hill. Geek Fam is circling upon members of NFT Esports. NFT only has 1 more member left. Buriram United, they're still getting the grenades though. The Empire Esports is not giving way, and there's only so little room by the edge of the circle. And this circumference is about to shrink. 20 more seconds. Buriram United, they get to so little time to basically trade against Stone, and they're basically pushing forward.
Stone, despite only having 2 members left, this aggression coming through from them is going to catch Buriram United off guard. Traps on the other side, giving some support in terms of smokes, but here's Downwood. This is a very, very long-range one. He's just picking them off. What exactly that happened in FaZe the last game, they are going to do it to the other teams. Bevy from this side, he has all the information he needs. So It's getting shot at by Yuhai, and Yuhai's actually eating with both hands, left and right.
And this is that perfect angle once again. Geek Fam just knows how to sweep in from the edges, and they just leverage upon this high heels that they have. But the other challenge that they do need to worry about is TEM, which is on the top elevated areas of play, and that's the peak of it. So TEM, they're just basically finding themselves cover, and once it all goes down, they will be able to find areas of play. And that circle takes it into the middle street while Schweppes will be the final member knocked out. NFT claims that point, sending off Empire to 7.
TEM has their eyes on Geek Fam. Geek Fam has been making a ruckus. They've been making a lot of noise, and they have already knocked out 2 teams. Regardless, Kengzo, the last member standing, Batman, is putting a lot of pressure onto him. He is the thorn in all of the team's side because he has nothing to lose. He picks up another point before going down, and that's Buriram United out of the way. As for Geek Fam, still healthy with 4. They love this aggression. Finds the last member, and they say, great, this is great for us. We have the information, and we get a point in return.
Guess what, Task Money? Our prediction might actually come into fruition here, but it's going to be 4v4v3. And SLD, they have the strength in numbers. They managed to knock out members of TM as they go down that hill. Kwang takes off 2 members at once. They just have to basically worry about what's in store on their forefront. There's only 2 compounds to work with, and TM, they have already had those numbers depleted. SLD, they're just taking the entire segment of these apartments, and they're not leaving any room behind.
Man.
Oh boy, from where Yuhai got knocked out.
Look at the crossfires coming in from Geek Fam. It's looking so good for them. Micah is all alone outside of SLD's compound. SLD has 2 compounds. It's a good cross. But the problem is with Geek Fam coming into one compound, TEM in the other, it's going to be hard to actually maintain that cross as they survive, trying to fight for their lives. As for DX, they're just going to wait and see. They love this waiting game. It worked out great for them earlier.
And this is going to take a while because they're inside of all these shelter, and that provides them with so much room to buy time, especially for TEM, directly smack in the center together with SLD. It's between them to settle the scores. Meanwhile, Kwang, he's just going to handle DX and not allowing them any room to cut into phase 7. And my oh my.
Look at that.
Has to take a peek. Micah suppressing him with the M4 instead. He does receive a little tag from the back. Thankfully, not into the helmet instead. So Geek Fam, they are going to be taking the ground floor. Could be the advantage for the team because eventually, if SLD needs to move, they have to hop down.
Yep.
And it's not going to be safe for them.
It isn't because there's nowhere to go. You're stuck up there. You have to either eat the blue damage or you're going to get shot at. Regardless, Bevy is the one pushing forward. They want to take the entire compound.
The circle.
Yes, the circle is pushing, and I don't really know why they want to go for this compound.
TM, if they win this war, they can basically get the chicken dinner if they can defend it with all their might. Geek Fam,
they are
under
pushing
pressure.
up. They're pushing up right now. They don't want to take the bottom floor. They want the elimination points. They don't care. But for SLD, I don't know if they're aware right now that Geek Fam is slowly making their way up to the top floor.
I don't think that they really want to push up into the rooftops just yet.
They can't stop them there.
They can, but I don't think they should anyways because there's more things to worry about for the moment. Nobody wants to be taken off just yet. Geek Fam, they do have the fast to cut across. Shot being far on the side of SLD. I believe that's going to be Kwang that will be on the floor instead. Yuhai, this is what he wanted, and he will clip members and members of DX, and they're all shredded up. Geek Fam with the points. It could be 12 if they want more.
This is looking so good for them, but that shot is making so much damage onto him. They're in trouble right now, but Frankie eating the damage from the blue. They can't go into the circle at all.
DX left with only 1 member, and they're already by the blue zone. There's no way he can survive with only 5 more packs of the first 8. Trong's in. Tries to make a leap of faith, and he's got no time. They got to do it right here, right now. And SLD, they trying to shine brightly as diamond, but it's going to be Geek Fam Pure that will clip them all off. But instead, SLD still has Kwang, and he will be able to wipe off 2 members of Geek Fam. Geek Fam left with Damrude and SLD. They know where he's at. He's going to drop that nade right down below. Smep being caught out as well. SLD will have 2 members to fend off, and DX somehow healed their way in second place, but he will eventually drop as well. SLD, they have secured the circle.
Oh man, I can't believe they did that. Insane way for them to end the match. This is looking really good. SLD, both of our predictions were wrong, but so close.
My, oh my, it's the first ever chicken dinner for SLD as they made their debut here in this very season of the PMPL Southeast Asia Championship. Kudos to them. All the hard work have finally paid off for the Vietnamese side of the PMPL.
SLD, what a great way of map control. Honestly, Geek Fam had it if they didn't try to push up too much. All they had to do was just wait. But SLD playing a little bit smarter, knowing that the aggression from Geek Fam might just cause them to overheat, and they punished them for it.
And let's take a look again at this helter-skelter of a match. And it's just crazy. So many things happen, and of all surprises, Boom Esports, which we thought would have basically crumbled, they won that fight against Ego Esports from afar.
I think what's really great about it is that it started off really good, but a lot of the teams that are up there are going out early. We saw it happen to Buriram. We saw it happen to Buriram United. We saw it happen to FaZe. And as for DX, they're still a team that likes to play the waiting game. It's looking really good for them. They don't really have to worry too much about a team fight. They don't have to force anything and only fighting when they have to. But for the aggression coming in from Boom Esports, I love it because it's like a comeback of the OG Boom Esports back in the day when they were up there. Regardless, I think it's a great trend for them, and it kind of shows that they're finally waking up.
Indeed, and I guess like what you said about GD, like they just basically need to slowly pick their way up again, and eventually they'll be on top of that hill. But when we talk about battles on the hill, SLD, what they did was impeccable. This 2-2 split formation have resulted in that chicken dinner in a really smart way, where they take 2 of these compounds, and also on the outskirts, where Geek Fam were poised to essentially seal the deal, but because they were out in the open grounds, they have got nothing to work with, and eventually it was only SLD to dominate the match, while DX absolutely getting under pressure due to the firepower of Yuhai.
I think it's so good that we're seeing this aggression coming from these teams. It's showing a different kind of gameplay and game style from a lot of different teams as well. And I think for a lot of teams that were a little bit too scared to initiate on the first week, this change may be a great mindset changer for them on how they want to approach team fights, how they want to approach rotations. Regardless, let's look at the points here, where right now 24 points will be going to SLD with 9 eliminations in their pocket. But look at Geek Fam. They do get second place, but their eliminations is just crazy. 12 eliminations, giving them 22 points, 2 points right behind SLD.
And we're looking at some of the teams like TEM that have been able to steadily reap their rewards by also finding their position inside the set, and they managed to get themselves 13-pointer. DX, they only got 4 in return. While there's a lot of fights between all these teams in the middle of the pack, 4 rivals got a lot of kills, and same goes to GD. And we're looking at Yuhai being the ones that have been able to offer the highest amount of damage in this matchup.
Honestly, I'm not surprised. He's always there for those long-range kills. He's always praying aggressively whenever he sees anyone, regardless whether or not they're going to peek. That's how much suppression that is coming through from him.
Yeah.
It's working out really great.
Especially upon DX, I think that's where he finds the most damage. Just by the back of the truck, he finds the angle from the bottom floor, and Geek Fam, they may not have actually clinched the chicken dinner, but they are currently sitting at the top of the podium, and that knocks FaZe Clan to second place with 69 points. 67 will be in favor of DX, who is currently pushing 2 Indonesian squads, GD as well as Alter Ego, down a spot.
I think what's really good is I look at where Boom is right now. They were at the bottom of the ladder, and now they've gone up. Even though just now they only got 1 point, that 7 elimination points give them some extra boost. Now, if only they can survive a little bit longer, it shows that firepower-wise and team fight-wise, yes, they're doing pretty great. But survivability, not doing so well. So they have to find a way to kind of like, I think, prioritize survivability instead of taking these early fights, because they need that placement points too.
That's right, and there's so many battles that has happened from start all the way to finish on this final round of Miramar. I guess we need a little breathing space before we get ourselves into classic Erangel once more. So I think there's a lot of things that we possibly learn in this matchup itself. If you guys are very intrigued of how pro players handle it in such a high pressure situation, you first of all have to assess on some of all these airplay. Sure, we're gonna start from ground zero where they start off on their drop spots. So that circle has moved into the hillside of Los Leones. TEM was the first one to secure it, so the rotation honestly doesn't require much. But as for teams like Geek Fam, DX, as well as another player, or should I say Team SLD, they moved in from St. Martin, and that was also a direct passage where there's not too many players to basically challenge them. And look at both SLD as well as TM. They were on that gridlock for the longest time. TM, the only thing that stopped them was the circle that has moved down the hill, and that didn't result well for the team.
I think that's the problem. I think we always prioritize the high ground. Yes, high ground is so good at getting information and getting those long-range knocks, but the problem with high ground is that when the circle moves, it's hard for you to reposition yourself, because usually those areas, actually the side of the hills, are very open. Now, if you see where exactly the positioning are for all the teams, I was very worried for VPE because all they had was a tiny shack, and I was worried it's going to be like one need and they were going to go out of the way. But the way that VPE did it to still get some kills before they go down was also very, very nice.
And look at that 2-2 split from SLD.
Yes.
This itself was the game-winning play, where if so long as they can defend their compound, it's going to be an easy battle. And with only Geek Fam that was left on the board, the other two members that had the circle, they just basically swept the floor.
Honestly, it's really crazy because if, say, Geek Fam did continue with their massacre, their bloodshed, they could have overtaken SLD in terms of points, whether or not they got in the chicken dinner. So it's actually showing that in terms of getting these elimination points, Geek Fam is just kind of like going on a high here. Now the question is whether or not they're going to go and overheat, because this has happened in the previous seasons, but yet with this new lineup, I feel like they have that overheat issue in check.
Well, overall, I think like at the very least they have find themselves in a decent position, and I don't think it's about time that they've outdone themselves and rest on their laurels for now, because they still have 2 more matches here to be played out. And once we take a look at that, we just have to go back to the drawing board. But here's a head-to-head. We've already talked a little bit more about Yuhai, but Kwang, man, this guy have been impressing us from start to finish on how he's been able to hold his own. And not only that, he challenged all these other teams on those sort of 2-2 splits, and that sort of teamwork definitely paid off.
He's a great first contact initiator, I have to say, because his nades have always been a great opener, and whenever it hits, he just rushes forward and just kind of like sprays out and gets that kill. Regardless, now let's have a look at the teams to focus for the next map. It's just going to be Erangel. TM has had a great run on there with 73 rank points, followed by NFT, FaZe, and Infinity. Now, if you see FaZe on the top here, I'm honestly not surprised, because throughout all the maps that we've played, they have showed consistency. But if you see Infinity, it's mostly because they're more aggressive. But survivability-wise, not that. I wouldn't say they would always survive until the very end. It's very, very rare we see them to happen. But for TM,
that's true.
I feel like for TM, they are the most balanced team on this map in particular. They're not too aggressive, but you always see them survive all the way to the end. And
with most of these results for Erangel has been gathered up since day 1 of the league. And moving forward, sure, TM have made their way into a top 4 scenario, but it still hasn't been all too convincing as of yet, where could they basically close out the game. But yesterday night, we've seen Vampire Esports being able to shut off most of these other teams by the extra short in such a difficult circle. Who's to say the rest of the Thai squads from the region won't be able to do so? And for the Infinity, I feel like there's still things that they are adjusting to try to make things happen, but we're not really seeing them at the finish line. Therefore, now with the face-off between Group A, B, C, as well as D, it'll be an interesting mix-up now that the the winners of the past match, SLD, they're taking a break. I think they definitely deserve
Yeah, they do.
one because this brand new team that we've not seen in the Southeast Asia Championship have finally made a mark on the Vietnamese crowd's eye.
It's honestly a statement seeing them play and taking down these veteran teams. But for now, let's have a look at the Bobo Boy collaboration that will be coming soon, this month in particular. A studio from Malaysia, if you guys are not aware, has Bobo Boy, a superhero from downtown here in Malaysia. And they have a lot of nice and interesting stories to say. If you haven't seen the show, please do. And I think our Indonesian, I would say, neighbors have been really enjoying it massively. So do check them up. And don't forget about Rabu Padu.
That's right. And every Wednesday, you can team up with your friends to earn more gifts for each of you, as you can collect all the classic coupon crates. And you could just go ahead and enjoy some chicken dinners all together. The more you win, the more rewards you get. Hashtag Rabu Padu Menang Selalu.
Wow, your Malay is getting so good.
It has always been good.
It's a lot better than mine.
Well, what do you get for your SPM?
Wow. We don't talk about that, man. It has been over 10 years. We don't want to talk about my age here. But for now, moving into Erangel, I'm really excited about this because for Erangel, because the map is pretty OG, it shows a little bit of a diversity in terms of rotations, attack styles, and play. And I'm really excited to see what the teams are going to be moving forward for today. For Infinity, they like to maintain Infinity and FaZe. I think they're most consistent in terms of how they want to play. But for teams like Geek Fam, unfortunately, they're not going to be playing next. I wanted to see what exactly they're going to bring to the table. Regardless, though, another team that I really want to see would also be, I would say, maybe 2E. I think for 2E, they always have really good starts when it comes to those team fights. They never seem to make it to the end.
Yeah, but then again, in Erangel, I feel like Ego Esports is in quite a decent spot.
They are.
We've seen them at least being either in the top 5 or even in the top 10. Nothing below 12, I would say at the very least. So Ego Esports, sure, it may look a little shabby to kick off the day, but we've seen if SLD could basically get a chicken dinner for Vietnam side, eventually there will be other teams that will step up, and the closest one will be Ego Esports as well as BN United. As for Box Gaming, I don't think I want to say too much about it because this is an esteemed team, a super team back in the region that has so many glitz and glory, have not really showed up throughout this entire season.
I think
like this new roster still have a lot of things that they need to figure out.
Yeah, they're still trying to figure out that chemistry between each other because it feels like when they are having those team fights, they're a little bit scattered, especially in terms of positioning. One's a little bit too aggressive, one's a little too far. The support is not coming through. But a team that I really want to see show up would be Sep9. And I think it's because they are a team that we kind of like, as a player that has seen the local scene here in Malaysia, they are a team that we look up to quite a lot. And there is a lot of expectation for them, and we've seen them actually come up on top before. So I'm curious to know what exactly has been the issue for them in particular, because it feels like they want to go for some baits, but maybe waiting too long, or perhaps they're not expecting, they're not thinking maybe 2-3 steps ahead when it comes to trying to figure out what exactly they're going to do when it comes to baiting a teammate. Regardless, I want to see them kind of step up. They have had moments where they're able to do great comebacks before, and I wouldn't be surprised if today would be the day.
You know, some may even say that, oh, during the league is where they don't show their true form.
Yeah,
but
I think that's a lot of
if you don't show it
about
now, you may not even qualify into the grand finals, and that is worrisome for a team that has done so much in the past. But of course, we're not going to be living in the past. We're looking for what's at present and the future. We're going to look slightly in the future, and I'm saying NFT Esports. They have been a team filled with stars from Indonesia, but for some reason we have not seen them get that chicken dinner. They do walk away with plenty of kills, and therefore I feel like maybe it's about time NFT will do it.
What Geek Fam did just now is what I was expecting to see from Infinity from day one all the way till now. And, you know, because they haven't showed up quite yet, I am suspecting it might be soon, hoping it is going to be now, so that my prediction will be right, because so far my predictions has been nada.
Hey, our prediction for Geek Fam was really close though.
That was close.
At least like when we do work together, like
the powers came through.
Yeah, it's close.
It's like as though the superpowers of the PUBG Mobile Circle hurt us and gave some extra power to Geek Fam. Regardless, here is Erangel. I'm so excited. Going to the OG map. Erangel is the best. I wanna see my team. Do you like my song?
I feel like it's familiar, like I heard it somewhere before.
It's
but,
probably when you were really young.
I guess so.
It's actually it's the Boom theme song.
Yeah, exactly.
Boom, 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 boom. I want you in my room.
I don't want.
Listen, I hope that the Boom Esports people are listening because I sang your theme song there. So wait, they're not playing. Damn.
Exactly. Exactly the reason why.
I'll sing it again later.
And of course, now that you brought it up, of course, with Group E missing out on this matchup, we will not see Geek Fam, Boom, BAC, as well as SLD. So let's see what the rest of the groups have to offer in match 4 of the PMPL Southeast Asia Championship. Ready to go into Erangel.
Erangel, the land
of opportunities.
I wanted to make it rhyme and you ruined it, man. Come on. But anyways,
What rhymes? The land of
Erangel, the land of angels.
See? See?
Fine.
Couldn't do it either way.
Fine. But look at the flight path. All the way down south there. Very pure. All the way to the Popka. Well, actually maybe prison. So, I am speculating 3 teams over at SMB. Perhaps maybe the same circle before.
We've been seeing...
Why do you always have to? Why do you have to always do that to me? What? You don't like me being right? Is that why?
I think for most part, that's what I have observed.
Whoa! You really pulled that.
I observed 2 teams to be inside the island, one being Alter Ego.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's either GID that will be opting to move into the overhaul. And yeah, sometimes even a Malaysian team could be moving to the island. And I guess both of us are wrong. It's only going to be one.
Wow.
As Alter Ego. Wait.
See, this is what happened.
Give me 1 second.
Oh,
Look at me.
Where are they?
Moving into Nova Rotoi. So make that. Oh, wait.
Please, one more.
BN United.
Go.
Hey.
Wait, BN. 3.
2.
No, BN's coming. Look. 3. Boom, boom.
I'm still right. Look at that.
I said 3.
You said 3. This is 2.
Never mind. Forget the booms then.
Anyways, the circle will move towards the western part of the map, and that gives a little bit more spacing for teams like DBD. If they do take this opportunity to loot quickly, they can find a lot more things out of this matchup. Vampire Esports into the side of Zarky will have a lot of a safety net to just cut across from the northern section all the way into the southern side, and therefore it will be a little bit more opportunities of them to be able to find some pickoffs along the way. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan have gotten themselves a couple of vehicles here to rotate into the hospital grounds as well as the south side of Georgia Pole, where they're usually located. It's just going to be a little bit more of a sleeping town for the first few minutes of the matchup. You're wondering why Tash may not be speaking right now. She's got to, of course, get herself recuperated. And then, of course, moving along, Sem9 hasn't been able to find any form of momentum. Most of these fights that they were taking weren't heavy committals at all. The last we saw them playing inside of Miramar, they were matched up against 4 rivals. And even so, hasn't been able to do many of those sort of trade back. And that fight against Geek Fam was what? Broke the camel's back. And it's also interesting to note that there was early usage from Depp as he used the boosters and hopes to just walk a little faster. No damage being done as of yet. NFT starts off in the north side of Georgia Pole as NFT Esports makes their way back into the Southeast Asia Championship circuit after a couple of seasons, as they've been around even since the PMCO days back in 2019. And yes, It's been 3 years already, and they're still seeking for that championship title. It's really interesting to also note for the fact that teams such as EVO's Esports, Big Red Aliens did not even make it through into the grand finals cut to hit into the Southeast Asia Championship. And now that allows so much more to prove for the teams from PMPL Indonesia. As we're to take a look at the rest of Ego Esports, Tuan leading the pack for the most part. There's going to be Kangzo getting picked off. Mamparong finds the first knock as he carries on the micro Uzi. More tags being fired up by the rest of Buriram United, but the rest of Sem9 has been able to send their way up fourth on top of the hills. Putra now being scouted out as well. He needs to heal up, only having a little tick of health left. Mamparong goes in for another shot, and that will remove Kangzo, leaving only 2 more healthy members inside of Buriram United. And Sem9, they tag another one. This could be it. Sem9 could find their victory right here, right now. C-Sky only, the only member left that could basically turn the tides around. Deb coming from the back, he's going to find the angles to flank. And Sem9, they do have one more being knocked down. C-Sky only takes a leap of faith. And my goodness, he's still holding on, doing damage towards Harm. And Mamparong, he will land the final blow along with Deb. And it is Buriram United that will be shut off. 16th place finish. Sem9. Such an incredible work from the team. Finally finding that glory, claiming 4 points against the Thai squad. And now they have finally found their rhythm once again as they return into Erangel. And hopefully they get more and more incoming after the battles won in prison.
Looking really great for that team, regardless. For the rest, no aggression just yet. And we all know for Erangel, starting off has always been a little bit, I would say, slow. Always those early skirmishes. Perhaps maybe one team gets caught out in that all out. But for the rest, I would have to say that because this is a circle that's going a little bit down south, it's a little bit hard to predict where exactly is it going to go, toward the bottom side, or is it going to be a water one again? Because yesterday's circles has been pretty rough.
Take a deep breath, Tash. I knew you needed to make a dash for it. No rush. It's still very early in the game. And of course, what you may have missed out a little bit was Sem9's outright victory. They may have lost one member, but they took out the entirety of Buriram United. The 7th seed team out of the bracket, all knocked out. And it was swift measures coming out from the rest of Sem9 that was looking to return their pride. And now we take a look at Alter Ego Esports, who are already inside the island. All they have to do is cut across the western side of the bridge to get to the areas of Quarry, Gatka, and that basically will be able to give them a little bit more leverage heading into this matchup.
If you can see their Sem9 is actually outside of the circle, I'm just a little bit concerned because if they take a little bit too long to get inside, I think that's their issue here because they're not able to push through. Regardless, for Infinity, they want to play the bridge tolls. They want to find the toll money they can get. Would their first customer be Baonam? Is the question. That would be really cool.
That toll money could eventually be championship money.
Yeah, exactly.
If they accumulate more than enough for 2 weeks in the running. Do and the rest of DX have already made their way into the center of the circle. And great approaches coming from DX.
That's always what they do. DX love to play the center of the circle. They find an area and they're like, okay, get your popcorn, get your drinks. We're just going to hold the area.
It is box office for them.
Yeah, it is box office because box is waiting for them here. And we all just talked about box earlier, didn't we? How we are expecting a little bit more from them. We want them to really, really show up. And, given the day is the second day of the second week, perhaps this would be their heat-up moment. Their engines are finally hot. They finally find the momentum. That's the question, isn't it?
Exactly.
But for DX, I think quite throughout yesterday and today, they've been really great at not only taking up the middle of the circle, but also defending their compound with their lives. Toward the end, no one is going to take their area. Most of the time, each team just passes by. Maybe they'll get knocked out, maybe one. And they're like, okay, I think it's it's safe for us to just back off.
And it's incredible, right? If you remember back in day one, they weren't really performing outstandingly.
Their rotations were a little bit slower than
Yeah, they did manage to get a win at the very least. And DX, of course, started off in strong notes, securing that Sandhawk win earlier today. They have sent them into the top 2 spot right now with that level of consistency that they have maintained throughout the past few matches of play. Now, Circle will move deeper into the quarry section, and that swamp area where DBD is at will be literally swarmed up upon that swamp.
I love VPE's positioning. It's a great area, and FaZe is just going to be passing right in front of them. I'm really curious to see how
I love
exactly...
the Thai Titans.
Exactly. It's always fun to see them do it. I mean, we've seen VPE actually win against them already.
Oh, they're basically driving directly into the area.
Exactly. They want that VPE area. But
Indeed.
for FaZe, they have the highest area. But no, actually, it was Stone that has the highest point.
And of course, for the moment, NFT is taking a little bit of a slow motion over the northern section of play. And FaZe Clan, this is that moment that they are looking for. Ventorius immediately getting tagged up as well. Ravenclaw have been able to hold them back. Flukif, though, will need to also be on the watch. Those grenades may not be able to land all too perfectly. And the rest of FaZe Clan, now that they've already gotten the high alert from Vampire Esports, they will look towards a different location.
I like this tactical retreat. Some teams, they want to take these fights. They want to go aggressive. But not for FaZe Clan. They said this is not the golden opportunity. This is not a time. Because if we were to get knocked out now, if we don't have enough manpower coming toward the end, this could spell trouble for us getting at least a top 4 or top 5. Because that's the amount of points you want to at least try and get before you move forward. But for NFT, this is the team that you actually voted for. And I see the potential that you see. It's just that it happens that in terms of clinching it toward the end, not quite there just yet. But we saw just now Batman, even though he was the last man standing, he still managed to get 2 points before going down.
Indeed, and NFT Esports, they have been at least going for some massive rotations of their own. I think by the end of this match, if they do survive the longest, furthest traveling distance secured. Well, then again, I have to remember, Vampire Esports always starts from Zaki by the edge of the map. Okay, that's probably their worthy contender. And for moving into a different alternative story, Yoodo Alliance ain't even moving at all. They're just trying to secure this foothill of Mount Gatka. And I don't believe that there's going to be much teams that's interested in that area of play, because many teams have suspected that the circle will be pulled towards the swamp areas of Quarry that we've mentioned early on. And the Savior, they will have a few visitors lying in wait, BN United as well as Alter Ego, just by the outskirts. And this is going to be an interesting battle if 3 teams will lock horn in this section.
I'm really liking this 3-1 situation Alter Ego has over here. It's a nice cross, huge area for information, and you do have backup, at least from the other side. So for Potato, he will be the one fending for himself, but looks like everyone will be making it to circle. Sem9 the latest to get inside. I was about to say that Sem9 is going to have trouble going through, and they're going to have to go through, it would be NFT if they want to pass by.
Very interesting approach coming from Sem9. Remember, they started off from prison, they move up north, and then now
that's a very long
rotation. Lot more things to worry about. The amount of teams that they might have to battle through will be overwhelming for them. TEM gets picked off by MR5. Quite a surprise engagement, hiding behind the rock. And of course, 2 buggies will still pass as he's being all too occupied. The rest of FaZe Clan will be able to plant those captures, but there will be another one. DBD has Yen on the mark, but MR5 claims another point, make that 2 for FaZe Clan.
They lost 2 in that rotation. Not ideal. And this is what FaZe Clan does best. Anyone crossing them will get picked off. But speaking of picking off here, GID, they want to go the aggressive. BN, Capone, has his sights onto Snitchel. Snitchel getting out with half his life still left. They want to go for the aggression here, coming into the warehouse. Bombs exploding toward the area. Booms from the other side. Does the rotate with one. Does get one knock there by Allen.
Clean work.
Nice area of cover from them, if you think about it. And that will be Nuaz, Zoo Nuaz, out of the way.
Daybot gets a little bit more of room to reset while there's only silence by the corner of the wall. And there's not much to do for BN United right now. He's just going to try his best to claim some points back to the team. Capone on the other side, he's not going to be able to assist him while he's being charged up by the rest of DD. And now only one member left. Sem9 still on fire.
I don't know what happened. We were just talking about them. But Capone running for his life, taking up so much damage right now. And he has to reset. He's just been waiting there. We can see the smokes coming through as well, just to give him some breathing space. But GID, you know that once they have their eye on somebody, they are going to be chasing. And as for Capone, what are you going to do? How fast can you run? Can you get out of this alive?
And just look at GD hunting out. This is the most aggressive that we've seen them going in the mid to early game. Usually when it comes down to closing matchups, this is when they will strike, but they are basically having their engines running hot. And Yoodo Alliance will have a little bit of a safe distance against the rest of 4 rivals. A lot of smoke usage in the early game. They have to keep in mind they need to keep more of these resources for the late game stage. But if they don't get past some of these teams, don't even think about that late game.
This is interesting. This is the second time today that we're seeing a Malaysian team with another Malaysian team running against each other. Api becoming the main person distracting the whole team, takes some damage, but Adit Look will be the one to go down first from Pemburu. Api finding this corner. He sprays, he prays. No damage out just yet.
Wow.
But for now, look at what is going on the other side.
And somehow Repopol has been able to move around and avoid all the shots, but they can't avoid this grenade though. Olio having a nade prime by Pemburu. Pemburu should be able to find this one to score it all against Yoodo Alliance. Not much time left. Helton getting blasted off, but it's Pemburu that gets knocked out instead. It's Foki, a team nade that has halted them back. Foki, how could you do this?
Oh man, not a good situation. And finally going down. Oh,
the king of nades with a huge mistake. That should have been won by 4 rivals. Pemburu, he had it in the bag already if he wasn't naded. I think that he was meant to provide him smoke. It's my assumption, but it should not ever happen for 4 rivals.
Not a great situation for them and cost them their death. Regardless, right now, VPE is the one going to attack into FaZe, and it's going to be Victorious down first. Regardless, now on the screen, DBD going up against another team in front of them. But for now, I mean, actually, I'm quite surprised at Sem9's performance here already with 5 points in the back. But for Lycan, he's trying to find a way just to give some cover. As we know, the VPE, they do have the high ground, but they do take the damage from the nade. 2 for 1. They're going to be very happy for that. But look at NFT. They're coming in as well. They want to be part of the party, just looking for that golden opportunity to come through.
FaZe Clan, they avoided VPE initially, and it seems like they were just bound to meet wherever they go, and they finally get the knock upon Ravenclaw. FaZe Clan now gets a chance to shine. Flukith, though, protects himself, tries to drive away, landing a little bit of a cover of smokes just to get by, and he's hoping to pick Shreps up just to reposition, now forcing the rest of Vampire Esports to backtrack. Stone on the other end, still trying to lurk around, but more shots being fired from the rest of the squads that's around this section, and Ramones finally get a glimpse of Tuan, will pick one off of Ego Esports.
Shreps from one side here. Really liking this sort of like V-shaped crossfire coming through, spray and pray on the other side. But none of the shots are actually hitting. They're slowly making their way closer. It's hard to see with all that smoke. But for now, 2E in trouble. Infinity on the aggressive. But for now, as the rotations coming through from DBD, they're getting halted by Infinity.
Chua doesn't really have much time left. 45 seconds and less. It's going to be the rest of FaZe Clan still launching attacks. DBD needing to find a little bit more shelter, but like he doesn't care. He's just going to be out in the open ground. Even with the Blue Zoom approaching, he's still landing the shots. Ramones, he will be clipped off. DBD gets another one in the back. NFT Esports will have my predictions go wrong. No points for them this time around. Yoodo Alliance eventually crumble, but they walk away with 3 points.
For FaZe, I'm surprised they're still managing to stay very, very strong. Great mid-game recovery, mid-fight recovery, in fact, for them. Ego Esports does go down.
Oh,
wow. What a nade! Oh my god! Yeah, now in trouble. Was up a terrain as well. That's actually really hard to land when you think about it.
And with so many angles, he landed directly onto the member of DBD. So unfortunate for them. Now DBD is being held back and more shots to come from MR5. How many kills have he gotten for the rest of FaZe Clan? FaZe Clan has already got 7 corners. Ziggs, he is the strongest member out of DBD for most part. Let's see what he can do against FaZe Clan though. I think FaZe Clan says, okay, we had enough. I think it's time for a reset. Vampire Esports strikes back.
Vampire Esports still aggressive, but Vintorez is the one to drop the damage, and Schweppes as well. Taking in that damage, does knock one. It's gonna be one more. Straight to the lobby, Tony K now out. Now with MR5, you can see that Lycan's trying to get the revive, and Torres playing the part of the distraction. This is a 3-way fight here.
And this is what we've been waiting for, the Battle of Quarry, the 3 teams that we've seen lock horns, and now the Mexican standoff will no longer hold for now. They're just going on an all-out warfare, but more and more of these smokes are just blindsiding the rest of Box Gaming. They can't see, and they great shredded, but Potato goes down.
Oh man, Potato in trouble. Alter Ego gets the reset here. Punbit as well, pushing out right now, but one team has been eliminated with 3 eliminations. Trisme pushing onto the other side, playing ring around the Rosie. They are getting choked here. Alter Ego, the other 2 not able to pick up. They're just using his teammate as a way to bait, but they are gonna be eliminated. What a play from Alter Ego!
Wow. I
can't believe they won that!
Quite the impressive tactical play. They just basically throw a bunch of smokes and force the rest of Box Gaming to run without any sort of information, and that's where they push forward as well. You think that they're going to be hiding inside the warehouse? No, joke's on them. Box Gaming once again taken out. There's only going to be 5 more teams remaining, and it's only 21 minutes to play, Tash.
This is a very, very explosive game as we see these multi-fights coming through here. Frankie is the one to get the knock onto a member of Vampire Esports. It's going to be really hard to actually go up there for the revive. Regardless, look at where GIDS is. They're playing the prone. They're playing very quiet. Potato Gus gets sniped out there by Daybot. This is really good for him, and he's trying to get more.
Daybot just having impressive angles, and he does see through those trees that have been blocking his side. And Frankie finds the member of Alter Ego, but Poppy, where are you moving? They must have got it though.
Had to do a, what do you call that, a reverse just now.
Ring around the Rosie.
Oh man, for VPE as well, eating that damage. VPE in a situation that's very, very dire. They do have the high ground, but these corners, these angles would be abused by the member of GD as well as Infinity, and it's not looking so good. They're being pinched from 2 different angles.
And Infinity, they got the entirety of the section of the circle all cornered up. There's no entry point for the rest of the squads, and that's why they're suppressing the rest of Vampire.
Here comes Nade.
Mela took it up, looking like it's fine time for them to wipe off the rest of the other Thai squad. And what more can they do?
Ooh, does get it. Damage comes through, gets 1. There's still 1 more to worry about. Somebody Stone. Pray and praise, pray and pray. None of them managing to hit. Gonna push up here. You know that they can go aggressive. Stone taking up so much damage, surviving by the skin of his teeth. The last 2 members alive, but here comes Alan as well. He wants to be part of the party. Schweppes now already lobbied, and Tunny gets 1 each there. There'll be 4th place for Vampire Esports.
3 more teams left in Tag and Tash. I know you're happy about this. Infinity, they'll have all 4 members at play. And DX, they're outnumbered. And possibly outgunned as well. Lamborghini, he's got no room. He says, okay, hide there as long as you want, because we know we can settle that a little bit later. But Infinity, though, they're sending all their troops forward against GD.
This is great, as Frankie does get one of the GD members. It's a 1-on-2. He is not afraid at all to take this fight. Regardless, Lamborghini now in trouble as well. Takes a little bit of damage, but as for Infinity, they're taking their time pushing through. They want to have at least 1 part of the circle already fully covered and taken care of.
It's just safety measures coming in from the team.
You don't know where
also, just for Frankie to march forward, he still has 1. He gets 1. but the final member of GD saves the day.
Here comes Nusa as well with the praise. He still is gonna get one more. No damage in just yet. But look at his other two members pincering from the other side. Infinity is looking so good right now. Alan surviving by the skin of his teeth, surviving by the prone right now. Alan, he has to find another way. All it does is just a sneeze, is all he needs to be lobbied right now. He does not, he does see in the end, it's gonna be Infinity getting the chicken dinner.
Perfect finish from the side of Infinity, and there we have it. PMPL Thailand claims the first chicken dinner of Erangel and still have one more match to go. And Infinity here, the past champions, are back on track, and we'll have to see how much points will have they garnered, because we didn't really see them taking too many fights, but they have been able to secure majority of the circle every single point at a time. But that clinical finish is what they needed against GD.
It really shows that throughout the last 2 weeks of play here, they've really learned in terms of their aggression, finding that middle ground, and I'm really liking this. But let's have a look at the highlights once again. Now for Sem9, we didn't really see them a lot in that match, but for some reason, we can see their names pop out in the kill feed, getting kills over and over again. This change in pace from Sem9 is honestly so surprising to me.
Yeah, it started off by the pickup against Buriram United to basically reclaim their glorious ways, and DBD definitely have been able to shut down the rest of the Tigers. And not only that, there's so many of all these Malaysian squads going up against each other, and same could be said about the Thai teams like FaZe Clan, always facing up against Vampire Esports, and both of them had the short end of the stick, though Vampire Esports traded right back, and they also managed to wipe out majority of all the other players out on the field. But this fight though, it was such a great setup coming out of Alter Ego that they managed to clinch themselves into the top 7, top 6 once again.
It's a very interesting situation, leaving their teammate inside of the smoke to feed them information, so they have to just do a spray. But now for Infinity, I'm liking the way that they move together in terms of getting a kill. Even though it was only a Lamborghini down there, they sent all 3 down because they're not leaving anything to chance, not when they're already this close.
Sick play.
Yeah, it was really sick, and I'm actually just shocked because we saw that a sort of sneaky deaky trying to happen, but because their game sense is just so heightened at that moment, they do realize that the prone is there somewhere.
That's right, and the Infinity have been able to secure the matchup with quite a number of staggering elimination points to add up. Though we have seen most of these numbers coming in from teams like Sem9, teams like FaZe Clan, they didn't seem to have find their way into the circle, which will basically dictate who gets the win. And while GD as well as DX were fending off against each other, they will basically wear out by the very end, make it a little too easy for Infinity to close up with that 25-pointer. Though, with that, GD, they got 9 points of eliminations on second place. I think that's more than they can ask for. They can chase back into the #1 spot.
I think they're really going to be very happy with that, because above 20 points is honestly excelling already, especially for this tournament. But for Infinity, I mean, we always see them getting a high number of eliminations, but let me just say that all these eliminations were toward the last circle. It wasn't that early fights anymore. You saw a shift in how they actually wanted to take the game, and they actually executed it so well. It was so surgical. I love to see it. But it's going to be Alan that will be the most valuable player here. Honestly, I have to say, for 28%, I think the whole team was actually pulling their weight. When you see the way they rotate, the way they take a space as well, it's a 3-2. They did a 3-1 sort of situation where we're seeing maybe Mela on one side and 3 on the other side.
Exactly, and other than Alan, if I'm going to name another MVP, it could be Daybot as well. You see how well he basically comes in with those off-angle shots, and sure enough, with a second place finish, now GD finds themselves back at the #1 spot, heading into the penultimate round of the day. Infinity, look at that. This is the chicken dinner they need to push themselves forward, and now they're on second place with 85 points. Meanwhile, Alter Ego just surges upwards, 79 points into 4th place. Vampire Esports with quite the finisher. They have been able to secure 65 points for themselves. Now, place themselves into the 7th spot.
This is really interesting when you see the shift in the top part of the ladder here. It's been like Geek Fam as well as Alter Ego yesterday just holding on to that, but just because of one shift in a game, it's like GD and Infinity just make the way all the way to the top. Regardless though, but the change also happening toward the 19th and 20th place. It feels like Sem9 and Boom Esports are like coupled buddy, where they are partners here, where you see maybe them just kind of switch out now and then, but for the rest of down there, nothing's going to be changing. We only see between 1 to 8 that has the hugest shift in terms of points.
That's right, and this is also a good place for Sem9 to find more grounds, because we see them being so aggressive now. They push Boom Esports down into the bottom position. So there's still more worries for those teams that are on that lower half of the table. So with that being said, we're going to go into the recap where we see the top 4 teams, how they move about. And we see the initial circle being around that Gapco region. We've expected that, it could still be around the quarry after phase 3 appears. And therefore, it has been the furthest journey for the Infinity that always starts in Milta Power.
I think for GD as well, they took their time, but Infinity just now, they took a pit stop there over the south side of Milta. They wanted to see if there's anyone going to be crossing through from Novorobnoye. That didn't happen. So what they did was they just came through into the southern side, and look at them. The way that they were holding the area has been so dominating. This is a large area of cover that they managed to hold on to.
Exactly, and they go in for singular splits into a square formation. Well, not a perfect square, I would say, but it does the job right.
It's a nice cross, I have to say. And on top of that, after that, they did a 3-and-1 as well, which allows Mela a lot of space to not only gather information, but play those heavy-hitting fights while having a cross from 3 other members on the other side.
Indeed, and when we take a look at how DX approached this, the only reason why they were basically held back was because of the small coverage of the map that we were taking on, and GD chose to take matters to their own hand, went in close proximities, flanked them from the back, and when Infinity heard all the ruckus, sure, I'm just going to close in. I don't care if I do have majority of the circle. I know I can win this fight because there's only so few players left. And once that's done, Alan was left with less than 20 HP to work with. So Infinity, they definitely are extremely ecstatic about this big win.
I think this is exactly the middle ground that they actually need. But speaking of that, our sponsor today, Realme, our official smartphone partner. And don't forget, guys, because with a dedicated display chipset promising users seamless gaming with immersive gaming experience, you're going to get the best graphics as well as the best sort of resolution you can have for PUBG Mobile. Heck, even if you want to do those long-range fights, just like how you see, call it, who was it from? Stone you're gonna be seeing every single head on that phone.
That's right, of course, as with the MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G chipset, all this chicken dinner could be yours. And of course, we're gonna take a little bit of a break, and when we do come back, we will see the final matchup before we even throw it. I know some of you guys are still hungry, so why don't you get this QR code on your screen right now, 50% off for your GrabFood order.
The code is PUBGM, only for new users. Terms and conditions apply. So for now, guys, don't forget to take out your phones, order your GrabFood delivery before the stores close, and you'll have some snacks for the last game of the night, and it's going to be Erangel once again. So after this, we're going to be seeing some teams going forward, some teams having a rest. So let's see who it is after this break.
Fellow PUBG mobile players, along with the version 2.2 update, we have made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Let's take a look at the improvements. First, improvements to the controls and display. We have increased the display priority of the wheel when the throwing wheel is activated. Now it'll be easier for players to select the items they wish to throw. In this update, a countdown will be displayed whenever the play zone is going to shrink. This way, it will be made more aware of the next play zone, and players can plan their routes more effectively. We've improved the feedback effect of marked items. Whenever you tap and hold to mark an item successfully, the feedback will be more obvious. When the player is aiming down sights, the markings within the scope have been optimized, so the sight is less obscured. When a player jumps, after respawning or deploying an emergency pickup, it's now possible to mark the battleground with light columns. After a team wins, the buttons for MVP likes and summon statue will be combined. Now players can send a like automatically whenever they summon a statue. On the results screen, we have added teammate numbers, so now players can use the number to identify each other and give likes to their favorite teammates. To make spectating more convenient for players, we have tweaked the button size on the spectating screen. This reduces the chance of tapping the button by mistake. I'm sure firearm balancing is a concerning issue for many players. In this update, we have significantly improved the burst shot of both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Perhaps these two firearms will become your weapon of choice after the enhancements. For airdrop weapons, we have made some adjustments to the controls and damage dealt to better balance the airdrop weapons. In the new version, there are lots of new features worth checking out. When you acquire a firearm finish of your liking, you'll definitely want to admire it from time to time. In this update, we've added a firearm inspection feature. Players can now use this to admire their favorite firearm. During combat, players can tap the emote to enter first-person perspective to inspect the current active weapon. A friendly reminder, never inspect your firearm during combat, or you might overlook the enemies before you. Do keep in mind that this feature is currently only available for certain firearms, but it will be gradually rolled out to other firearms in later versions. The recommended layout feature is one of the many new features. When players customize the controls, it's now easier to apply a custom layout recommended by the system with one tap. We've also added a trunk system. Players can now make exchanges while riding vehicles. Use this feature to exchange supplies with teammates. But remember, the size of the trunk depends on the vehicle type. The visual presentation of profile cards have been improved. Players can now set their gender on their profile cards. On the results screen, we have streamlined the results process and improved on the layout, as well as the MVP results emote. On the new results screen, assists will be included in the stats. In future matches, you can try cooperating with your teammates. Even if you don't make the final strike, assists will help boost your results. We have added stationary targets to the training grounds. After firing, the damage dealt and bullet trajectory will be displayed. This helps to more closely recreate situations that players may face in matches. To make it easier for players to practice shooting, the most recently used firearms configuration will be applied by default when entering the training grounds the next time. These are the major improvements for the basic experience in version 2.2. If you want to learn more about this update's content, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
GTDO3, Neo Speed Awakens.
Once again, it's time to be the one here in the 2022 PMPL Southeast Asia Championship Fall. It's Tash Money here, Contra, on your right side of the screen, carrying you to our final match of the evening. And of course, we thank you for staying put for most part. And of course, we hope that you will stay for the entirety of the journey to see who will be crowned as the champions of Southeast Asia. So far, How are you liking the week?
I'm liking today more than yesterday because for today, it's a little bit more aggressive compared to yesterday, and we're seeing teams starting to formulate a plan. And we saw that happen between Infinity and GID. And I think GID since yesterday till today has shown that potential coming through. But as for Infinity, the Infinity has, I think yesterday we were just saying like, oh, they didn't really show up, but today the chicken dinner just shows how much they wanted it.
Exactly, and you just take a look at the team summary. It has been GD as well as Infinity going neck and neck. GD did more damage than the Infinity does, and therefore they definitely do deserve some of all these accolades. By the end of the match, Booms being the MVP. Well, actually, Alan was the MVP with more of those kills, but the damage numbers are coming in from Booms, and also supplemented by Daybot. Nusa have been able to do 566 damage, so he's still eyeing out to be the FMVP by the end of the run.
Dang. Nusa has been absolutely insane. He does so much damage and is always great with that first contact. So now, for the last match of the night, A, B, C, and E. So Group D not playing GD, DBD, Box, and VPE, which means that we're finally gonna see boom, 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 boom back into the fray. Geek Fam wants to come back and take the throne over in the first place, as well as FaZe, I believe. And the question is whether or not Infinity, as well as who's on the very top again, GID, will be able to hold on to it is the question.
Yeah, now that they're not playing in this matchup, it's a little harder for them to hold. So even finishing in top 3 itself, I think they're going to be more than happy to battle out for the upcoming days moving along the week. So when we look at the teams that are playing this time around, it's going to be pretty exciting to see, because when it comes down to the results, it has been the case where one chicken dinner for anybody from first position all down to 8th, they could easily overtake. Like, chicken dinner itself usually comes to 15. And you need points. I mean, eliminations do, of course, win that chicken dinner. So usually that's a plus 20 if you're looking at the average.
Yep, but speaking of that, before we go into that more, let's have a look at Nusa, our brand new map, where it features the brand new tactical crossbow. And I have to say, out of everything onto there, I feel like the crossbow is what I'm very interested in. It's always fun to have something new to play with, and the way the crossbow is used, especially with the drop, is very, very different. So try it out to see if it suits your playstyle.
That's right, and not only that, there is more things that you can explore in this 1x1 map. You can go solo or even duo with your friends and just basically wreak havoc in this beautiful city. There's so many things. It's so tropical, and at the same time, it feels like you're in Bali itself.
Wow, Bali, huh? But you know what's not in Bali? This Clairvoyant, Fox set,
this feels like Rome.
Fortune set. Rome, Paris, maybe? That's where the opera is, perhaps? Paris, yes, Paris, where you get croissant. You know. But anyways,
Now you're making me hungry.
I am hungry, but you know, the Clairvoyant Fox set and the Vidas Fortune set, I think from the two, I'm a big fan of the Fox set. I'm a huge fan of these Japanese lores. I love the masks, I love the fan, and looks really, really good.
That's right, and what looks great, it's the Spectral Swan and Cosmic Inquisitor set, which is available now. Ultimate sets are hard to come by, and when you go in the game, everyone knows that, hey, this is the biggest flexer when you have it in the map.
I just realized the detailing of these swan feathers, that it's so beautiful. And you know what else is beautiful? Finding the diamond in the rough at the PMCC 2022 tournament. So you guys over there in campus, if you want a chance to be picked up by a team to be found as the new hidden talent, join the PMCC 2022 with a 40,800 ringgit prize pool. You guys in Malaysia, if you want to join, just scan that QR code on this screen. This is your last chance, guys, because if you don't sign up, then don't say that we didn't tell you.
That's right, and you know what? There's a not just one brand new car, but plenty of brand new cars that you can basically get for yourself. It's the first original PUBG mobile sports car, and it offers true speed and real attitude.
You know what's really cool? The first 2 cars in front matches.
Yeah?
Look at it. Like, I'm the lighter color and you're the darker color.
Actually.
Right?
Right.
We should totally get this car.
Or you're saying I'm the bigger car and you're the smaller car?
Heck yeah! I'm the cooler car.
Ouch.
Ouch. I mean, the other car is pretty cool too.
I'll let the chat decide. Say less.
Say less. Chat, let us know. Who is the cooler car and who is the
Honestly,
less
I
cool
don't want
car?
to be a car.
What?
I want to be the one that drives and not the one being driven.
Fair enough, fair enough. But let's have a look at our predictions for the last match of the day. Just now, my prediction was correct, Infinity. Wow! I
Congratulations.
did it!
Congratulations to all the fans out there too that have been rooting for them. Now, I'm lending my support to Buriram United. Today they had a rough day, and yesterday I think was one of the best showings. Today, sure, that fight against M9 might have actually spark or ignite some of the flames out there, and I think that they have all the qualities to be the next superstars. They have players that come in from multiple teams beforehand. Kangzo used to be from Team Secret, and C-Sky only has played in C Finals itself, and perhaps they can make the cut.
Honestly, for me, DX has been showing really good discipline when it comes to getting the space, the terrain, the area, and taking care of the compound. They've been prioritizing that, and they've been doing so far when it comes to placement. So I'm going to give them the chicken dinner, but I don't necessarily will give them in terms of elimination points because they're not as aggressive as I'd like them to be. It's a very different change in pace, isn't it? Because Xavier from the previous seasons have been a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more bombastic, and I'm wondering why the change in pace here?
Exactly so, and the Savior, I think with them winning the first matchup and still getting number 2 and top 5 spots overall, they're in such a great spot that they are the ones that are in prime position. If they don't win the chicken dinner, never mind. Just aim for that top spot. They were at number 2 early on.
Yep. I mean, honestly, today they've been pretty consistent with getting that top side of the ladder. They don't necessarily have the most elimination points, but to them, that's their objective. It's always been the placement point. It's always been the chicken dinner. And I think that knowing what exactly you want from the outcome of the game changes how exactly you want to approach taking the circle, your positioning, and how you want to play. Because it's very different than the Infinity, who is a little bit more, I would say, a little bit more heavy on the elimination points. How they play, how they take up space, how their aggression is coming through from yesterday and today is also very different because today is a little bit more balanced compared to yesterday. It's a little bit more aggressive.
Here we go into the final match of Week 2, Day 2 in the PMPL Southeast Asia Championship. And of course, it's contract here with Cash Bunny.
Hello!
Hi. It's been...
Not again!
It's been 5 hours together with us. Hope you guys are feeling great as we are slowly getting our way into the weekend. I know it's a Thursday evening, but tomorrow's a Friday. And Fridays are always exciting, right?
You know what else is exciting? This flight path. It's like the opposite of just now's flight path.
Yeah, early on...
was from left to right earlier, now it's right to left. What is going on? A flight circle? Pilots? What's going on through your mind today?
They just want to see everything go down south, I guess. And yesterday we get ourselves that melee base circle. Today, hopefully we get the same.
We got Quarry circle twice today, one in Sanok and one here. I mean, it's different places, but it's still called Quarry.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
You're not wrong at all. Both with very difficult terrains to play out. And we're seeing great victors come up on top, one being DX back in Sana. And of course, the most recently improved match at the Philly secured chicken dinner. Now, speaking of Quarry, we see NFT as well as Geek Fam being up close and personal, but of course, Geek Fam has some distance being along the stretch of Fair Pier. But instead of going down south, this time we're having it go over onto the western end, and perhaps maybe a northern circle will be an interesting approach. April drives past some of the members of Ego Esports, and he has avoided all the danger. Good work on April.
Avoiding death. April, survive another day. Not too far away from his other teammates, though. I think for 4 rivals right now, they're trying to find a way. They're still trying to figure out how exactly to get their engines hot, how exactly to approach this.
There's a very simple way to sum up what you've mentioned in English, but into Malay. Oh, sebay.
Oh, man, I can't believe you did that. I'm telling you, your Malay is much better than mine. Way better.
Oh, man. I don't know. I guess like it's just I might just be, you know, part of.
You know that meme?
Uh-huh.
Am I better? You don't know that meme?
No.
You're not on TikTok enough, are you?
No, I'm not a TikToker.
Wow, you should be because they are today our official live stream partner.
Yeah. I mean, I do have a TikTok account. I do watch a lot of all these.
You should
cool
you should
stuff on
also
TikTok.
watch my TikToks.
I followed you on TikTok.
Oh
You didn't
man,
notice,
you
and that
follow me on
hurts.
TikTok? Wow, I'm so happy.
That also means that you didn't follow back, did you?
Oh my god, okay, I'll follow you back right now. Like right now.
Right now?
Right now.
No. Too late for that.
You know there's a song for this?
What kind of song?
Too late to apologize.
Never asked for apology. I never asked.
Wow, he's
I never
so
needed it.
savage today. What is going on, dude? I thought we were best friends.
We are. That's what best friends do, right?
I don't know what kind of friends you have, man.
If that's the case, me neither. I don't know. And of course, into friendship, the power of friendship, we see NFT as well as SLD.
They always meet each other, huh?
Yeah, they just love the quarry so much.
Quarry.
SLD got the chicken dinner
They're-
today.
oh, I thought you meant like quarrel, as in like quarry.
Some people call it quarry. We like to call it quali.
Quali, I don't know what language that is, sir. Kidding.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
For those who know, they'll know. But once again, sign up for PMCC. If you guys are in campus, you want to earn that dollar. Ringgit actually. Well, if you convert it, it's close to 10,000 US dollars.
Wow.
Still a lot of money.
I want 10,000 US dollars.
Oh, what's this?
He is being
The
surrounded.
Wolves and the Tigers meet up.
But no shots coming through as yet. Here is NFT.
Shots here though.
Going in the damage. Ooh, Lord Harm. Wow, that's painful. Here comes Kong.
What?
He eats his
Dumb
own
shot.
damage. They're just playing the rabbit game, ring around the rosy. That's why his bag is a rabbit. Doesn't hit quite yet, but Falfel goes down. Kong gets it in the end. What a fight.
What a fight indeed. And these hours put into team death matches, the ones in the warehouse, paid off. And it happens exactly in the warehouse. 1 versus 1.
I love 1 versus 1.
And Kwang shows why he is one of the best players in Vietnam.
He's like, am I better? Can somebody please in
He
the
has
chat
proven it.
clip that and then put that sound on TikTok and tag me, please? I am begging you.
I would back the same too.
Okay, tag him as well. Why not? For Geek Fam today, I think today is one of their better showings throughout the entire week. They've seen to find that sweet spot between too aggressive and still playing for positions.
Sure enough.
Yeah, it's been pretty good for them.
It's just been 2 days.
It's just been 2 days, yeah. But, you know,
But-
we talked with Yohai yesterday, and
Yeah.
they said that, you know, when it comes to unconventional circles, they're a little bit better when it comes to that circle prediction. They think it's a very easy matchup. I'm really curious to see if this will be an unconventional circle and how exactly they'll be handling that.
That's right. And now back to the bridges. We've seen this plenty of times before from the side of BN United. But this time, accompanied by Bobo Hu, some of these shots have landed.
Is that the new backpack?
Did he just utilize a full med kit just to heal up?
Wait, really?
Yeah, he did. Like, that was barely even...
Listen.
That was just 40% damage.
Listen.
Okay.
Better safe than sorry.
Sure, but honestly,
Maybe
the
he
rest
pressed the
of
wrong
them
button.
couldn't be able to challenge anyways. But BN United, they are stuck by the bridge though. Let's see how they will be able to hold on to those positions and eventually, potentially, overwhelm Boom Esports. But Boom Esports, I think they do have the upper hand right now. Silence though, he tries to make those changes work from the corners
hard
of the
terrain
beach.
to drive through when you think about it, and they are gonna hear
You don't
his
want no
car.
cars in real life on these corners of the shore.
Are you sure about that?
Dirty the tires with sand, and you might puncture
There is a car in
tires?
Malaysia. There is a car in Malaysia that would beg to defer.
Hilux.
The Myvi, the king of the road.
Oh.
It can fly.
Imagine adding a Myvi into PUBG Mobile.
Please, Please, I am begging you. The Malaysian players would love it. Please, it would be like the biggest meme ever, especially when you see some of these players, like especially the bug. Turn the buggies into my Vs. Oh my god.
But we got cooler cars though. Have you seen all the new stuff that they offer? The original PUBG mobile cars?
Yeah.
That is cool.
I want the purple one. It's so pretty.
Purple power.
Yeah, purple power. Just like how we are today. NFT just now, they lost one player. We do see Ramones. Does get tagged. Auron as well. A little bit low on HP. I want to know what happened. Or maybe it's just the Blue Zone, honestly, when you think about it.
Yeah, they are rotating by the outskirts. NFT has taken the really long journey from the island. From what we last saw. Well, actually not inside the island. They were last seen inside Quarry. But for some reason, they're not really stacked up on loot. So you take a look at Drone. He's only got 2 first aid. But F9 once again clashes. And this time with Infinity, who's finding all these points throughout the day. And they will add one more.
Look at how fast they decide on taking a fight. How aggressive they are at taking up space. Infinity, they know what they want. And they will just go for it.
Yeah, and usually in those sort of altercations in the middle of the street, like, it's about who pulls off the fastest out of the wheels and immediately get into action. And Infinity, they're always so swift.
You want to know what their comms sound like?
What? Thai.
Pull up, friends!
Definitely not that. They're speaking in Thai.
Come on! Come on.
Anyways, new update to the circle. This will be phase 3, which will bring everybody into Yasna Polyana
This is not an awful
as
circle.
well as the outskirts of school.
Look at how the rotations are from the left side. There's so many. 2E.
The northern end is empty though.
Exactly. 2E is going to have a great time coming through. But if the circle does go towards Yasnaya, I'm hoping it comes toward that body of water there just to have some people swimming. But speaking of that, Apul opens fire to a fellow Malaysian team not hitting his shots. So.
It's absolutely okay. I mean, when teams are convoying, there's less likelihood of most of these teams to be able to find a pickup.
Get the last member! Kill. Can he make it out alive?
Bobo, who will only have a little glimpse, who will try to shred some tires, but Max, too fast.
I have a
furious.
song for this too.
No more songs, please.
Please, last one.
No.
The glimpse of eyes.
Oh, I like that song.
Me too.
A glimpse of me and United. that is what it is. Capone, some may call Cap 1.
Capone!
I prefer Capone.
I like Cap 1 though. Cap 1 is like, you capping 1 only.
Oh.
I'm
No
so
cap.
lame.
That's what I want.
No cap. Man, my puns are getting really bad toward the end of the night, man.
That's right. All intended, I know. And harm. He's got so many angles against all these teams that's driving into the city, and this sniper bunker will prove to be quite the spot. SSLD, they arrive to the scene with a car smoking up. Oh my word! Depletes 2 members!
Oh my god!
With a bang and got Cutie. He's being opportunistic about this. Tags are coming in. It doesn't seem like it does land onto Trong, but it will still have the rest of TM being vultures in the field.
Ooh, they probably got a heart attack because I did.
And that's why that bunker works so well in circles like this.
It's unfortunate that Sam9 didn't get a point out of that.
Yeah, and they... I want to say they worked hard for it. At the same time, like, took his opportunity, but the rest of SM9 was not even ready. They got 1 point, though, but look what they lost. 2 members much early on when they were fighting up against Infinity. We understand why they didn't have enough firepower to secure it.
Yeah, Infinity is very oppressive, especially if they corner you. They're not afraid to take up space. They're not afraid to just run up forward for that CQC. It's very scary. It's like being chased by a monster who just wants to claw your eyes out.
Monsters.
You
It's
can tell,
only
like-
real if you believe in it. But we
Sure
believe
about
that
that?
there are a lot of monsters in the realm of PUBG Mobile.
All these players are monsters, not in a bad way. They're
Yeah.
just sick.
Indeed.
Not sick like sick. They're like sick.
All right. I get you, fam. But this is a potato instead of a monster. Oh, okay. That scared me for a little bit.
Oh, Oh,
Geek
this
Fam
is
versus
gonna
Bacon
be
Time,
good. I really want to see how this ends up.
Styles, he's keeping an eye close onto Damru though. Shots are being fired onto the SEA.
Damro's just like, don't shoot my car, man.
Yeah, those wheels are constantly just change the rims. Don't want to replace them again. Snipes, yep, they were just going to play it a little bit more defensive.
I
That
love
forces the
Snipes
rest
playing like
of
this.
Bacon Time to push downwards though, and they're about to do it.
They're going the other way. Please don't spot out Snipes. He does show himself. No shots connected. And Snipes says, okay, I have to reposition now. They know exactly where I am. I'm gonna go back to my team. Love my team.
I'm pretty sure he does.
Whoa! Smeb finds Newsy. I really want to see what happened there. But oh, look at
as
the,
well.
look at that.
There's just more and more of these
That's
teams.
a three-way. And SLD goes out.
Oh my goodness. SLD have the most unfortunate run this time with that Yasnaya push that didn't work out. Now Boom Esports got themselves cornered up once again.
Here comes the nade. I mean, it didn't hit him. Molly, part 2.
Just gonna throw whatever they have, even the kitchen sink if they have to.
They're just making it rain onto him. I feel so bad.
And he survives though.
He's like, stop, please, no more. Ooh, the reposition on time. Sprays come through. That rock saves his life. Regardless, here's Yummy from the other end, giving some support for his teammate. Doesn't matter if there's not enough of us.
Okay,
I am
big
here
one.
to watch your back. Oh.
Avoid this, can you?
No, you can't. That's a little bit too aggressive there. Bacon I was like, enough of this. I threw out those mollies in order to grill some bacon, and you moved away, man.
Well, they are the Bacon. And of course, they have quite a good time, but Repa Boy has been able to find members of the side of Geek Fam on the other side of the hill. Repa Boy trying to finish off his work. The rest of Yoodo Alliance are being pushed right in. They will secure yet another one in the back. And less members of Geek Fam will be able to trade right back. And they found Snipes as well. Snipes finding some angles against Addict Luke, but that won't halt the rest of Yoodo Alliance. They are finding those nades to be primed right through. And they managed to get the revive done. Damru trying to ensure the survivability of Geek Fam remains intact, but the nades have dropped right in. Damru won't be able to survive. That leaves only Snipes available, and he's driving off.
Oh man, this is a horrible situation for Geek Fam. Getting caught out early, but Adit Luke is not letting Snipes get away. The heavy fire coming through, but it's not going to be enough. He's a little bit too fast, and Snipes survives with his life. And I'm really liking that whenever we see Geek Fam play before this, they have an idea on how to play survivability game. But isn't it interesting how all three of the Malaysian teams are so close to one another?
Bamburu finds Snipes driving towards his angles, but he will find some damage being done, but there are too many members of Four Rivals to secure the pointer. Geek Fam now out at 15. As the game continues on, Four Rivals secures 2 pointers from different teams. And there's still more assaults coming in. Bacon Time rushes forward to Voki, and he gets the shot! My goodness, so swiftly! And he will find another one in the form of Appy, pressing him backwards as well. More smokes here to cover up, and damage being done. And there's Infinity also supplementing and sandwiching Four Rivals in between. Boom Esports, this is a 4-way battle, but the blue zone is chipping it towards DX.
DX in a situation that's so dire right now, but so is Boom Esports. Bobohoo finally going down, and that's the end of that. Take 14th place, 0 eliminations. Looks like all the teams going out early did not even manage to get a single kill. Regardless, for Yoodo Alliance, this is their golden opportunity. They wanted to make a comeback today, and it's looking so good for all of them. Then here comes Bacon Time. They do spot out one. They're not going to commit. They don't want to push out here. What they're trying to do is just make sure that they can keep the area, not allowing anyone to get inside. As for Do, he is trying to get the shots onto the other players of Four Rivals, but it's not hitting, so he has to reposition as well because the circle is pushing through.
It's going to be a little bit more standstill right now, heading into Phase 5. Blue Zone's closing right in, and that's a lot of open ground into the plains. And Bacon Time, they only have this ditch to work with. You lost ISIS in that early scuffle, but they did manage to find ways to wipe some members off of Four Rivals, or should I just say Voki, as he's caught off by surprise. Swift move coming in from Amsal much early on to get that 1 elimination point. FaZe Clan hasn't been getting much attention. That's also because they've been hiding out by the patrol station. DX now convoying into the open grounds, and April now getting tagged. Amstal's finds his way on that 180 angle, but Infinity, they got that 4-man setup in the open fields, and DX, they have to plan their grounds in the middle of the open, and there is TEM in the city.
Look at Yoodo Alliance getting pressured by so many different teams. No matter where they go, it's gonna be FaZe Clan this time. Ripple Boy now down. Olio wants to get that revive through, but it's so hard to cut through. They're just gonna say cut our losses, and we're gonna go 2 by 2. Go on to the other side. At least some of us can survive and get those placement points. This is a very horrible predicament, and one of the biggest problems when you are getting into the circle quite late.
Yeah, at least they find some open room by the lake. Oh,
Ripple Boy went down.
Well, Blue Zone is going to devour Ripple Boy. As you said, four rivals now journeys their way into the middle of the city.
Oh, man.
They're already getting hacked. Frankie being the security guard of Yasnaya. And there goes. Four rivals crush. The moment that it reached the city, this ain't the sort of place you should pass. I guess they didn't have the green card to their passport.
Very, very difficult situation because you can already kind of expect that every single building should be occupied. Every single high ground should have someone watching from the top part. And this is the scary part about passing through an area or a circle that is toward a town. Regardless, for Infinity, I'm liking how much space they're holding through that 4-man area, holding off the side of the field as well. Gives them so much space to work through, but the circle is not favoring them. And now they, too, have to go through the trials, which is the city full of people.
And I just love the way that Infinity is playing. Though the circle may not be all too telling, it could still end up in the middle of the open. But if it does move into the city, then it's going to be very problematic for BAC, Sem9 Infinity, as well as Buriram United, who's currently on the outskirts.
No!
It is. Oh boy, finally we have ourselves an urban finish. Tash, this is going to be a good way to end the night here in week 2, day 2.
It's going to be hard because with how the city is like with multiple
moving in.
situations, yeah, it's very, very hard. Look at Nuzi, he is not scared.
They booked their way in. I'm surprised.
Look at BRU coming on from the top side. They
But-
knew that was clear.
But there's Alter Ego as well as BN United. It's not exactly safe, but they find themselves a little bit more of a leverage by the terrains. Capone, excuse me. Let's get a little bit more of those angles as Fnatic finds one member out of
BN's pushing.
Infinity. They're on the lower ground, but Silence buying a little bit more space. The grenades will fall in.
For now, Silence gets shot from the back. Never turn your back to an enemy. And he's going to go down. Regardless, he's still around, can be picked up. The grenades come through. Mela can be picked up as well. Infinity, a very tiny area to work with. But look at BN United. Baonam. They have all the space to play, and they have a good crossfire. But look at the top side. Logan gets picked up. And make that 2 is going to be Tunny going down. Infinity is now out of the game.
BN United just absolutely crushed it. That angle through the window, it merely clips onto 2. And BN
What a
United
spray.
just got those numbers back. This is what we love about urban warfare, where it's all about ensuring every single angle is being checked. And Alter Ego, we saw them also chiming in. They didn't manage to get those kills. They did manage to knock members of the side of Infinity as well as BN United. Yoodo Alliance arrived towards the back, and here comes FaZe Clan. And same goes to Sem9, now being neighbors. And Rowdy once added, as FaZe Clan will find Mamparang.
Mamparang going down. As well as, not sure if his teammate survived. Yep, he didn't. So there we go, 10th place, at least 1 elimination point. Better than 0. 20K in trouble right now in the smokes. And his teammates rally around him, trying to pick him up.
And FaZe Clan, they dominate the entire sector of the southwestern corners of the map. But it is still a lot of fight to get directly into the center stage, though. Ramones will have a little bit more of a tiny corner. Adiguk as well. There's not much left. That's going to be the last of Yoodo Alliance. 8 more team remains as we hit to 22 minutes of play eventually. Alter Ego have back to... But we're looking at majority of these teams having lesser numbers, but TEM, because they were taking the south side of the city, anyone that has approached, they've been able to deter their arrival, and hence why they have got those big numbers at hand. Now having one member knock, all they have to do is to revive themselves, and I can't even see the next circle for now.
So packed, this area. There are some picks here and there for the team. It's not like a full wipe. Regardless, 20K... still very much alive. I almost thought that he was going to be lobbied. But for the rest, look at that. 2E with 4, AE with 4, BN with 3. But
Bacon Times probably in the best spot. Like
they are in the right smack dab in the middle, and they have so much space and so many areas to play with when it comes to those windows as well. So many angles.
That's true, and FaZe Clan taking precaution here, having a lot of smokes to work with. And just gotta watch out for those resources. Just phase 6. And those gunners up top the rooftops is just gonna be finding more and more blood. Capone tags one. But BN United, they're getting rushed on by Buriram United, who's coming in, trailing from the back. Grenades all locked and loaded. And Capone, how much more can he buy time here? Oh, Capone missed.
A little bit of a miss.
Almost needed himself.
Yep, he did move away. My name P pushing up here with C-Sky at the bottom side. They want to go aggressive. They want to take this area from BN. But we all know that BN is pretty good when it comes to trigger discipline. They know exactly how to do it, but Max takes a lot of damage from that nade. My name P does find one eventually. Tiger, sorry, finds one. My name P pushing up. They know that there's at least someone outside. But here comes FaZe coming into 2E. We have NFT on the other side. Could this be a three-way fight?
It just could happen at any given moment. But for NFT, they're just being very much defensive. While Capone, he tried to hold his ground. Not much damage being done. They do get one knock, though. C-Sky only will deplete the entirety of the squad. There's still one more on the outer section, though. Now, 1-2 members being knocked from the side of Buriram buys a little bit more time for the side of Max LV. TEM still being the K-makers of the city, and FaZe Clan will basically dig it all out with the rest of NFT. They're just throwing all the sort of smokes necessary, and they're just basically facing each other and running at it. Batman, he doesn't know.
Batman taking a lot of damage here. FaZe playing as a unit. Ramones as well eats up that grenade, but oh my god, Tawny K once again knocked down. They have to go aggressive. They have to take up this space. We have Lycan from the other side. Ventores as well, proning to save his life. FIDMT is playing from the top side.
It's just an absolute lockdown, as if it's still going to be a pandemic going on. Nobody's going to be leaving those compounds right now, as we see Ponby out of Alter Ego trying to play cool. The rest of Alter Ego, they have 3-pointers out there, but it's FaZe Clan here in the center of that sort of tension as they slowly take members one after another.
Oh my god.
FIDMT finally goes out. He's been using that cheeky angle for too long. He should have known better.
But for FaZe, I'm really liking this tag team situation they have with the revives, but there's only so long that they can do that for. Because for now...
There's a lot of smokes he can use, though, from the ground.
Yeah, he can. But Torrance just playing it real quiet right now. And style does go down to TEM. They got naded out there. It's all about the nade kills when it comes to these situations.
Everyone's just neck and neck. There's just basically no telling who's going to be able to win this battle of resources. Draw! Finally gets in. Make it rain as he will surprise Torres. Now it's between him as well as MR5 coming with some swift shots, just swerving by with the UMP, and Tiger will find more members on the side of Alter Ego. Now we only have 7 more teams available to play out. 4 members still intact for the rest of Buriram United, as they can challenge the rest of Alter Ego, but they're driving on the outskirts. They will join into the middle of the city, and TEM, they're not doing all too much as they're waiting for the final circle to appear, and that's where they will storm right in. Ego Esports with only 2 more left. Alter Ego, fired up by Buriram.
Buriram so aggressive, and right now in 7th place will be FaZe. Buriram United, they want to make this happen. They want this chicken dinner. They want to go on the aggressive. They want to take this fight to Ego Esports. Regardless, going to cook up that nade. My name, P, going to push up. Doesn't hit anyone? No, they went to the top side here as one member of Alter Ego. It'll be Fnatic on the other side there. Hasn't been picked up by his teammates. It's going to be really hard to, because it's such an open area with so many eyes focused onto him. But C-Sky only, he wants to make some, he wants to push up there. He wants to start this first contact if possible. But with how many teams are there, it's so hard to really kind of dictate or figure out how many people are looking at him. But it's going Chua from the outside. He does get clipped. Not enough to take him down, but C-Sky only does go down to FIMT. And Twan's as well finds Fnatic. And for now, Potato does get a, I would say, a refrag onto Twan.
Alter Ego in the same building with the rest of Eagle Esports that storms right in. They do have a few members dropped out, and they're still holding onto the roof. And I'm not too sure if they could basically get anything out of that. Buriram United trying to get a little bit more cover, and with a little bit more of a hectic situation going on, bacon time. They squeeze their way, still having 2 members left, but TEM, they have the longest to hold out for, and this entire section is all for themselves. But do they have to move is the question. Bacon time nearing this section. They will be nated off, and it is SoZip that will be able to get one.
So aggressive with those mollies, with those grenades. They can still buy some time to get the revive with that container. Regardless, for C-Sky only, he has his close eye on 2E. And as for 2E, I think the problem is right now they're running out of resources. They're not getting those heals coming through as well. Here is the cook of the nade from Chua.
Looks good.
Goes it through.
Oh,
to get it.
Ken's only dead.
Oh,
and there's a lot of chip damage onto the rest of Buriram United. Bang goes the rest of the Bacons, and TEM, they will prevail yet again. And you still see majority of all these teams still having most of their members intact, except for BN United. But look who we've got. Mormon now throws a grenade towards the rest of Buriram. TEM, they're lurking from behind. Tiger guarding the fences here. But look at the back. The rest of the Eagles are just finding their way against Buriram United. And surprise, surprise, Foreman attacks from the window side. And C-Sky only, he's not seeing anything at all. Only smokes. And everybody's going into the building. It's just all too chaotic.
Liking where C-Sky is. It's hard to get to him right now, but SoZip, he has been extremely sneaky, has been paying off so well. He gets one, not quite. He will be the one going down, and for now, one as well in trouble. As Max from the other side, he's still looting. He gets that nade. He wants to clear out the area, at least giving him some space, but it's so hard to see anything. He does get one more point with Tuan in his pocket. And for now, for 2E, one more member left. BN United, one more area. But look at how many people for TEM on the other side. They have the major man in numbers here. Max still playing for time. He wants to at least get second place.
TM's swarming in.
Yeah, they are. They don't know where Max is. But look at where
C-Sky, he's got the safest space. He doesn't have to reveal himself. He just hopes that this final takedown will happen in order to he's finding those angles. He sees him, but he can't get to him. Any more nades? I don't think so. They've utilized everything on the block, but eventually he will have to hop right up. TEM, numbers advantage. 1v1 between the rest of the squad, but TEM, they are revealed.
Can he get 2 is a question. It's not quite gonna happen. He's gonna go out like that. 4th place. And for now, C-Sky so very low. Can he get one more? No, it's not gonna happen because TEM is gonna be getting the last chicken dinner of the night.
How did they still have 4 members intact the whole time? It's obvious, Naya. This urban finish has been the craziest match that we've had here in week 2, day 2. And may I say, this plays made by TEM and the rest of the squad will go down as one of the most challenging matchups, and the squad from Thailand will be the ones that takes the chicken dinner.
TEM has been playing that so well. They just took the center of the area and held on to it. You didn't see them leave at all. It's only just shots, maybe some pickoffs now and then, and waiting for the right time in order to push out has been so phenomenal. But you have to give it to Buriram United. C-Sky's positioning has been so great, and only allowing himself to just go down at the very last point.
That's right, and I think like there's I don't even know where to begin with this highlights. There's too many things going on at the split second. Sure, on the early game, we see a lot of all these battles between teams with Yoodo Alliance taking majority of these players out from Geek Fam. That was the major factor of surprise, and then eventually we get a lot more action coming from VX. But these are the teams that eventually goes into Yasnaya and just gets obliterated.
I think what's really great here is the fact that we're seeing a shift in playstyle from so many different teams. Aggression is not working out so well because every time we see a team try to aggress, like say Alter Ego, what happens is that while they're crossing, they get caught off guard. And that's a problem with these sort of urban finishes where when you're trying to cross, the cross from so many different teams is gonna be a problem for you.
And I think that when it comes down to urban finishes like this, it's really important that these players are sharp on their guns every single time that they check every angle. And you see why players will switch into the first person perspective in order to ensure that they get all these angles all covered up, and you gotta make it swift. And when it comes down to this final battle, it honestly could be anybody, but because TEM have been the most patient compared to the rest of the squad, moving from the southern side after taking out majority of these players out there. They managed to go in with the finishing touches to land themselves the chicken dinner. Very well deserved, and look at how many utilities they have. I can't do the math right now, but it's more than 50 for sure. I mean, you count it, probably 80.
It's more than 60. Absolutely. I mean, when you look at all of these teams, not a lot of them have been inside of the blue because of the, I would say, central circle. And a lot of situations, I think a lot of teams were already predicting the circle to go up towards Yasnaya. And you saw a majority of them were already inside of the building. So the teams that were predicting to go south, kind of like a copium sort of situation there, especially from Infinity, had to move up. And when you want to move up and try to find space in an area that late, it's very, very difficult.
But what's impressive about TEM in this matchup is not for the fact that they are the ones that were only patient. They are the ones that just guards who comes in, who comes out. And those that made it in, they weren't all too worried because like they moved deeper into the city. And by the time that they've ensured that their own area is fully covered up, that's all they have to do. And then they just take a few steps at a time. From United though, those plays that they made, swerving by into the northern side and then slowly cutting forward into the city, has paid off in dividends, while having Seas not only on top of the roof, buys them enough space for a second place finish at the very least.
I mean, when you look at Onzen's just now, I think what's really great I want to highlight about him is just more of like how he can be very aggressive when it comes to those players coming through with the vehicles, when it comes to those players crossing through as well, because they had the southern side of the area completely covered. So you saw how many teams were rotating inside from the southern side, which is why it makes it really hard for a lot of teams to pass them. And all of these picks were exactly the same thing we saw from the last match from FaZe, where whoever that's passing through will get obliterated just like that. So I think that's what's so great about TM. It's just mostly, I think, if say they got the circle in terms of where they're holding the area, they're really good at getting those picks when it comes to becoming the gatekeeper.
That's right, and not only that, we have highlighted TM so much, but when it comes down to all these scores, the Thai teams, I think we've said it a bunch of times, they are built different.
Oh, yeah.
Look at the gap that Nusa has made. Like, he's got 70 frags. Tony K, sure, he needs 2 more. Stone on third place. He needs a lot of catching up, and this is the third spot. Can you imagine the rest, how far behind? Like, Nusa and Tony K, they're definitely of a different breed. The way that they approach the game with those killer instinct, it's just very clinical, and I'm pretty sure they're prepared for the global championship if they do get those slots.
This is a great mindset coming into the game as well, because they are very aware how these eliminations can propel them forward as opposed to just getting that placement point. So looking at the MVP race right now, Tony K still maintaining that first place spot now with 68 elimination points. And look at his damage, 13.6k is absolutely insane. Now followed by that will be Nusa, who is always really, really fast with that first contact, followed by Stoned. Honestly, are you surprised? Because Stone is so great at just suppressing the enemy team. Shrubs as well at his side. We've seen so much supplements coming from the 3rd and 4th place here. And last but not least, Gosu from SLD. And I think this is one of the greatest things we can see right now from a new team.
That's right. Now let's quickly take a look at the summary of the day, as we have Infinity still landing onto the #1 spot after taking majority of these fights. They do have the highest elimination points as compared to all the other teams out there, despite having lower ranking points, and only 1 chicken dinner throughout this week that was earned only today. GD is only 3 points away, and we see 2 Indonesian squads up there. FaZe Clan has remained in the top 5. TM, they got that chicken dinner, and that have propelled them into the 6th spot.
Look at Geek Fam though, 48 elimination points, only 2 behind of Infinity. So if you compare these 2 teams, I would say that they almost have a very similar play style. They love playing aggressive, and for Infinity today, I think they've toned it down a little bit, and I think they find that sweet spot. As for Geek Fam, it felt just now like they were a little bit too aggressive, and this is why I started questioning, are you overheating, or is it just that unlucky situation where you are forced to take those fights early?
Exactly, and of course there's a lot of questions to be answered out there, but I think like there's massive improvements from, I would say, all the teams that we are seeing for today, whether it's from the top all the way to the bottom. Like, everyone's basically vying for those top spots, and nobody really wants to be left behind, as only 16 teams will manage to find their way into the grand finals and then fight for the top 5. But of course, you did say that we will have to speak to some of all these players out there and wonder what do they have to say. We have an interview coming up, and let's see who we've got.
Hello, Ajim.
Oh, tak dengar suara caster.
Tak dengar? Okay, Ajim can't hear us, so just give me a second there. Ajim, boleh dengar tak?
Yeah.
You can hear me.
Alright,
Alright,
Yeah.
awesome. Ajim, can we have this interview in English?
Can.
Alright, that's cool. That's cool of you. Okay, it's okay. Well, I'll try my best to keep it as simple as possible for you. So let's talk about Geek Fam's performance today. Yesterday, you guys started off so great. You guys had 30 points. And starting today as well, you guys were very, very aggressive. And let's talk a little bit about Geek Fam strats. Are you guys purposely playing aggressive or is just intentional?
I think the boys just play ikut diorang punya playstyle today. So I think tak jadi sangat lah.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay, so what Ajim said is that the boys are playing towards their own playstyle. What they've been doing is not necessarily working out today for them, so they're just gonna have to figure it out.
That's right. And of course, Ajim, as a manager, when you take care of the boys, when there was off-season or after matches, what is the best way for you as a manager to help them relax? Or do you guys like organize like, you know, a day out, or what could that be for the rest of Geek Fam?
For me, I just give them enough sleep. Then should be okay lah. Yeah.
Okay.
Potato.
All right.
Potato.
So for them, they like to
Yeah.
sleep. Okay, I have another question for you here. What's the mindset like, or the mood or morale for the team right now as we go into week 2? Are they in high spirits, or are they feeling a little bit frustrated?
No, I think the boys okay. They still got their what we call it semangat. They have target. I think for this week they target 100 plus.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I
You're
think-
absolutely on track if that's the case.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so just to recap, the boys are in good spirits. They're feeling really, really good. And their target right now is to get 100 points over before the end of the week. And I really think that they are on track.
Indeed, and of course, when it comes down to all these sort of approaches, Geek Fam definitely have a really good chance to make it into the grand finals. But where everyone's looking for the PMGC spot, if other than your own team, is there other teams that you think have a good potential out of Malaysia to make it together with Geek Fam into maybe the PMGC?
For me, I think SEM9.
SEM9.
All right, that's a good answer.
That's a really good answer. I think there's a lot of, I'd say, pressure coming to them as well as they try to figure it out. Thank you so much, Ajim, for the interview. And I'm really hoping to see you guys come back stronger tomorrow. Good night.
Yeah, good night.
Thank you, Jim.
Wow, the boys are in really good spirits, and I'm really liking that because, I mean, we talked to Yuhai yesterday. Despite them actually not getting every single round right, he's still very in a good mood.
Yeah, and I think it's really important for teams to basically set targets to achieve. And of course, only when you don't achieve those targets is where you need to go into the drawing board. And Geek Fam honestly is in a really healthy spot. From last week, sure, there was a little struggle. This week, looking better than ever. So I think like, for now, they just have to find those dinners for tomorrow. But let's have a glimpse of what went on back in Game 5, our final match that proves to be one of the most epic urban warfares that we have gotten in the Southeast Asia Championship. And keep in mind, look at all these teams that managed to get their way into the final circle. They all dropped very similarly into the shelter grounds, into prison, and some over onto the corners of school. The only difference is you have Ego Esports that has started on the Buriram. But with that sort of travel, this was that optimal spot that TM has held their ground with, and anybody tries to enter, they will basically gun them out. So as for the rest, they just basically find a safe refuge inside the city until more action is necessary. So it's impressive that Ego Esports, they took center stage and they managed to last out.
Yeah, center of this whole area is absolutely scary. Look at how many crosses are there from so many different teams. I think for the problem here for Alter Ego is that they were trying to cross through. It's a very open area in front of them. As they were crossing, they were caught out by BRU, with BN, with FaZe Clan, 2E. It's just a very difficult situation for them because they are basically, I think, food on a silver platter. So this is the final part here where most of the teams were over on the top side and the circle went toward the southern side. So it's like a small, tiny area, and TM loved that. They were all over the players like ants over a sugar cube, and it was really hard to pinpoint them because they have so many crosses and so many double swings coming out. You can't really kind of pick one out without not getting traded out in return.
That's right, and TM, I think like it's just amazing that they kept themselves so healthy throughout the round, and that steady approach after taking multiple fights from the southern side have prepared themselves with enough stocks. We saw like what, 60, 70, 80 over grenades, whatever form of grenades that they could throw, they've expended it so well, and all these resources come in handy to close off rounds in PUBG Mobile to get those chicken dinners out there.
Yep, but for now, that will be the end of tonight. We still have one more night to go for this week, and it will be tomorrow before we head on over for the weekend. And I think for a lot of teams at the bottom side of the ladder, especially Boom Esports and Sem9, I'm really curious to know what exactly they have to do before we go to the weekend. But that's it from us. I'm Tash, but alongside Contra, thank you so much for spending time with us tonight. And don't forget, our official smartphone partner, Realme, has been here for you guys. Please pick one up because it's so good for playing PUBG Mobile.
It's absolutely beautiful.
It is
like
beautiful.
You.
Thank you.
Yeah, just gotta sweeten things up before we close off tonight. And we sweeten deals with Mad Food, being our official food delivery partners as well. And not forgetting, we are also live on TikTok. That's our official live stream partners for the entire season of the PMPL Southeast Asia Championship 2022. I think that's all from us as we wave you goodbye and good night. And we'll see you guys tomorrow once again.